Good morning everybody, welcome to the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. The resumption at long last of the County Championship, the LV Insurance County Championship that is. You're very welcome to join us here on a grey and cloudy morning here in the East Midlands. The two umpires, who are Ian Gould and Chris Watts, are heading out into the middle, about to begin officiating on the championship game between Leicestershire and Kent. The news from the middle is that Kent have won the toss and have chosen to bat first. The weather conditions notwithstanding. Commentary brought to you by Richard Ray, BBC Radio Leicester. Matt Cole, BBC Radio Kent, will be joining us eftsoons, all right, shortly, after he's done the first of his morning updates. The two Kent openers heading out into the middle. Zach Crawley of Kent and England, not currently of England, but I'm sure will be again before too long, and Jordan Cox and Leicestershire are going to open the bowling from the Bennett end. Decent crowd in, given the weather conditions. It's not cold, but it's cool, much cooler than one would have hoped for, perhaps, on an August bank holiday, late August bank holiday. And it may just swing around a little bit. Most of the Leicestershire players, I can see, have their sweaters on. And the slips certainly have their hands in their pockets, trying to keep them warm at the moment. The two sides, then, the Leicestershire side, led again by Colin Ackerman, back from the 100. Hassan Azad, Ed Barnes, Sam Evans, Lewis Hill. Louis Kimber will make his first-class debut for the Foxes, having impressed in white ball cricket. Ben Mike, Callum Parkinson, also back from the 100. Harry Swindles will be keeping wicket. And the two seam bowlers, Chris Wright, who will open the bowling for the Foxes from the Bennett end, and Will Davis. And Zach Crawley is going to be on strike. Both Cox and Crawley have their sleeveless Kent sweaters on. Pleasingly old-fashioned cable knit sweaters. Will it swing around this morning? Right, to start proceedings, comes down the slope and bowls. Crawley leaves outside off stump. There's good lift and carry through to Swindles. A little bit of bounce. Chris Wright has had most of the last month off. He did appear in one Royal London Cup game. Wasn't the greatest from his point of view, as he's at his former club, one of his former clubs, Warwickshire, or Birmingham, as they are in the... Well, they are Warwickshire in the Royal London Cup, I think, or are they Birmingham Bears anyway? It was at Edgbaston, and in he goes, and bowls, and Crawley's beaten outside the off stump. A little bit of movement there for Wright. We are on the stream, available through the club website for those who want to see pictures as well. Also out on YouTube. Matt will be joining me shortly, as I say, when he's done the first of his updates. Three slips for Leicestershire. Azad, Ackerman, and who's the third slip? In goes Wright, and it's turned nicely away through mid-wicket by Crawley. It was a little bit too straight from Chris Wright there. He's going to pick up a couple of runs. He's interested in the third. Yes, he's going to take it. He calls Cox, a slightly startled Cox, though he has to get a little bit of a shuffle on, but it wasn't the greatest of throws from running back from deep mid-wicket from mid-on. I think that's Davis out there. Louis Kimber's got the third slip roll. That's why I was slightly unsure. Making his debut, the young man. The first-class debut, as I say, he has impressed in white ball cricket. Hits the ball a long, long way. And he's the 494th Leicestershire player to make a first-class debut for the county. That's stat courtesy of Dan Neese, the Leicestershire Cricket Operations Director. So Crawley off the mark with 3. Kent 3 without loss as Wright. For the first time down the slope, 2 Cox bowls. Outside off stump, swings away. Cox lets it go through. Again, reasonable carry through to Harry Swindles behind the stumps. Just looking around, most of the Leicestershire players have their green caps on. Very smart they look too. In fact, all of them do, I think. Including Kimber. His a slightly darker and newer green than those of his teammates, understandably. Callum Parkinson is down at long leg. as Wright is in and bowls edge caught at second slip straight to Ackerman. A little bit of movement, and in the very first over Leicestershire have made a breakthrough. It went quite low, but it didn't go through at any great pace to Ackerman, and Ackerman has a really good pair of hands. He took it about a foot off the ground. It was straight to him, really. Never looked like making a mistake. So Leicestershire, having been asked to bowl first by Kent, have picked up a wicket in the very first over, that of young Jordan Cox. Just his second ball. Edged, caught. Ackerman bowled right without scoring, and Kent are 3-4-1. Let's just have a quick look at the replay. Yeah, it moved a nice amount as far as right is concerned. Took a thickish edge and a comfortable catch. By Ackerman's standards, he's taken some wonderful catches this season. Leicestershire's South Africa-born captain. And Wright really was already celebrating as he saw it going into the hands of Ackerman, unsurprisingly. So, a little bit of movement. A little bit surprising, perhaps, that Sam Billings, who's obviously still leading Kent in this match, despite his selection in the England squad. The game against India starts on Thursday. Presumably, he'll have to report at some stage to the England camp, perhaps on Wednesday evening. So, well, if the ball continues to swing like this, it might be a 3-day game, one way or t'other. Right is into Joe Denley bowls, and Denley is leaning forward, no great stride there, pushing it out towards mid-off Ben. Mike picks up, and Wright gets low fives from most of his teammates as he walks back towards his fielding position, having picked up a wicket in his very first over of the day, his 33rd first-class wicket of the season. It's been a great season for the veteran seamer, and he now leads Leicestershire's wicket-taking attack. Matt Cole is alongside me now for the first time. And a very good morning to you and to BBC Radio, Kent.
Well, I'm not sure how long I'm going to be here for by the stage of that first over, but...
bit of swing.
Yeah, absolutely. Bit of bounce as well from Chris Wright.
Yeah, there was decent carry as well, wasn't there, for Wright? And as I say, has been pretty impressive so far this season.
So it's Davis. Will Davis from the near end here, bowling to Zach Crawley. 3 slips in behind him, the England man. Well, jettisoned England man outside the off stump. Just keeps a little bit low through the wicketkeeper, and there is no run. I mean, Kent fans will be saying it, and I have to say it this morning. It's gloomy. It's definitely overcast here. A green-topped pitch, it looks like from here as well. I can only imagine that Sam Billings and Matt Walker are seeing something different from me, and that wouldn't be a surprise because I can no more read a pitch than I can read hieroglyphics. But Jordan Cox already out for Kent. Here is Davis. It's an inside edge from Crawley round his front pad, and he'll get a single down to fine leg Kent at 4-4-1. But obviously some movement in that first over. Yeah, bounce and carry as well. So, yeah, Leicestershire, great start for them. Kent still looking for their first county championship win of the season. 3 defeats and the rest draws in the qualification campaign, as it were. But, yeah, great start for the home side.
Decent crowd has come in already. It is a family fun day here at the Uptonsteel County Ground.
It's 44 on the back of his white shirt. Davis and Denley, forward defensive. Maybe I'm projecting a little bit, but it felt like not that secure either, slightly on the inside of the bat, but just pushing the ball out into the offside, and there's no run. Crawley has 4-4-1. So hoping families will come in today.
Absolutely, there's all sorts of little extra amusements laid on for the children. Basically the tickets are free as well, essentially, so encouraging as many possible to come into the ground. I know well over 3,000 tickets had been taken up before today.
Davis to Denley. He takes a step down the pitch, well outside the off stump, and keeps going as well wide. There's no run. But again, showing movement off the pitch there, but just the trajectory wrong this time. But a good opening salvo so far from Leicestershire.
little bit surprised to see Davis out there. I wasn't sure he was in the original squad that was selected for the game. I think he was carrying a little bit of an injury, but he too has been in decent form, or was in decent form at the end of, in those sort of 2 inserted championship fixtures.
It's Davis then to deadly all shapes over the top of off stump. Actually, did that come back at him? I think 4 for 1. A slightly slower ball, maybe looped over the off stump through the wicket keeper, and Denley is I'd say a fortunate man. Well judged, Joe Denley, not getting an edge on that 4 for 1. Perhaps we'll say. But yeah, it's been a strange season in that regard. Obviously, a lot of players haven't played any cricket at all for a month, have they? That have been playing in this game because of the 100. Obviously, Kent had their T20 last quarter-final, which was a fantastic victory for them, but they've struggled in the championship this year. And Davis bowling to Denley, hoping to continue that. Forward defensive up to mid-on, and there is no run. Kent 4 for 1 then. First blood to Leicestershire. Jordan Cox, the man to go, caught at slip off the bowling of Wright.
Yeah, not as much movement for Davis coming up the slope from the pavilion end. Perhaps not as much swing. He doesn't really swing it quite as much as Chris Wright, for whom swing is his main weapon. But what Wright has done this season, and it just shows that even at the veteran stage, if you like, you can still be working on your game and develop new deliveries from a bowling point of view. He developed a really good nip backer, so that he'll bowl a series of outswing, which he's kind of done throughout his career, but he's got one that really he bangs in and it comes back quite a long way. Sometimes stays a bit low as well, and he's worked on that really hard all season, and it's really very much increased the threat. He comes down the slope and bowls to Zach Crawley, who's beaten on the outside edge with a ball that bounces and leaves him. Lovely stuff this from Chris Wright, and Crawley makes a little gesture. Well, nothing much I can do about that.
I think it's fair to say that opening the county championship is well, you have to have a nerves of steel, don't you? It's not an easy thing. Few batsmen make it look comfortable at all. There are very few in the county championship, particularly in these conditions, which are.
I was going to say that the conditions, it's mitigating against comfort out there, rather, isn't it? In goes Wright and bowls again to Crawley, who takes a big stride and leaves outside off stump as it bounces and is taken around about above his waist, and Harry Swindles behind the stumps is standing a decent way back as well for Chris Wright, and he just indicates to Hassan Azad maybe to take a step back at first slip, as the echelon of slips is quite marked with Leicestershire, always has been. Ackerman at second, Kimber, who's a big chap, a big boy. He's a Scunthorpe born Lincolnshire lad. In goes Wright and bowls, and again bounces and leaves, and Crawley is absolutely beaten all ends up. He's kind of walked into that, trying to negate the movement a little bit, and it was just too good for him, and he's not absolutely sure what to do here. Zach Crawley, just get through. Yeah, you're going to play and miss, and you just got to accept that and try and get through the first hour. Essentially,
Crawley for England as well, being quite active at the crease in that respect when he feels like he's been pinned down, but at the moment, as you say,
what a ball that was.
Just got to grin and bear it, I think.
So I've just seen the replay on that one. It was a brute of a delivery. In goes Wright and bowls, and Crawley's in the air, just wide of the diving, leaping Ben Mike at wide-ish mid-off stroke extra cover. He was trying to cover both positions there, Ben Mike. He's a sort of wide-ish mid extra cover rather than mid-off, and he out to his right, and he takes a step now to his right. It was very much missed shot from Zach Crawley. He picks up 4 for it. He got plenty on it, but goodness me, it was at a very catchable height as it went past Ben Mike, reaching out to his right. And Mike's probably one of the best Leicestershire fielders in those terms, one of the most athletic, if you like. A little bit surprised that he didn't dive. Crawley went through with the shot. Now it went under the covers underneath the electronic scoreboard, and it's now being carefully examined by umpire Chris Watts, standing at the Bennett end. He hands it back to Chris Wright. Wright will not be particularly discouraged by that shot from Crawley. There was just a hint of desperation about it. Just needs to settle down, Zach Crawley. He's moved on to 8, that said, 8 off 9 balls as Wright is in. Bowls to him down the leg side. Nice take, diving away to his left by Swindles. Crawley flicked at it down the leg side, didn't get anything on it. Seen a few strangles this season in that respect, but batsmen can't help it, can they? Instinctively try and work it away.
Feels like he wants to attack here, and said the other option is just to try and grit it out and defend, but he may feel at this point there's so much movement from right that there's going to be a ball with his name on, so he might as well try and unsettle the bowler, but at the moment it's certainly ball-beating bat.
8 for 1 Kent. Crawley waits, bat raised as right is in, bowls to him straight, and Crawley is half forward, leaning forward into a solid defensive shot, pushing it back up the pitch towards Davis at mid-on, who picks up end of the over from right for just those 4 runs from it, so he's got 2 overs, no maidens, 1 for 7. Davis conceded the other run that Kent have scored, 1 over for 1 run, and Kent 8 for 1. And as I say, I think if they get through to lunch with 2 down, something like that, I think they'd be pretty happy. They've taken a bit of a gamble batting first.
I think it's fair to say, yes. They want to play aggressive cricket, but did look a little bit like it. I've asked the Kent, the club at Kent, about Sam Billings. More on that after this Will Davis delivery. He's the captain that decided to bat first, and easing the Kent side. Denley, bump ball over the bowler's head, and that'll go straight for 4, straight down the ground, which is quite good news for Zach Crawley. He seemed to get his bat stuck in the crease at the far end and had trouble turning, so might have been a difficult 2, a turgid 2, but it's 4 most definitely for Joe Denley. So Sam Billings, the 2 of them together will be a heck of a cricketer. Is here for the 4 days, as far as Kent knows. So given no mishaps in the England squad, the feeling being very much that England want him to be playing in this game, which makes all sort of sense really for them, for both parties. Davis to Denley, good drive, that one wide of long off, and that is shooting across the ground, almost seems to be gaining speed. We know that's not possible, even down the slight slope. It's Parkinson that fields, very much the spit of his twin brother. Perhaps slightly shorter hair at the moment. They come back for a 2 for 3 in fact. Crawley 8, Denley 7 off those 2 scoring shots. He looked all at sea in the first over, did Joe Denley, that he faced, but much more assured at the beginning of the second. 7 off the first 2 balls. Yeah,
2 lovely shots actually, classy shots, so they're going to go for it, Kent, if it's pitched up. Davis has got to really back up right here. Over pitched twice.
Scurries in up the slight slope to Crawley, driven back towards mid-on. Don't think, was that a chance?
I think it was short of him. Yeah, it was a good diving stop by Wright, away to his left, got 2 hands to it. I think it was not quite a half volley, probably a couple of inches in front of him. It bounced, diving away to his left, but again,
going for 4,
nice time. Absolutely, yeah. As you say, it's a very fast outfield, the amount of rain we've had notwithstanding. It's very green, relatively speaking, for the time of year, but it is still very dry and fast.
Here comes Davis, these 3 slips crouched behind Joe Denley, beside the wicket-keeper, defends this up to mid-off, Parkinson's fields, and there is no run.
Exciting start. 4th over, 16 for 1. Some lovely shots played already by 2 high-quality batsmen. That said, Joe Denley's not had the greatest of first-class seasons. Am I right in saying
absolutely that? Right. It's just
by his standards.
Absolutely right. He just doesn't seem to have settled, actually, in either form. And T20's played some reasonable knocks, but that one just a full length there. Moves a smidgen away from Denley. He's feeling for it down the line of middle and off stump, and that has beaten him. And through to the wicket-keeper. Heart and mouth time again for Kent.
188 runs before this innings, in 11 innings in the county championship, at an average of just 17, and he's an infinitely better player than that, Joe Denley.
Just 150, got a 63 against Northants in the home draw against them there, but the same with the T20s, played reasonable knocks, but by his very high standards, as you say, Richard, not the season that he would have wanted. Played up towards Parkinson once again, a mid-off, and there is no run. 16 for 1, end of the over. Kent just breaking the shackles a little bit there, certainly on Will Davis. He has 2 for 9 now. Wright looking a very different proposition from the far end.
Tall Crawley is back to us, chatting away to Denley, the 2 touch gloves. Denley has shed his sleeveless sweater already, so the forecast did suggest it would warm up a little bit, but when we arrived this morning it was sort of 13-14 degrees, which a bit grim for August, late August albeit. And the spectators I can see in the popular seats between the meet and the electronic scoreboard, and then at the Bennett end in the green seats, they're all pretty well wrapped up. In goes right and bowls outside off stump, steps forward, Crawley then lets it go safely through to Swindles behind the stumps. Umpire Watts wanders down and has a word with Chris Wright, points at the ground in front of what would be a left hand, just outside the off stump for a left-hander. You wouldn't have thought caused too many issues for the right-handers. Don't know how many left-handers are in the Kent batting lineup.
They are very short of left-handers, to put it that way.
In which case it shouldn't be too much of an issue, you wouldn't have thought. Leicestershire have one. Hassan Azan in goes right and bowls. Late leave by Crawley, steps forward and then just neatly lifts his bat over the line of the ball. Callum Parkinson left arm spin, of course, but shouldn't really be too much of an issue.
On the rare occasion that Alex Blake is in the side, he'll be the one in the top six that's a left-hander, but he's very much playing white ball cricket now. It's his he's just playing white ball. Nathan Gilchrist, I was just checking, but yeah, he bowls right, bats left, so you have to wait till Gilchrist and Logan 10 and 11 before we get a left-hander in.
Right, is in, bowls driven, again a little bit uppishly, but this time bounced well short of Ben Mike, who dived across to his right, got two hands to it, goalkeeper style, pushed it away to his right. Will Davis has to run across from mid-on to complete the fielding, so Crawley can pick up a couple in the end. He knocked it back quite a long way there, Ben Mike. Davis had quite a bit of work to do. Again, he was driving without quite getting to the pitch of it, but he was more on top of the bounce on that occasion. Crawley, double figures now for him. He's on to 11 from just 15 balls as Wright is in and bowls to him. He whips him away through the leg side. Lovely shot, classy shot off his legs through square leg along the ground all the way towards the manual scoreboard with a couple of clock on top, and the what used to be the Geary stand is now the Geary bar. Callum Parkinson runs round, picks it up from the netting in front there of. That was lovely shot from Zach Crawley. He moves on to 15 off 16 balls. A surge of adrenaline. He's decided to go for his shots this morning. If Leicestershire overpitched, certainly. Well, he just deemed them to have overpitched, and certainly right overpitched then and got his direction wrong and was picked off in some style. I'm not going to call him the former England man. I think he's very much in their thinking still, very much a current England man. He's just, as happens with youngsters or young players going into international cricket for a while, just takes a while or two to adjust, perhaps a little month or two. In goes right, bowls to him, beats him on the outside edge, having said that. And it goes through to Swindles, quite low on that occasion. The swing was there again, and Crawley wanders forward, prods at the pitch, and I'm sure he'll be back for, if not this current domestic international season, certainly for the winter tours. I'm sure he'll be on those.
I'd imagine they would take him to Australia, but obviously there are other batsmen that are pressing their claim at the moment. Bowman's back in the side. Obviously Ollie Pope will have a word about that.
That's the danger, isn't it, for him, I suppose. There's nothing much he can do about it. Now in goes right and bowls to him. He's forward a little tentatively, pushing it out into the offside. Lewis Hill, who's captained Leicestershire throughout the white ball season in the absence of Colin Ackerman, runs in from cover point and picks up. There is no run. End of the over, 22 for 1. Crawley onto 15 off 18 balls. Denley 7 off 10. Just 5 overs have been bowled. And the crowd being pleasingly entertained.
He's nothing if not self-critical, Zach Crawley. I was looking across his scores. Hasn't made 100 yet in the county championship this season, but a 60, a 90 and 85. And after those last two knocks, I interviewed him after both days of those and said, you know, how are you feeling about your form? And just a not good enough coming back from him. 3 figures when you get there for him. He's an ambitious young man, obviously, and Davis bowling to Crawley in the block hole, actually, as he moves forward. A good length delivery, but he's taken a step down the pitch, and He has that kind of, he's a very, very polite bloke, is Zach Crawley, and very genial, but when you talk about cricket with him, that ambition, that steel is obvious to see, put it that way, and he sets himself very high standards. But that's about right, isn't it? If you want to get into the England Test batting lineup, into any of their batting lineups at the moment, you need to be scoring big runs. So Denley on 7 from 11, facing Davis. Oh, just squares him up a little bit, goes through, well, perhaps a 4th slip line along the ground. He's done the decent thing for the batsman and keep it down, but has beaten him there, I think, Davis. That's 4 runs going through sort of 4th slip, almost a narrow gully area, 26 for 1. Yeah, just looked a little bit awkward there, didn't he, Denley? Squaring him up. 15 for Crawley, 11 for Denley. Denley himself, of course, is a former England man now. It probably is former.
I think that's fair to say, yes, yeah. With respect.
They're 1 or 2, obviously the Denley meme team, who have been following him around and posting memes whenever they can of Joe looking thoughtful, are asking for him to return. Certainly after, well, a certain previous test against India, is Davis to Denley on the full length, driven up to Parkinson at mid-off, and there's no run. I think, frankly, just for his stickability, the dentary became something of a watchword, didn't it, with his long stays at the crease. But very much at odds with the player we see at county championship cricket, and certainly white ball cricket. He's an attacking batsman by nature, but I think many at Kent will feel he did what was asked of him, perhaps unspectacularly. But 26 for 1, he's at Grace Road, Leicester today, and batting. Just defended into the offside. Looked like he checked the shot a little bit, but when it comes to from point, agile fielder, just picking out the Sam Evans there at point, on the run, swooping on the ball, tosses it up to his teammate Ben Mike at extra cover. It's relayed back to Davis via Chris Wright, who's standing at mid-on. 3 slips still in. That's Wally Mike, 26 for 1. Cox has already gone for Kent. Davis now bowling to Denley. Takes a step down the pitch. That's a good shot. It's through the onside. It won't go for 4. It'll come back for 2, but confidently done by Denley, shortening the distance to the bowler by taking a step down and then angling the bat all the way along the ground through the onside. It was a confident shot from Denley. 13 he has. Crawley has 15. If you're just joining us here on BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Radio Kent, Jordan Cox going his 2nd ball of the game, caught by Colin Ackerman. Bowl Chris Wright for none in the very first over. Kent having won the toss and elected to bat first in the gloom here at Grace Road. Full length delivery from Davis again, but coped with again by Denley. He's just closed the face on that to backward square. Single taken. And Davis having squared him up once in that over. Denley looked a lot more comfortable, strangely, after that. Conversely, 29 for 1 then. Off 6 overs. Kent going at a decent lick. As Richard was saying, we're already being entertained by this 4-day game as these 2 batsmen set about it. 15 for Crawley, 14 Denley.
BBC Radio's Leicester and Kent. At BBC Kent Sport is Matt's Twitter. And at Rich M. Ray, R-A-E, is mine. Lots of people have been in touch already. Morning to Fango down in Melbourne, wondering about Daniel Bell-Drummond. Matt, is he injured or just not selected? He'd like to know. You can answer that after this delivery from Chris Wright, who continues and bowls to Denley outside the off-stump. Denley half forward, lets it go through.
Haven't had the official adjudication on that. What I would say about Daniel, he's had a pretty wretched county championship. He's been brilliant in the T20 and scored 50 in that quarter-final win. He had been struggling with a hand injury, which had kept him out of a couple of games at the end of the county championship spell. But I can't imagine it's that, because he was in line for the 100 and played the first few games for Birmingham Phoenix as well. So it may well just be that he's been left out for this game. No Heino Kuhn either for Kent or Harry Podmore.
Wright is in, bowls full, driven hard down into the ground, but a bit thick inside edgy from Denley there. It's half stopped in his follow through by Wright, who's had a bit of a haircut. Nothing like Callum Parkinson sort of standards, really close to the head, but he's usually quite floppy on top, is Chris Wright, and looks quite neat by his standards. today, relatively speaking. Good morning to Robert Coe. Some great swing bowling from Leicestershire this morning. Captured perfectly on the excellent quality stream. In goes right and bowls. Again, Denley leaves. A quicker delivery, bit more bounce, bit more oomph to it from Chris Wright, but direction was a bit wrong, and Denley able to leave safely enough. And he says a big hello from Cambridge to his dad Jeff, who's watching some proper cricket at last, and his thermals are making a season's debut.
It's decidedly chilly here today. Well, you wouldn't know from
I've switched the heater on.
Who's basically is literally in shorts and a t-shirt, but he's a very, very sturdy man, as he said.
Goes right and bowls. Better delivery straighter. Denley plays it well though. Again half forward, just adjusts to the straighter delivery, pushes it back down the pitch again. Right fields or half fields in his follow through.
Very much similar to my long time summariser at Gillingham football matches, Peter Lloyd, who tuts at me if I put a coat on in midwinter. He'll be there in his t-shirt, maybe a jumper if it's if it's getting below freezing.
I've only ever covered one game at Gillingham Football Club. I'm trying to remember who it was against. In goes right and bowls, slightly shorter. Stays on the back foot this time. Denley adjusts and drops it out into the offside. Lewis Hill is the fielder. Mr. Scally was the owner. Is he still?
Yeah, still owner, chairman. Okay. Absolutely.
I was quite impressed by the ground. It seemed quite a neat ground at Gillingham. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester, which reminds my colleague Matt Cole that he better pop next door. Get back into the rhythm of these things, as Wright is in and bowls, pushed out into the offside by Denley, and a single is taken. Here's the update. Well, Kent won the toss and chose to bat here in front of a really good crowd who've come in for Family Fun Day here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, and Leicestershire obliged them by taking a wicket in the very first over. Jordan Cox was neatly caught by Colin Ackerman at second slip off the bowling of Chris Wright before he'd scored. Two former England players, though, are beginning to impress for Kent. Zach Crawley is 15 not out off 18 balls. Joe Denley, he is also 15 not out. He's faced 22 balls. They both hit some nice fours. We're only in the 7th over of the day, and Kent are already 30 for 1. I'm back with you on commentary. You haven't missed any deliveries, because that single taken by Denley was from the last ball of Wright's 4th over. 1 for 14 for Chris Wright now. None for 16 for Will Davis. Morning to David Hutchinson. Morning, David. Great to be back at Grace Road on Family Fun Day, but missed the wicket in the family zone as Davis is in and bowls full. Nice drive from Denley. He's got that through, and it's going to run down the slope, down towards wide long off. In vain pursuit, Callum Parkinson isn't going to get there. It was overpitched from Davis, and it was a little bit of a gift for Joe Denley. And Denley not one to look a gift horse in the mouth. Put it away. Moves on to 19 off just 23 balls. Davis, 20 runs from 3.1 overs already. Bustles in and leans back and bowls, drags his length back. A better delivery on off stump. Denley is forward, playing it out to Ben Mike at extra cover, and there's no run. Morning, Jake. Bit of a chilly one today, he says. Interesting, Kent opted to bat with the overheads, but hoping we can get a couple more early wickets. That will be echoed by every Leicestershire supporter. I say there are plenty in the ground already. As Davis turns, 44 on his back. Elbows jutting, runs in and bowls. Denley is advancing down the wicket, gets a thick outside edge, runs through 4th slip and down to the 3rd man boundary for 4. Davis, hands on his hips in disbelief. Dismayed disbelief. Going for a few. There is still plenty of movement out there for the Leicestershire bowlers. Parkinson wanders across and encourages Davis. who is in again, past umpire Gould, and bowls to Denley, who again is advancing down the wicket and then leaning forward into a defensive shot, thick inside edge, pushes it out towards mid-wicket. Evans, or is it Hill? I think it's Evans out there at mid-wicket is the fielder. And there's no run. 38 for 1. Ken? Still got the 3 slips in now, Ackerman. Understandably, they need wickets. In goes Davis and bowls. Denley again out of his crease, leaning forward into a defensive shot. Comes back into him, a touch the ball. Thick inside part of the bat, defends it out towards right at mid-on, who polishes the ball on the bottom of his sweater. Long-sleeved sweater, tosses it to Davis. Selected ahead of Gavin Griffiths for this game, and Abhi Sikandar. Both must have been pushing him for another seamer's slot as he is in and bowling again. Denley down the wicket a long Gold way and swindles as he defends that one out to mid-off. Might be thinking in terms of standing up to the crease at some stage to Davis. If Davis keeps bowling, that's the end of his 4th over. None for 24 for Will Davis, 1 for 14 for Chris Wright. Much cricket being played on the square over the last month. There's a little bit of juice in it as Wright is in and bowls. Crawley just leans forward. No great stride from him. His back foot is firmly anchored as he defends that one out to Wright at that wide mid-off position. Score remains 38 for 1. Matt's back alongside. Yeah, it is a bit of a start. You're getting back into the updates. Is it? Oh yes, of course I do. I have to remember. There won't be many today. There will for either of us.
That's true.
As BBC Local Radio, some shared services today on, as it's bank holiday. Wright is in, bowls to Crawley, drops his length back a little bit. Crawley up on his toes, defends it down towards third man. There is a third man. Ed Barnes is down there. Might see young Barnes bowling before too long. He's been one of the sort of breakthrough players for the Foxes this season, young Yorkshireman. Wright is unhappy about the crease. He's sort of scraped away at it a couple of times. Umpire Watts just wanders down and presses it down with his foot, the scrapings that Chris Wright has made.
There's a lot of former Yorkshire young players around the county circuit. He's the same age as James Logan, who's in this Kent side as well. They'll know each other, I'm sure.
Wright is in. Denley leaves outside off stump, allows it to bounce and swing through to Swindles, who takes it almost in front of Azad at first slip. Bowled righty is the approving cry from the Leicestershire fielders. 39 for 1.
Jack Leaning, another one, not quite as young as those two. I'm not saying
Leaning
he's
got into the side, didn't he? The Yorkshire side for a while. He was fairly well established for a while.
He's done really good, really well at Kent. Certainly a big part of their T20 team now as well. Proper three-pronged cricketer, as they say, batting, bowling and fielding.
Wright is in to Denley, squared up a bit, but plenty of bat on it as he pushes it out towards Mike at wide mid-off, and there's no run. Terry Wenham, hope it's warmer there than Norfolk, says Terry. I don't know, there'll be a bit of a breeze in Norfolk, won't there, off the sea.
Across the fens.
Yeah, I don't know where. Actually, there isn't much wind. I can see the trees, the rowans behind the popular seats, and between them and the nets are just stirring a little bit. The limes likewise on Milligan Road. Impressed with my art.
I really am, actually.
Knowledge
I was going to say.
He goes right, bowls, and did he have a little feel for that? Yes, Joe Denley did. It went through to right, but the fact that Denley twiddled the bat in his hands tells me that maybe just had a little feel for that one.
So Rowan's to the right of us, Lime's to the left of us. Is that right?
Basically, yes. I only know that because I've been asking for years. Even the groundsman didn't. He said, I know about grass, but I don't know too much about trees. But Andy Ward, that is, the groundsman. I found a book which about the cricket grounds of England, the homes of cricket, which told me all about the various trees that had been planted around the ground. In goes right and bowls, and again Denley is just almost dabbing down, perhaps looking to dab it down to third man. May just have changed his mind at the very last minute. I think he did. Give him the credit there. And he remains on 23 not out off 32 balls. He's overtaken Zach Crawley. He's taken most of the strike in the last couple of overs. Crawley has 16 off 20, and Kent, having been 3 for 1, looking rather healthier, 39 for 1.
Yeah, attempting to settle, certainly after the early departure of Jordan Cox for a second ball duck, edging to Colin Ackerman of the bowling of right for none. I'm going to go back to trees now, because you know me, Richard. We've commentated before that any opportunity to digress, and unfortunately I will go out with both hands. So if you hear me being wrestled off the microphone at some point, you will understand entirely why, listener. But I believe at New Road that Bradders there has a map of the trees. So there is a bit like when you go to a vantage point, you could say, well, St Paul's Cathedral is there, Canary Wharf is there, has the individual trees mapped out. I think it's been a while since I've been at New Road, but
we're going there for the last game of the season at the end of September.
It's a lovely place.
Looking forward to that.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I've been here as well, and really forward to coming up. Ben Watts has rather been hogging it over the last few years, but that's a parochial matter. It's been pulled away to square off the bowling of Ed Barnes. You're absolutely right, Richard. Captain Ray brought him on from the pavilion end, just having a bit of a chicken scratch with his right foot at the foot marks. Is Barnes making sure he's solid coming into it, right arm over the wicket. And, single run taken.
So just the 4 overs for Davis then.
Certainly didn't look as potent, did he, as right at the far end.
He tends to do this, Will Davis. It's very frustrating, and he will come back, and his second spell will often be better.
Barnes then to Denley, leaves outside the off stump through to the wicketkeeper. Still the 3 slips in.
Barnes has played 6 out of Leicestershire's 10 championship games so far this season. He's taken 10 wickets at 40, which doesn't sound overly impressive, but he's sort of gradually improved. You've seen that. Certainly he's a lot more accurate than he was. His batting has certainly improved. He's a gritty young batsman.
Barnes now bounding in from the pavilion end to Denley. Again takes a step down the pitch. Again he's tucked it into the onside. Will he beat the 2 fielders there? He won't. It's a spirited effort from backward square, thrown into the wicketkeeper, and they come back in the end for 2. Denley is on to 25. Crawley has 17. See who the fielder is there. My eyes aren't good enough.
Lewis Hill.
Lewis Hill making the effort. Relay between the 2 of them. So 42 for 1. So Kent just trying to settle in now. I was saying on the update, it doesn't take long to make me look foolish in questioning why they batted first, Kent, but now it's not looking like a terrible decision, to be said, but a couple more wickets obviously, and it might look a little bit thinner. But Denley and Crawley, at the moment, 42 for 1. Oh, shaping away from him, and lift through to the wicketkeeper. That's a beauty from Barnes. And, well, if Denley was feeling secure, that might have just rattled the nerves a little bit.
Yeah, not the best shot Joe Denley has played this season. He's been advancing down the wicket, which has thrown Barnes in the last couple of deliveries, but Barnes got his dander up a bit there, didn't he? It was a quicker, bouncier. If you're going to come down the wicket, I'm going to bang it in a couple of times, and made Denley feel for it. Didn't get the edge.
Yeah, nice bowling. Once again to Denley, drives into the offside. It's a cover drive attempt anyway. Hasn't quite got all of it, a little bit low on the bat. Ends up with Ben Micah. Extra cover, just on the strip, which is covered by a bit of matting there. Never easy to field around those areas, is it? Make yourself look very stupid bouncing off the side of a bit of carpeting.
I suspect that's the pitch going to be used by England women, who I think they've got an international here in a week or so's time. I'll check the dates on those.
Makes sense, doesn't it? Right in the centre of the playing surface as well. Good for the telly. It's Barnes to Denley. Defends this one, gives it due respect. Last ball of the over, just 3 off it, and Barnes certainly discomforted him with 1 in the middle of the over, rearing and snorting away from Joe Denley. He survives though. Kent 42 for 1 here on BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Radio Kent. Thank you for listening wherever you are. Hope you're well. I hope you're warm. If you're in the ground and listening to us, then that may not be the case. But elsewhere,
well, Springsteen's warm. He's in Santa Maria al Bagno in Italy. Springsteen Cricket says good morning a tutti. And he says, anyone notice a similarity between Will Davis as he walks back to his mark and Jimmy Anderson?
I didn't, and now we've got the opportunity. But
settle for any similarity when he delivers the ball, but
it's in the eye of the beholder, I think.
I guess, yeah. Right. To start his 6th over, comes in from the Bennett end and bowls to Crawley, who is carefully forward, dropping it down into the offside. Takes half a stride forward as though semi-interested in a quick single, but right quickly to the ball, and Crawley knew there was no real chance. He remains 17. Wanders down the pitch, adjusts his helmet, more and more coming into the ground.
It's a good turnout, isn't it? I know it's family day, but a good number of people coming in.
It's lovely to see if they just get a little bit warmer. Plenty, of course, still watching the cricket as well as watching their children being entertained. In goes right and bowls clipped away off his legs. Beautiful shot for 4 by Zach Crawley, the second of those he's played. It was a little bit further down the leg side on that occasion, so just behind square, but played with equal certainty by the England man. He moves into the 20s, onto 21 from just 23 balls faced. If you stray onto his legs, he is going to put you away, especially with just a couple of fielders on the leg side, and neither Sam Evans nor Callum Parkinson down here at wide long leg had any chance of getting anywhere near that.
Yeah, it's the longest boundary, but he's very, very strong. Hits the ball really hard, does Zach Crawley. I think because he's thought of as an opener, I suppose, and a number 3, perhaps more defensively, but well, obviously that huge knock against Pakistan, he showed his full range of strokes, but he's a powerful batsman.
Kent beginning to thrive here as right is in, bowls to Crawley, who has a lot of time there as he just waited for that one. And I think we're beginning, just defended it back down the pitch and right fielded it in his follow through, but I think we're beginning to see why Billings chose to bat first. Fango down in Melbourne said it looked like a belt, and it beginning to look a pretty decent pitch. I would imagine that Andy Ward, Leicestershire's groundsman, would have liked an hour's sunshine on it this morning, something like that, which is possibly why it had that sort of greenish tinge to start with, because there's been absolutely no sun, a blanket of cloud over the ground, but it has already looks just a little browner as right is in. Crawley is down the wicket, turning it out towards mid on, and then immediately calling for the single because Davis slightly back on his heels there, runs in to pick up, but good call from Crawley and an immediate response from Denley. Kent 47 for 1, Crawley 22 off 25, Denley 25 off 37.
Big fan of aggressive running, I'd say. Not only because it raises excitement as well, the possibility of run-outs, but Crawley certainly not worried about that. Denny's quick across the ground as well. Just looking at the weather forecast, cloud set in for the day perhaps?
Right is in, bowls, grunt of effort from the seamer as he delivers, but just outside off stump and swings away. Denley lets it go through to Swindles. Food for thought for Colin Ackerman here. Kent scoring rapidly, 4.3 runs per over. This is just the 11th over, 47 for 1. Crawley beginning to look very dangerous from Leicestershire's point of view, promisingly dangerous from Kent's point of view. Denley too. Waits, then lifts his bat as right is in, bowls to him, just dabs it out backward of point. Sam Evans scrambles, I beg your pardon, Lewis Hill scrambles across to his left, makes the stop, not cleanly, but does enough to keep Denley in his crease. So dot ball to finish the over. 6 overs, 1 for 24 right. Will he continue? Ben Mike would be the 4th seamer if Ackerman wants to make a change, but he might give Davis, he might give Wright another one and bring Davis again back on from the, see if he bowls rather better from the Bennett End, as I say, tends to be better in his second spell, Will Davis.
I think he's right to keep with the 3 slips, and you're saying it's early, isn't it? Although they've scored relatively quickly, you don't want to take out the 3rd slip and maybe lose that chance of there'll still be shine on the ball. That's the conundrum for the captains. Outside the off stump, keeps low, no run.
He's got a sort of slightly slingy action, hasn't he, Barnes, which makes sometimes, I think, is the reason why it stays a little bit low. Be dangerous, the delivery. Morning to Sean de Brewer, who I guess Sean, you know well.
Good morning, Sean.
He says, morning both. Reading you loud and clear. Working today, otherwise would have been down to the ground, as we're only just over an hour and a half away, he says, which is broadly the same time as Matt takes to get to Canterbury from Tunbridge Wells on a bad day.
It's true. Not just because I get lost sometimes, Sean. This is Barnes bowling to Crawley, solidly behind that, and there's no run. I think I'm right in saying Sean's in Crewe, which is about right. It's about an hour and a half from here.
Probably M6. Yeah, it wouldn't be. I guess it's the other side of Birmingham, isn't it?
But that really puts it in context,
Stoke.
Sean. Yeah, sometimes, well, you know what the roads are like that round there, Sean. So
M6, M69. Yeah, could be done.
Actually, I'm saying, you know what the roads around like Canterbury, the M6 is not exactly a free-flowing pleasure, is it? most of the time.
No.
So,
but not much holiday traffic there today.
One of our crosses to bear, it's true. A drive from Crawley, not middled into the offside by Mike Fields on the dive. Make sure it doesn't go any further. 22 for Crawley, 25 for Denley. But morning, Sean, great to hear from you. Can I just say, by the way, kentcricket@gmail.com if people should want to write a longer missive, kentcricket@gmail.com. But obviously the Twitter addresses which you've been using fulsomely, and thank you very much for that. At Rich M. Ray, R-A-E, at BBC Kent Sport. This morning, 47 for 1. Always great to hear from Sean. But if you're a first-time tweeter, do get in touch. It's Barnes, defended by Crawley again. Like he was trying to get forward there, Crawley. Decent ball by Barnes, just pinning him on middle stump up to mid-off, and there's no run. Mid-on, there's no run. But yeah, an hour and a half down from Crewe. I can only recommend it. It's a lovely view from here towards the Bennett End. The new building at the far end. What's that? Does it have a particular name? It's newish at the far end.
The Turner Indoor Centre.
Yeah, the indoor centre.
No, it's been there for. That was definitely here when you were here last. I promise.
That's my memory. Not a new building. Here's Barnes to Crawley, driven back up the pitch, and there's no run. But a good number of trees at the far end.
Yeah, the cricket school's there on the ground floor behind that. The indoor school with hospitality above. The press boxes, or press box next to it now. Half the size it was, as half is now dedicated to the TV folkses. New tent, if that's it. The marquee to its left, as we look at it, is new this season. It's been sort of introduced for partly for pandemic reasons, been used by the committee a little bit because the committee hasn't been able to come to this part of the ground.
Oh, what was the tent that I meant? That's squared Crawley up a little bit, but a hint of a leading edge up to mid-off, but he's kept it on the ground. Looks
I apologise. Yeah, sorry. I didn't realise you meant the marquee.
I didn't. I was just trying to cover my blushes there. 47 for 1. It has been a long time, but not that long. 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 3 for Barnes so far. An economical start for him here on BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Radio Kent. It's Matt Coleman, your host, Richard Ray, and I said it's very green around this ground, greener than I remember as well, which is lovely. I think the same with Canterbury is for all the redevelopment that's been done there, as I'm sure there has here as well. There still is that feeling of a ground that's, well, a proper cricket ground in inverted commas to me. And a lot of people coming in. Is that a pleasant hubbub, isn't there? And behind the Bennett End, you can see that's where the climbing wall, and particularly the ice cream van is. So there's a lot of people around there.
One of them, as right, is going to continue into his 7th over now. Bowls to Denley, who is forward, pushing it out into the offside. Right watches as Mike moves to his left and makes the stop. 47 for 1 remains the score. Morning to Brunty, who is at the Hogs Rest Hedgehog Rescue Centre. That's not easy to say.
That's not.
We're listening while volunteering for the day, cleaning out cages and building new sheds. Both he and the Hogs are very happy to have the county championship back on.
Good man.
As right, is in past umpire Watts and bowls, bounces and swings still away, but Denley is reading it now and lifts his bat over the line of the ball, lets it go through to Swindles, and there's no run. He christened or named one of the hoglets, if that's the right word, the baby hedgehogs, Harris, earlier this season, Brunty, in tribute to our Australian overseas player Marcus Harris, who had a very fine run of form, actually scored 3 centuries in 4 games. So he got a hedgehog named after him. As Wright is in, bowls to Denley, who again leaves outside off stump, doesn't bounce quite as much this time, as Swindles takes it cleanly behind the stumps.
I'm just getting a text from perhaps this is a private one from Ben Watts, who's my cricketing other half on BBC Radio Kent, saying Surprise Billings is still playing with his England call-up. I think I can reveal that from Ben, but perhaps just to elucidate for listeners just joining us that he is captaining the Kent side today, and we're told that England very much want him to play in this game. And obviously he'll be called into the group should there be an injury in that squad.
Right is in, bowls straighter, makes Denley play this time. Play he does, a little bit on the move as he pushes it out to mid-on. Callum Parkinson is warming up quite vigorously down here at long leg, so looks like it's he who may be going to replace Chris Wright rather than Ben Mike. Now, it may be that Paul Nixon, Leicestershire's head coach, has asked Andy Ward to prepare a bit of a turner. Footmarks on the pitch, it has marked up a little bit, hasn't it? You can see the sort of dark, but that's just sort of moisture that's brought through by the bowler's footprints, as that one is on driven pleasantly. It is a pleasant shot. An on drive played well, but didn't quite play it straight enough from Denley's point of view, in that Davis was able to get across from mid-on and make the stop.
So, quite an honour to have a hoglet named after you, I'd imagine. They're not quite
Marcus's girlfriend was pleased. She tweeted about it.
They are a fascinating creature, and a fabulous one too.
Hedgehogs?
Yeah.
Or girlfriends.
Don't
As in goes Wright and bowls, and Denley gets a good length delivery on the off stump that he blocks back down the pitch a little uncertainly. It's fielded by Wright in his follow through. Wright, end of his 7th over, 1 for 20 his figures. So he's done his job. He'd made the initial breakthrough, would have liked to have picked up another, but that's 2 maidens from Leicestershire. Just needed those 2 just to get a little bit of control back on the scoreboard, because both Denley and Crawley were scoring freely up to that point. They still are. Crawley has 22 off 31, Denley 25 off 45 now, but Leicestershire just regained, as I say, a little bit of control. Parkinson continues to warm up. He's now at mid-wicket.
Yeah, occasionally prickly, but certainly generally very sweet-natured, and the hedgehogs as well. 47 for 1, 22 for Crawley, as you say, 25 Denley, here on BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Radio Kent. And it will be Barnes continue, and why not? None for 3 from his 2 so far, but there will be questions now for the captain to answer. This is where I'm very glad I'm in the commentary box and not out there having to dictate proceedings, because it feels like one of those junctions in play, doesn't it? What does Colin Ackerman do here? He's taking out, in fact, first slip.
Helmet coming on.
Yeah. So will there be short stuff? Crawley will be, or is the keeper going to come up to the stumps? Is that
no, it's Azad who has brought out the helmet, and he's put his pads on, so he's going to go in at short leg. He's known as Bat Pad Man on Twitter, so that definitely means Parkinson is coming on soon.
Barnes to Crawley, blocks that up to, well, just past the stumps, up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Ackerman liked that, though. It was bang line and length, wasn't it? And Crawley had to defend it.
Yeah, it's interesting to going to bring spin on quite so early, but good news for lovers of the twiddly arts.
Leicestershire discovered a leg spinner during the Royal London Cup. 16-year-old.
Barnes to Crawley. Again, good length delivery. given the respect by Crawley, just dead bats that into the offside, no run.
Now 17, called Rehan Ahmed. Might just figure in a first-class squad over these 4 games. Be interesting to see what Leicester's attitude is, but it was wonderful to see him.
Yeah, I do wonder generally. I mean, obviously Kent have put out a very strong side here, so that there's no hint that they feel that they're giving up on the season, even though they're in this newly formatted Division 3. Here's Barnes then to Crawley on leg stump. That one, that's whipped away by Crawley, and that will be 4 runs. And just puts his hand to a furrowed brow, does Barnes, off that one. And I think Crawley has told him in no uncertain terms that even straying onto middle and leg, he is going to be dealt with there. Kent 50 up for them now as Crawley, as whips that one away. 51 for 1. These two came together when Jordan Cox was dismissed. His second ball of the match, first over, caught by Conor Ackerman in the slips off the bowling of Chris Wright for none.
Yeah, I think Wright explaining, or you'll know, I guess, Barnes already, as Wright throws in the ball that, as you say, what was it, an inch difference in terms of direction? Whipped away.
Just say, very, very fine margins. But meat and drink to Crawley. Oh, that's a great delivery. What a great reply that is. Pitching outside off and coming back at Crawley. That's a play and a miss. And, well, if you wanted a recovery or a reply, I'm sure that'll please his captain absolutely no end. 51 for 1. Great delivery. Probably as good as we've seen today, I would say, that one.
Just did enough. Slightly loose from Crawley. Got an opportunity here. It's got through the first hour now.
I was going to say, that'll certainly be how he sees it, but it's a question of his temperament, his talent, and the power of the Leicester bowlers. Tries to take the bat away from that, actually hits it as he raises it, bounces down into the slips, and could have gone anywhere, frankly. Tried to get out of the way of it, and couldn't. Parkinson is warming up quite prodigiously at mid-wicket at the moment, so if it's not next over, it'll be the one after, but Wright will be the obvious one to go. As you're saying, he's bowled 7 unchanged, hasn't he, from the Bennett end. So 1 ball left. I shall nip off and do an update for BBC Radio Kent after this. 51 for 1 then, Kent here at Leicestershire, having won the toss. Batting first, full length delivery, it's an edge, thick edge, but through for 4. All the way along the ground, more or less all the way along the ground. Wouldn't have carried it to a 4 slip, and definitely got away with that one. Good finish actually to the over by Barnes. Even though he gave away 4 at the end of it. Partnership at 50 as well, as Kent go on to 56 for 1. Crawley 27 and Denley 25.
And the two Kent men have a chat in mid-pitch. There is still plenty there for the bowlers, as you'd expect on the first morning. Barnes consider himself perhaps a little unfortunate in that over. There's some really good deliveries, and it is going to be the left-arm spin of Callum Parkinson, introduced very early in proceedings. Will he find immediate turn? Left armer did play a couple of games in the 100. I think he was he playing for the Northern Originals? I forget who he was playing for. Which of the sides, which of the franchises, which of the teams. It says he thoroughly enjoyed it. He's got a slip and he's got a short leg. No one close in catching on the offside though, as he is in and bowls to Denley. A big stride from Denley as he defends that one back up the pitch on the onside. Ben Mike wondering whether he should go a little bit closer. He's at a close-ish mid-wicket as Parkinson is in. Denley is dancing down the pitch and then defending. Vango tells me it's the Northern Superchargers. Thank you for that. Knew it was the Northern something or other. You can't imagine Callum Parkinson playing for one of the southern sides somehow. In he goes and bowls, and down the wicket goes Denley. Thick outside edge, and it goes down towards short third man, where Barnes is the fielder, but could easily have gone to slip or could easily have missed it altogether. So maybe there is a little bit there for Callum Parkinson. Had he missed it, then it would have been a simple stumping for Harry Swindles behind the stumps. Parkinson is in. Denley forward again. Big stride and getting to the pitch of it. Looks a little bit uncertain at the moment, Joe Denley, against the left arm spinner. Parkinson is in and bowling. Tosses that one up. Denley is forward or down the pitch and then waiting for it, looking to drive it. Gets it a little bit underneath his eye line, so to speak, and jams it out into the offside where Kimber is the fielder. Shortish extra cover. Parkinson in. Bowl. Denley again down the wicket. Back down the pitch it goes to Parkinson, who threatens as though he's going to hurl the ball back into the gloves of Harry Swindles. Denley scurries back into his ground. Parkinson doesn't bother, but it was a very good over from Callum Parkinson to open his account with the ball. A maiden over, in fact. So 3 of the last 4 overs, I think, have been maidens. Kent 55 for 1 off 15. Run rate has consequently dropped back to 3.7, having been well above 4 throughout the day so far, throughout the morning so far. Barnes and Davis have a word. Davis is at mid-off. Barnes ready to bowl. Has 2 slips and a gully now. Kimber's gone much wider after those couple of slightly loose-ish drives from Zach Crawley, who's on 30 as he faces Barnes, who leaves outside off stump Crawley, and it comes back in, shapes back in just a little. It was safe enough, but one or 2 hands started to go into the air, notably those of Barnes. Azad, first slip with the pads on underneath his whites. Claps Barnes. It's good stuff from Ed Barnes so far for him. Fair-haired Yorkshireman, a lover of soap operas, I can tell you. As Barnes is in and bowls, and forward is Crawley, deflecting the ball out into the offside. Behind square on this occasion, slightly angled bat along the ground all the way, picked up by Sam Evans, getting there before Louis Kimber, and there's no run. Doesn't miss an episode of Coronation Street. Ed Barnes.
For my mind, it is the best of the domestic ones, Coronation Street.
I think for a Yorkshireman, there'd probably be arguments in favour of Emmerdale, but I haven't seen any of them, I must admit, for a little while as Barnes goes in and bowls straighter this time. Crawley blocks it firmly on the walk almost and has to turn and walk back into his ground as he plays it out to mid-on, and there's no run. When he made his his debut 50, his maiden 50 I should say, first class 50 against Somerset, he was promised a tour of the soap opera studios as he went out there by Paul Nixon, and he duly delivered. So this winter, that's where he's going. He's been booked a tour of the Coronation Street of Granada studios. Is it still Granada who make it? I don't know. Barnes, 62 on his back, is in, bowls outside off stump. Crawley steps forward and leaves.
Are they in Salford now, is that right? In that Media City?
Probably. I mean, they're Manchester based, aren't they? So
yeah.
it would be logical, I guess. Presumably you've been to Salford, a couple of the BBC's set up there a few times, have you?
Yeah, a few times, yeah. It's it's an impressive, I just generally, I suppose what do you call it? The whole media estate, not just the BBC bit, but there's quite a lot there. The War Museum is there as well, which is absolutely fascinating. Fantastic. The Lowry as well.
Yeah. Barnes is in. Fuller this time, driven hard down into the ground, bounces up into the hands of Evans at backward-ish point, and the cricketing aware Leicestershire crowd, no reaction at all, no crowd catch for them. They know when the ball has been hit into the ground. There are some grounds where you might have got a shout of triumph there. Not first morning at Leicestershire.
Would there be a raised eyebrow should anyone do that? Maybe a tut, just generally?
Just a look, I think, perhaps. 55 for 1 as Barnes, looking for another maiden, comes in and bowls. Crawley drives in the air just wide of gully. Kimber dived to his right. I don't think it was a chance couldn't get there. It runs down to third man for another 4. But again, Barnes won't be entirely discouraged by that, although he's known as his teammates also as the coat hanger, and you can kind of see why rather, because he has slightly, his shoulders aren't the sort of lifted soldierly type. He does look as though they're sort of slumped down in despondent gloom as he walks back to pick up his sweater. End of the over, 59 for 1.
It's bittersweet for a seam bowler in that respect, though, isn't it? Because you know you've beaten the batsman, but then he's hit you for 4, and he did it in the last over as well, didn't he? From Barnes. So none for 15 from 4 for him. Parkinson has already got through 1 over the slow left armour. A maiden. Denley will face him again, and a bit of bounce, but not at great speed. Denley has the opportunity just to push that into the onside and bend Mike Fields. There's a slip in there, a short leg. Zanazad under the lid. Field being, Mike's not far away at close-ish mid-wicket as well. Well wide of the crease comes Parkinson, pushed along the ground by Denley through the leg side over that matting covered strip and thrown in by Sam Evans coming in from the boundary, but single for Denley. First run of Parkinson in his 8th delivery.
Yeah, just 8 days of cricket left for Leicestershire here on this ground this season.
Just twiddles the ball left into right now, bowls to Crawley, goes for the sweep. It's hit him on the pad, big shout. It's quite an ambitious one for a tall man, but he's legged that far down the pitch. I know that doesn't necessarily matter anymore, but you can see why they went for it.
Might just have hit him outside the line, actually.
You think it's, yeah, contact outside the...
A risky shot.
It looked premeditated, didn't it?
It was, yeah. Leg slip's gone in now.
So defends this one, way forward again, Zach Crawley, but it felt like he was down very, very early for that shot, and it's fine if you hit it, obviously. He said, almost needlessly, completely needlessly. 60 for 1, 34 for Crawley, 26 Denley so far. That means no extras whatsoever, doesn't it? That does add up to 60. So 60 for 1, yeah. Next ball is defended, no run. So have kept it tight, have these Leicestershire bowlers. 1 ball to come of Callum Parkinson's second over. Lusty LBW appeal. A reverse from Crawley, 1 bounce, ends up with Ed Barnes in the gully, which turns into sort of backward square position inside the circle, as it were. End of the over. 60 for 1 Kent, 34 Crawley, 26 for Joe Denley. Unremitting cloud and greyness here, but the cricket has kept us all very nicely entertained. I hope it has for the people perhaps coming to watch cricket for the first time. It's been absorbing stuff so far.
Yes, certainly there'll be a few younger visitors to the ground for whom it's a maiden appearance at the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road. Hopefully they're enjoying themselves. There's a climbing wall over there in the car park today, bouncy castles, and as Matt said, all sorts of food and drink outlets as well. The Friends of Grace Road will be doing their cakes this afternoon in the Bennett Bar over there. In goes Barnes and bowls. Dropped out into the offside, and a good call from Denley. Sees that it's going slightly wide of Davis at mid-off. He moves to his left, picks up and hurls the ball at the stump. So even had he hit, Denley had more than comfortably made his ground. He moves on to 27, 61 for 1.
Kevin on kentcricket@gmail.com on our email address, saying seems very strange not having Daniel Bell Drummond in the side. What do you make of it? Says Kevin, and I can't see that it's an injury. Certainly he played a full part in that T20 Blast quarter-final, Kevin, and he's just had a really bad red ball summer. Obviously it's not great for him to be out of the side at the moment because of that, but it's a strong Kent batting lineup nonetheless. Barnes
is in onto the legs of Crawley, and for once Crawley doesn't get it away on the leg side. You heard the sound of ball on thigh pad. It thumped into his leg, bounced out into the onside. Just wants them a little bit fuller than that, ideally, Zach Crawley, to clip it away to the popular seats over there between the meet and the electronic scoreboard. But I'm presuming Stench is in there. We haven't heard the Vuvuzela this morning. Didn't usually greet the wicket. I think I can see him in his Leicestershire training top with his hoodie. In goes Barnes and bowls. That's a better line and length. Crawley has to treat the ball with respect and does. Leans forward, firmly down into the ground. Barnes fields on the bounce in his follow through.
Just going back to that email from Kevin, I would agree with you, Kevin. It does seem strange not to have Daniel Bell-Drummond so long a fixture in this this Kent Red Bull side, but obviously we'll ask them after the day's play why Daniel's not in the side. But given his Red Bull form this season, it may be he feels that maybe he needs to take a step down. I think one of the second 11 games this week has been cancelled. It may well be that he was intending to play in that one, but more on that going on.
Barnes is in, and that squares Crawley up a little bit. It is leg side-ish, and he's looking to work it away. Doesn't get anything on it, bounces off the pads out into the offside. Again, no run. 61 for 1 remains the score.
It seemed certainly from when Daniel Bell-Drummond emerged as a Red Bull player that he'd have a rich future in that form.
I thought he'd play for England. I was pretty sure he'd play for England.
I think many of us did, and some superb early performances, but certainly still playing well on the white ball stuff. But
Barnes is in, and that one is worked neatly away on the leg side by Zach Crawley, down towards wide long leg, almost deep backward square. Lewis Hill, you'll have friends down there, Lewis, I'm sure. Single taken by Crawley, moves on to 35, 62 for 1. A lot of interest in the Spice Bazaar. I don't know whether they're here today actually. They're usually to be found in or around the Geary Bar. Leicester, as you would expect, a good place for a curry. In goes Barnes and bowls, and driven hard down into the ground, but was reaching for it a little bit there, Denley, so he didn't time it as well as he would like. Picked out Ben Mike in the covers. Mike made the stop, not cleanly, but he did make the stop. 62 for 1 at the end of the over. Barnes 5 overs, none for 17. 18 overs have been bowled. 62 for 1 the score for Kent. And they've certainly swung the game back from that very first over. 5th ball, I think, of the first over when the wicket fell, that of Jordan Cox. Crawley and Denley have very much steered Kent into calmer waters.
Just to confirm, that Kent game against Surrey in the second 11 championship match has been due to begin today, has been cancelled. Left round, arm round the wicket though for Parkinson. The first 11s we're watching now, defended by Crawley, no run. Leg slip, orthodox slip in, keeper up to the stumps, of course. Attacking Zach Crawley, who's looked a little bit vulnerable, certainly against Barnes. Goes well down the with one huge stride, whips that off his pads. Not sure it's quite where he intended, but it's worked out pretty well. They've come through for 2. And Evans chasing it round fine, backward of square. So 37 for Crawley from 53, 27 from 55 Denley. We can make assumptions about why that's been cancelled on the day of the match, that second 11 championship match, but I've not had that confirmed. Obviously there are people speculating there might be a COVID reason for that, but we haven't been told as yet. Wide of the crease comes Parkinson again, a little bit paddy from Crawley into the onside. No appeal this time, assuredly, and no run.
Leicestershire cancelled the second 11 match for the same reason, or for that reason, last week in mid-game against Yorkshire.
Still taking very sensible precautions. Of course, there's a county championship match off in this round as well. Parkinson, quicker ball to Crawley, edged his pass first slip. It's going to go down for 4, I think, after that. But a push forward from Crawley, it's definitely beaten there. Yeah, it's runs more than any other mode. So
there's a bit there for Parkinson.
Just that quick delivery, wasn't it, as he's whipped that through, and has definitely beaten Crawley, who takes to doing some gardening after the event. 6 off the overs so far. But, replay of that, yeah, just a little nibble away. Didn't know where that was going. Inside edge, and it's gone down to backward square, chased by the leg slip. Sad, and wouldn't say he's exactly got on a string here, Parkinson, but Crawley will be content to be at the other end of the pitch, I would say, at the moment. 42 he has, 27 for Denley. He's ridden his luck a bit, though. There's no doubt about that against this Leicestershire attack. 69 for 1. That's just not quite the spite in the pitch as yet for Parkinson. Denley leans onto the back foot, a little push into the offside, end of the over at 69 for 1. Kent, having won the toss, elected to bat first here at Grace Road. One man to go so far. Jordan Cox caught by Ackerman in the slips off the bowling of right for none. His second ball, fifth ball of the match and first over. You listen to BBC Radio Kent and BBC Radio Leicestershire, the hosts here, of course, with Richard Gray and Matt Cole. And, the Rowans are being agitated to our right. And no doubt the limes. So is there a line of limes to our left? There
is, yes, and they've replanted some more. When you were here last, the wall that runs down the Milligan Road did extend all the way down the ground, but it was open. There are railings there now for a fair chunk of it to make it a little bit more open. They felt it was a little bit enclosed and forbidding. In goes Barnes and bowls on off stump. Crawley is forward, playing it out into the offside, takes his bottom hand quickly off the bat. Davis starting to warm up again, so this may be Barnes' last over for now, unless of course he picks up a wicket, in which case he'd be entitled to expect at least another 69 for 1. But they have replanted some, well, mixture of trees actually on that side of the ground. It'll take a year or two just to start obscuring the houses there. In goes Barnes. Again, good delivery on off stump, and indication from Crawley as he defended that one out into the offside towards Davis at mid-off that there was a little bit of movement for Barnes. Not sure there was that much.
He's been doing well, hasn't he? And certainly Crawley has not been comfortable against him at all. But having said that, it's perhaps a mark of a decent batsman that he's not looked comfortable against Barnes or the spinner, but he does have 42 on the board, so he's doing something.
He waits with bat raised, and then he bends his knees as in goes Barnes and bowls onto the leg stump. Crawley tries to turn it into the leg side. Again, he's just, with it being slightly shorter of a length, the timing isn't quite there, and there was a bit of extra bounce, he indicates as well. Reason why it thumped into the pad, thigh pad. I say thigh pad makes it sound as though it hit him quite high. In fact, the thigh pads these days extend sort of almost to the knee behind the actual leg pad. Two slips and a gully still for Ed Barnes, who is in and bowling onto off stump this time. Crawley is forward, getting almost to the pitch of it, defending it with angled bat along the ground out towards Evans at backward point.
Referee whistles for something, I'm not quite sure what in the background there, but maybe that's time on the wall, is it? Come in, number 7, your time is up. But it's just a really present noise around the ground, isn't there?
It's a nice little buzz, isn't it, with all the people?
Yeah. Lots of young people here as well, so it's just a nice first day. I mean, if the sun came out,
it would have been lovely. It's not raining. That's a big thing.
We've had a morning's cricket so far, quite.
It's a big thing. It's a good forecast for the whole duration of the 4 days. In goes Barnes and bowls, driving, but without any really aggressive intent there. Zach Crawley blocks it firmly out towards mid-off. No huge follow-through, wasn't quite at the pitch of it, so checked the shot. Wanders away, and Barnes looking for another maiden. Just got the one so far, conceded, nearly got one last time out. Conceded a 4 off the thick outside edge. It's the last ball of his last over.
This is good for Leicestershire though, isn't it? Because the modicum of control at the far end with Parkinson's attacking, in fact, and had Crawley in trouble in the last over. And if Barnes can get through a maiden here, just starting to put a little bit of pressure on these two.
Barnes up the slope from the pavilion end, bowls onto the legs of Crawley, over pitched and flicked away down to fine leg for 4. So Barnes disappointed. Ackerman will be disappointed with him. He raises his eyes to the heavens and picks up his jumper from Davis, who's handed it by Davis and his cap as well, but he flails it through the air in annoyance. It was probably the worst ball he could have bowled and has bowled to Crawley, who put it away neatly for 4. Moves on to 46, Kent 73 for 1 after 20.
Sort of thing that makes captains and head coaches crawl the walls, doesn't it? I'm just saying there is that pressure there, and just keep it on length and line, make Crawley play it, or even one outside the off stump that he's had to leave perhaps, and a dot ball. Easy to say from here, I know, and Ed Barnes didn't want to throw it down the leg side, but it's just that which can raise the pressure, and Crawley's just got away with it a little bit there at the end of the over. So 46 for him, 27 Denley, and we are having Davis back at the Bennett end.
Still no extras.
No, it's extraordinarily tidy on that in that respect. He'll turn. He's bowling from the pavilion end to start his day. He's 4 overs. Comes into bowl now. 2 slips in next to the wicket keeper. Denley forward and just flicks it off his pads down to backwards square. Fielded by Evans.
I suspect Parkinson will come on at this end. I'm more used to him bowling from this end, so that would be my guess.
It certainly looked like he was
something there for
attacking
him.
the stumps. Yeah, just looking at the far end to see if there's a bit more purchase, I suppose. And not a great deal of bounce, it appeared.
It is the shorter boundary for him, isn't it? Bowling from this end, from the pavilion end, but on the leg side, that is.
Davis over the wicket, right arm, fast medium. Just Crawley got there in plenty of time and defended it. No run. Just seemed to have a bit of extra time there, Crawley.
I was going to say I raised my fast medium. It's a generous description.
I like to be generous. I'm very loath to say medium fast because there are different interpretations. A very popular cricket website has it that means you're quicker than fast medium, but that wasn't my immediate understanding of it. Whereas a small cricket book, I think, does the opposite. So I'm sure we could talk long and hard about it, but the cricket's much too entertaining. Here's Davis to Crawley, leaves it outside the off stump, and there is no run. 46 for him, 28 for Denley. What's the official? Well, I suppose. I can't believe I'm looking it up. It's a bit like looking at a weather app to find out what it's doing outside, isn't it? We can actually just look at the evidence for our own eyes. There we are, fast medium on the popular website. So, but yeah, he's a nippy medium. He's certainly faster than Darren Stevens, but that maybe not saying much. Here's Davis to bowl to Crawley. And down the leg side, there's a chance for strangle there actually. He's taken a bit of pace off that even. Just drops to one bounce the wicketkeeper. Did well scrambling across there actually. And there is no run.
Thought we were going to get our first extras there.
Yeah, Harry Swindles was quickly onto it. Talking about Stevens, saw him holding court just down to our left. Talking to a couple of the older Leicestershire supporters, but he'll be well known, obviously well loved here as well. Davis bowls to Crawley, does a flick at that. Was there anything on it? Again, well taken by Swindles, but down the leg side. But I'm sure there'll be people he knows. He's a Leicester boy, isn't he?
Absolutely. Yeah, no, absolutely. Played his club cricket up here as well.
Notwithstanding opposition teams not liking to face him, he's a hard man not to like, I would suggest.
He'd have been a handful this morning. Just wobbling it around, maybe when he gets it tomorrow morning or whenever.
He's always in the game somehow, Darren Stevens, and his batting is better than last year. Certainly 2 centuries to his credit already. Defended by Crawley to finish the over. Just one off it from Davis. Just a little bit wayward down the leg side with a couple of deliveries, but I got away with that. Some good keeping from Swindles on both those occasions. 74 for 1 then Kent. Came together these two at 4 for 1 in the first over with the demise of Jordan Cox, his second ball. At that point, I was full of doom and gloom for Kent supporters. Oh, they batted first, it's gloomy overhead, there's a little bit green on top, it's all going to be terrible. But they've done okay since. 46 Crawley, 28 Denley.
It does look as though Parkinson's going to come on here at the pavilion end. So Ackerman changing him around. I think he prefers to bowl from this end, as I say. I suspect he started at the Bennett end because of the short boundary on the leg side. Sanitising break going on at the moment. They're not missing any cricket. Plenty of cricket being played all around the country, of course, first-class cricket. Hampshire chose to field in Southampton against Yorkshire, who are 39 for 1. Steady going for the Yorkies at the Ageas Bowl. Warwickshire are 60 for 2, having chosen to bat against Lancashire. Durham, Surrey. It says postponed rather than cancelled, but it will be cancelled. They're not going to play it, are they? They just award the points on whatever formula they choose. Parkinson is in, bowling to Joe Denley onto the leg stump. Denley goes back, just clips it away down towards deep backward square. Zach Crawley is interested in the possibility of a second. A very good throw comes in from Lewis Hill. One more stride and Crawley could have been in a bit of bother there. Matt's going to go and update BBC Radio Kent's FM listeners with the good news from their point of view, that this partnership between Crawley and Denley continues to flourish. 72 it's worth now. In goes Parkinson bowls, and he's going to concede a couple there. Update for BBC Radio Leicester coming as well. Well, the partnership for the Kent second wicket continues to grow. They lost their first wicket with a score on just 3 when Jordan Cox was caught by Colin Ackerman at second slip off the bowling of Chris Wright without scoring. But since then, there have been no further breakthroughs for the Foxes. Indeed, Zach Crawley, who has just been left out of the England side but will be back in it before too long, has just gone to his 50. That came off 68 balls. Joe Denley is with him, a former England player himself. He's 29 not out. The Foxes could do with another breakthrough before lunch, and they've got one as Parkinson bowls Crawley with a long hop. Crawley is bowled Parkinson for 50. Kent are 79 for 2. Well, hopefully you heard that one. The wicket came as I was updating BBC Radio Leicester. It was a rank long hop from Callum Parkinson. Crawley went back, tried to wipe it into the middle of next week. It stayed a little bit lower than he thought it was going to. Hit the top of off stump, or maybe about 3/4 of the way up off stump. He tried to clear the meat, and well, perhaps that short boundary on the leg side mitigated against Zach Crawley there. His 50, he'd just gone to 50. The previous delivery came off 68 balls, but having done so, tried to maintain his positive approach. Tried to hit Parkinson for 6 and lost his off stump. Unlucky perhaps for Crawley, but he may consider also that he's a little bit ambitious perhaps. 79 for 2. Really connected, it really would have travelled. He's a big man and gave it everything. Parkinson will feel that's a reward for some of the better deliveries that didn't take a wicket, I think, perhaps. 79 for 2. Leicestershire needed that. Brings Jack Leaning to the wicket. Still half an hour to go until lunch, so they can pick up another couple. Leaning looks around him, sees a short leg and a slip and shortish extra cover as Parkinson is in, bowls to him, fullish, so he's able to get to the pitch of it, defended onto the onside, and there's no run. Parkinson is in and bowls onto off stump. Leaning is forward, doesn't really turn too much, so comfortable defending that one out into the offside. Parkinson joins Wright on 33 wickets for the season. That's just 2 leading wicket takers with the red ball by a long way. He tosses that one up and it bounces. As a decent shout for leg before, but turned down by umpire Gould. Perhaps did a little bit too much, and that is the first extra leg by, which bounces away through slip. In pursuit is Louis Kimber. Picks it up around halfway back towards third man, and the leg by is taken. But again, a little bit of turn, a little bit of bounce for Callum Parkinson. And it was a decent, in fact, there was, when I say a little bit, there was quite a lot, hit him quite high. And I think that's why Leaning got away with that one. It looked to pitch around about middle and leg and straighten markedly. I don't think direction was an issue. The one that bowled Crawley, just seen a replay of that one. It was a bit of a long hop, but it went on a bit with the arm and it looked to come off the leg of Crawley's. He tried to wipe it into the middle of next week and then onto the off stump. Did that wicket fall as you were doing your update? It did on mine, so it all got a little bit complicated.
Always a bit of fun to have to change direction very quickly from Kent have settled really well here. Oh well, there's Crawley's out, but yes, 50 and out indeed. Davis now from the Bennett end to Leaning. It's a full-length delivery, pushed up to mid-on, and there's no run. Certainly looked to be very aggressive there, Crawley. Just said, I can kind of understand why on the length of the ball, but as you say, it went on with the arm. The spinner has bowled pretty well. I won't say it was a terrible ball, but how often does perhaps a substandard ball get people out as well? He's bowled so well, Parkinson. It's probably the worst length he's bowled, I would say. But here's Davis now to Leaning, defends it, no run, 3 slips in for him. But really important breakthrough, I think, for Leicestershire as well. If Kent had gone through to lunch just 1 down, they would very much have thought they were ahead here. I would say closer to parity now with 2 down. Another wicket before lunch would put Leicestershire ahead for me.
Springsteen's determined we watch Davis walk back and tell him it's not very like Anderson. I see it in that he doesn't hurry back, but we'll watch him carefully.
It's Davis bowling to Leaning. Leaves it outside the off stump. It's come back at him. Davis loved that ball. Head in hand. He's got the grump on now, like Jimmy Anderson, that's for sure. It's not going to improve his mood. He's looking for solace with the man at extra cover there. It's Lewis Hill. Well,
no.
I think I would be projecting too much to say I see it. He looks a bit broader, doesn't he, than Jimmy Anderson?
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Sorry, Springsteen.
80 for 2. It's a game of opinions, cricket. Here's Davis once more to Leaning. Stops a little bit in the pitch, and Leaning works it into the onside, fielded by Ben Mike, who's going to skip over the edge of that carpeted strip. But fields efficiently, no run. No, I don't see it. I would say. Maybe it's more evident on the video feed, is it, than perhaps in real life? Does that make any sense at all?
From Italy.
From Italy.
He looks like it.
Is it the heat? It's Davis then bowling to Leaning. A couple of emails coming on kentcricket@gmail.com. Dot ball there. Frank, a good friend Frank, said, I'm assuming that Kent v Surrey has been cancelled because of a Surrey player has tested positive for COVID. Not me told, Frank, but he says, which led to the Durham v Surrey game being called off in the Bob Willis Trophy. Someone has commented on the County Cricket Matters website, County Cricket Matters website, that the second game was cancelled at an hour's notice. It would seem that some Surrey members were travelling to watch the second game. Obviously irritating for them, Frank. Yeah, I think eyebrows would have been raised if the second 11 game involving Surrey had gone ahead. I could see what you're saying there, certainly. 80 for 2. Davis bowls to Leaning outside the off stump and left as it's going away from him. End of the over. Leaning still yet to score. Denley 29 not out. Frank concluding, it seems odd that some games get cancelled, but Kent went to the extra mile to get in players to ensure they fulfilled their fixtures. I would certainly say that Kent have tried their utmost to do the right thing all the way through those situations, Frank, but whether it's fair or not, I'm not going there. He says, I hope to see you at finals day if I can get a ticket and you're not at the football. Like you, Frank, I'm going to do my level best to be at T20 finals day, unless they think perhaps like a...
Was it 3 weeks' time, is it?
Yes, yeah. They might think I'm just too nervous to go, but who knows. 80 for 2.
Parkinson is in, tosses up, caught at first slip by Ackerman, one-handed low to his right, tossed up turn. Denley went forward, thick outside edge. Really neat catch by Colin Ackerman, his second of the morning. This time one-handed low away to his right. And Denley goes. Parkinson has picked up 2 in 2 overs. And suddenly the morning has a slightly different complexion. Kent 80 now for 3. Denley caught Ackerman, bowled Parkinson for 29. Totally different delivery to that which dismissed Crawley, which was pushed through a little bit shorter and was a little bit more quickly on to Crawley than expected. Came off his leg and hit the top of off stump. That was tossed up, bounced and turned, took the outside edge, and a more conventional, if you like, left arm spinner's dismissal, but looks the same in the scorebook.
Absolutely super catch as well, wasn't it? Looked like Colin Ackerman's weight was slightly onto his left foot and moved to his right, really low down to get his knuckles underneath the ball. Brilliantly done. Denley again for Kent this season has made a start but not taking it on to anything big, and that'll be hugely frustrating for him. It's not been a great county season. Sam Billings comes out, has barely played for Kent, just 3 T20 Blast matches, but including that player of the match performance in the Blast quarter-final against the Birmingham Bears, comes out and he is absolutely desperate. I know a lot of Kent fans frustrated by the fact he doesn't appear from them very much, being in franchise cricket and also being part of the England bubble, but there's no one more desperate than him to play cricket, and Billings is out there. He's very keen to impress the England selectors with the fact that he can play red ball cricket. Obviously he's in that England squad now. He wants to force their hand even more. 80 for 3 though. He comes in with a position, to be fair to him, winning the toss and putting them into bat at 80 for 1. He was looking like a very clever man, but a couple of dismissals, which the first one Crawley trying to, as Richard said, thrash the ball through the leg side and bowled, and then that one a great catch from Ackerman and the outside edge from Denley. May have him feeling a bit more conservative perhaps than he would normally be. Let's see, Parkinson will bowl.
He goes and bowls, and forward goes Billings, and defended back down the pitch to the Lancastrian, and there's no run. 2 for 13 for Callum Parkinson now. Spins the ball from hand to hand, leg slip as well as Ackerman at a conventional slip. In he goes and bowls outside the edge of Billings' bat, whips off the bail, swindles. Billings' back foot was still in the crease. Turn again for Parkinson.
Yeah, that would be lovely for his captain to see as well. James Logan will be interested in it.
I was going to say the Kent spinners will be watching with interest. Parkinson blows on his left hand. In he goes past umpire Gould and bowls, and again beats the outside edge with a ball that turns away from Sam Billings, and again Swindles takes the bails off. A matter of form. So many keepers do it now, don't they? If the ball beats the bat, they take the bails off, whether there's been any movement really from the batsman or not. Parkinson bowls a little shorter this time. Billings goes back, tries to turn it on the leg side, doesn't get anything on it, taken by Swindles down the leg side, offers the ball to the stumps on this occasion, but Billings had actually gone back into his crease. It wasn't a stretch forward, so there really was no point in taking the bails off. Swindles didn't bother to do so. Parkinson's ready to go, but Billings, discomforted, isn't. Here we go. Will it be a wicket maiden? In goes Parkinson, bowls, and it is a wicket maiden as Billings gets to the pitch a bit, back down the pitch to the left arm spinner, and a warm round of applause from the Leicestershire faithful for Callum Parkinson. 5 overs, and there's a vuvuzela. 2 maidens, 2 for 13 for Callum Parkinson on his return to Leicestershire colours.
Well, what a great couple of overs that's been from Callum Parkinson, and Kent locked by that just before lunch. There'll be a long conversation, I'm sure, between Jack Leaning and Sam Billings out there. A little bit of a meeting in the middle. Leaning, as I said, one of the success stories for Kent this season. They really haven't performed with the bat. They've had all sorts of injury problems with the bowling in the bowling department of the county championship, but they will admit they should have batted better. Leaning defends it up to mid-on. and there's no run. Kevin on the emails, kencricket@gmail.com, was talking about that as well. Not seeing any Heino Kuhn, and he's had all sorts of problems. He's had a calf injury which has been troubling him all the way through the season. He says seems to have made little impact as well after being injured for most of the season. Do you think he'll play next season? Kevin, the jury's out. Obviously they'll need to talk to him. I think his contract does come to an end this year. So Davis over the wicket, full-length delivery to Leaning. He's not having a bar of that, he's just defending it, no run.
Yeah, it's that sort of time of year, isn't it? Decisions being taken.
So, yeah, and these days, obviously, with no Kolpak, it's two overseas, isn't it? And Heino will have one of those spots at the moment. So Kent will have to decide how they're going to fill those two spots for next year. Davis to Leaning. Just settling on that one again. It's a big no from Leaning as it just drops into the offside, and Lewis Hill is there smartly at cover.
Two new batsmen at the crease. Neither has scored. 12 balls Leaning has faced. 5 balls for Billings. If Leicestershire can pick up one more before lunch, they'll feel it's been their morning.
I love a nervous spell now for Kent before lunch, and could have been very difficult and different with Crawley and Denley looking a 76-run partnership. 80 for 1, now 80 for 3. Leaning drops that into the offside again, but this time he is running. Has to avoid Billings firstly, Davis secondly. Neither of them changed tack. Leaning has wiggled his way through for a single there. He gets off the mark, 81 for 3. John from Valdal in Norway. John, great to hear from you.
From Norway?
Indeed, sir. One of our regulars. I'm tempted to ask what the weather's like there, but it's probably a lovely sunny.
I was going to say probably warmer.
It's decidedly autumnal here. Just wondering, he says, what's happened to the players who helped Kent out in the 50-over competition, otherwise now known as the Mickey Mouse Cup? Come now, John. With the way the ECB are handling the county game, says John. Just thought Finch would be a good addition. Scored some useful runs, you're absolutely right, and the championship as well. There's also Mayeye and Muncie who performed well. Just wondering if they've been retained for next season. Davis to Billings. That's a lovely drive, full on drive, and 4 runs from Sam Billings, right in his wheelhouse. That Sam Billings, and didn't need a second invitation. 85 for 3. Finch and Muncie were both, in my understanding at least, John, on short-term contracts for Kent, and obviously Kent supporters and the club thank them very, very much indeed for what they did. Twana Mayeye is on a long-term contract signed just before the season started. The Zimbabwean, well, I say Zimbabwean, he's got all sorts of ambitions to play for England. We hope he does one day. Not until he scored mountains of runs for Kent, though, of course. Here's Davis to Billings, defends that. Absolute no from Billings as soon as it left the bat on the onside. End of the over, 85 for 3. Leaning 1, Billings 4. But it was an extraordinary few weeks for Kent, with the entire their T20 blast squad knocked out because of that COVID case. Kent then fulfilled all their fixtures, and for what Frank was saying earlier, they absolutely uprooted everything. Had a draw against Sussex, which Harry Finch scored a century against his own side, just basically called up from playing a couple of games from the Kent second 11, and then won at Middlesex as well in the T20 blast, with a team basically put together on the back of a fag packet. Of course they don't smoke these days, these cricketers or administrators, but it was quite something. 85 for 3 Kent.
Parkinson to continue, bowls to Leaning, who leans forward to a straight delivery, pushes it off the front foot out towards mid-wicket. There's no run.
I don't know what the equivalent of putting the team together on the back of a fag packet in these more nutritionally aware days. Perhaps the back of a power bar wrapper, would it be? I don't know, or something like that.
Second slip being brought in by Parkinson. Azad goes out of a leg slip, out towards backward point, leaves obviously his helmet behind, and it's Louis Kimber actually who goes in at second slip alongside Ackerman. As in goes Parkinson, tosses it up, and Leaning is forward. thick outside edge along the ground all the way towards Gully. Azad moves to his left at that sort of backward point position. Parkinson giving it plenty of air at the moment. There is turn there for him. In he goes. That one's a little bit shorter. He goes back and it does turn, but Leaning can adjust because it was a little bit too short. Just play it calmly off the back foot out towards Barnes, who's at mid-wicket. 85 for 3. 13 minutes until lunch as Parkinson tosses that one right up and forward goes Leaning, getting to the pitch of it, steering it out. The Yorkshireman out into the offside. I say Yorkshireman, I'm sure. The fact that he's played for Yorkshire doesn't necessarily mean he was born there these days,
no,
but I'm sure.
He was born in Bristol, I believe.
Oh, there you go.
But, I mean, talk to him, and he's very much a Yorkshireman.
In goes Parkinson, bowls, he goes back and looks to steer it away off the back foot, does, but it's in the air as it goes past second slip. Kimber thought he was in the game for a moment. There was a little bit of bounce and turn, and might just have, on another day, have managed to pluck it out of the air. It would have been a spectacular catch by Louis Kimber. As it is, he doesn't get anything on it, and it runs down to third man for 4, but not convincing from the Bristol-born Jack Leaning.
In the old days, he wouldn't have qualified for playing in Yorkshire.
Exactly, but he, as you say, he was brought up in New York, wasn't he? Archbishop Holgate School in New York he went to. In goes Parkinson, bowls to him. Thick inside part of the bat as he stretches forward, sees the ball squirt out into the onside, picked up by a man who was born in Yorkshire, in Knaresborough, with a K, silent K, Knaresborough, up near Harrogate. Ed Barnes, that's where he's from. He was, I think they used the hospital at York. He was born in York, but North Yorkshireman. 89 for 3 after 26 overs. 5 to Jack Leaning off 19. 4 to Billings off 7. Plenty for the Kent skipper to think about as he chats away. His intensity in that T20 quarter-final was remarkable, watching it on telly. Billings' sort of force of personality, because didn't look to be anything more than par, the Kent score, but outstanding bowling and fielding, really.
Yeah, their fielding particularly has been exemplary this summer in the Blast. Ken Davis bowling to Billings now, works that off his pads down towards that fine leg, and there's a single taken. There was saw one tweet from a Kent supporter saying, because obviously they have the stump mic, don't they? And Billings is so commanding behind the stumps with his field. One of the Kent supporters said he was inadvertently moving around his front room while Sam Billings was doing that, because basically what
he was
Sam
obeying his commands.
Exactly that, yeah. He's so commanding. You almost want to salute and just do what he says. It's probably the easiest way.
A few feet to your right.
Exactly right. Yeah. You're off the chaise long for a minute now. Into the dog's bed. 90 for 3. Leaning has 5. Billings has 5. Frank's been back in touch about Sam Billings. The second Davis bowls to Leaning now, defends that. Frank's saying the issue I have with Sam is not the player, as I think he's a great player, always leads by example. It's the people who blame Sam Billings and get personal for not being around at the start of the season because of his IPL commitments. It's the club who make the decision to make him captain, knowing that he will not be around at the start of that tournament. I thought the way he led the side last Friday speaks volumes of the player that he is. You can see why England want him around their squad. I was one who voiced concern about him not being around for Kent. When he is around, he's worth every penny, says Frank. Is Leaning outside the off stump. Billings was batting after that glowing recommendation from Frank, almost certainly would have been out, that's for say, as the commentator's curse goes anyway. Leaning 5, Billings 5. My point, and I understand supporters' concerns, and I like you, Frank, you understand why people think you've got a captain who's not around for most of the season, but my question is, it's almost the devil's advocate question on the back of that. What did Kent lose by having Sam Billings as captain? I don't see it the way it's transpired. Leaning, trying to get on the front foot, good length from Davis, push back at him, and there's no run. So that would be my ask. And I understand there are two sides to the coin, but He's been out recruiting while he's been in the IPL. Adam Milne arguably wouldn't have been playing for Kent had Sam Billings not talked him into talking to his agent and getting over for the Spitfires for the last 4 seasons. So he is very much, as you say, committed to Kent when he can be with them. Here's Davis to leaning down the leg side, and there's no run. I'm going to end the sermon, Richard, shortly, don't worry. But I think it's modern cricket, isn't it? No one would criticise any Kent player for being with the England squad. Surely that would be absolutely ridiculous. And franchise cricket these days, it's not only a way that cricketers make a decent living, rather than just a good one, or some would say even an adequate one for a sportsman in professional cricket, but he is the cricketer he is, playing under pressure, scoring these big innings for Kent, I would suggest, because of that as well. Full into the rig again from Davis, though she did get a little bit of bounce, perhaps just a little bit back of a length. I'm going to readjust the thing of that, just got a bit of bounce. Leading turns it on the onside. It's a dot ball anyway, 5 for Leading, 5 for Billings, 90 for 3 Kent. But just to finish that, I think just generally for all these players, franchise cricket is so much an important part of the way into the luncheon interval.
2 overs then. First of which may be the most dangerous. It'll be bowled by Callum Parkinson from the pavilion end with 2 slips as he goes in and bowls 2 Billings. A little paddle sweep, premeditated, played it on length, got it away down towards long leg, run around towards fine leg for Lewis Hill, picks up, gets his throw away, but Billings picks up a couple. He moves on to 7, 92 for 3. Electronic scoreboard a little bit late on that one. Parkinson just adjusts his field, tells Hill to go a little bit narrower as he goes in and bowls top edge as he repeats the shot, Billings, and it flies down to fine leg in the air, bounces down over the ropes, but again played the same shot on length. He had to reach for it a little bit longer this time. He got plenty of it, in fairness, but it certainly wasn't quite as he would have wanted to play it. He moves into double figures onto 11 off 10, 96 for 3, a couple of T20 style shots, and it is difficult for the batsman, having played white ball cricket for as long as they have been recently, especially if you've stayed in the T20 competition, just to perhaps readjust. But 2 interesting shots on the stroke of lunch really from Billings, playing with fire a little bit. He is in. Parkinson bowls 2 Billings, and that's more like it from the point of view of getting through to lunch. A forward defensive back down the pitch to Parkinson, 96 for 3. Slip Azad has gone out. The second slip has gone out, Kimber, and Azad has gone to a sort of short fine leg position as Parkinson bowls and Billings is forward, not getting to the pitch of it, but no great turn on that occasion for Parkinson. Means he can defend solidly enough. The Kent skipper remains on 11 of 12 balls now. Parkinson is in, bowls, quicker delivery, back goes Billings, plays it off the pitch down into the ground on the offside. No run. Parkinson asking plenty of questions. Number 10 on his back as he goes in and bowled him. What a delivery from Parkinson. He has picked up his 3rd wicket of the morning. Top of middle stump. Billings not quite sure what he was trying to do with that one. It was a big stride forward from him, but it wasn't a drive, whether he was trying to just work it out into the offside, but it was too good for him. It went through him and bowled him middle stump. He was trying to defend it, went down on one knee in the end in dismay, but Callum Parkinson, what a spell this has been from Leicestershire's young left arm spinner, has picked up his 3rd wicket of the morning. Sam Billings bowled for 11, and Kent, having looking pretty comfortable at 79 for 1, are suddenly 96 for 4.
It's gone through the gate, that, I think, as well, hasn't it? Was there a hint of an inside edge? It's certainly beaten him And Billings just looked to the heavens, frustrated, angry. But Kent 4 down, and I can hear Kent fans saying it. It's the same old for Kent. They've got themselves, well, not always getting themselves settled this season, but a really good batting lineup on paper, which has again looked brittle through the top 6. Robinson comes out. Robinson knows no one anything this season. He's been the one that's really has perhaps outperformed what you might expect of him this year, certainly in comparison to the other players around him. Not always been confident of his place in the team either, but Ken in real trouble here. 96 for 4, 80 for 1 they were into Callum Parkinson's stage left. And the left armour has those 3 wickets leading up to lunch. 28 overs gone, and it'll be Davis from the Bennett end, bowling to Leaning, close to the off stump. Throws the wicketkeeper and there's no run. But that was just a good delivery for Parkinson, wasn't it? I think,
was
3 for 23 has now.
Suggestion that he might have played for a bit of turn that wasn't quite there and just pushed through. But he's bowling with lovely flight, Parkinson, at the moment.
So the rhythm's really good. The first one was a bit of an oddity, almost looked like a long hop that got Crawley out. But the next 2 wickets, certainly absolute spinner skill. As Davis bowls to Leaning. All defensive, no run.
When you see the replay of that Crawley dismissal, I think I was probably a bit harsh. It's been pointed out to me by a couple of people watching on the stream that it was the quicker ball pushed through. It probably wasn't quite the length that Parkinson would have liked it to be, but that almost helped him in a way, and it sort of hurried on to Crawley's. He tried to pull it away, just hit the leg and went onto the stump. So it was kind of half and half, if if you know what I mean. But as you say, second 2.
Davis Leaning defends, and there's no run. Hits the stumps at the far end. Bails pop off. Has come in. Watts puts them back on here. 96 for 4. Final over before lunch.
Yeah, good run rate, but the 4 wickets, if it was 2, Kent would be, I think, reasonably happy, but 4 got work to do after lunch.
Absolutely right. Davis turns. Be my last ball before I go and do an update for BBC Radio Kent. But bowls now to Leaning. 2 slips in behind. Just defended. Leaning thinks about a run, then sends Robinson back at the far end.
That pops next door. Because of that dismissal in the previous over, we'll just go slightly over 1 o'clock. 2 balls to go in this over, so we'll have had 29 in the morning session. Leicestershire never really up with the over rates. They do struggle a little bit to get through them, despite the number of overs that Callum Parkinson has bowled. 7 of them, 3 for 23 though. 4 wickets makes a big difference. Davis is in. Leaning goes back, plays it out into the offside. Ben Mike swoops on the ball. Doesn't bother throwing the ball into the stumps. I beg your pardon, it's Ed Barnes who swoops on the ball, then hands it to Ben Mike. 96 for 4. It was the other way around. It's because the 2 then got into a conversation that slightly confused me. But Parkinson 3 for 23, so 35 wickets for Callum Parkinson this season now. In goes Davis and bowls full, driven hard down into the ground, stopped on the bounce by Ben Mike, and that is lunch. 96 for 4. An entertaining morning's cricket. Wicket fell in the first over. Jordan Cox caught neatly by Colin Ackerman. Always catches the ball neatly. Colin Ackerman off the bowling of Chris Wright without scoring. His second ball, Cox's that is, 3 for 1, and a good partnership of 76 between Zach Crawley and Joe Denley before Crawley was bowled by Parkinson, the ball after going to his 50. Quicker delivery that he tried to pull over the top of the meat. Didn't get anything on it, came off the top of his pad and onto the stumps. Joe Denley was caught by Ackerman again off the bowling of Parkinson. A low catch, really super catch by Parkinson, one-handed to his right, tossed it up, turned took the outside edge, and then just a few moments ago Sam Billings was bowled by Parkinson through the gate for 11. 96 for 4 then here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. We will be back with you in good time for the resumption. BBC Radio's Leicester and Kent, bringing you ball-by-ball commentary as the BBC does on all and every delivery bowled in county cricket throughout the domestic season. Richard Ray and Matt Cole, your commentators, and we'll be back with you in around about 35 minutes' time. Look forward to speaking to you then. Edge caught at second slip, straight to Ackerman. Little bit of movement, and in the very first over, Leicestershire have made in goes right and bowls, and Crawley's in the air, just wide of the diving, leaping Ben Mike at wide-ish mid-off.
The Kent side. Denley, bump ball over the bowler's head, and that'll go straight for 4, straight down the ground, which is quite good news.
And bowls to him, he whips him away through the leg side. Lovely shot, classy shot. Off his legs, through square leg, along the ground.
Denley on 7 from 11, facing Davis. Oh, just squares him up a little bit, goes through, well, perhaps a 4th slip line along the ground. He's done the...
He's in and bowls full, nice drive from Denley. He's got that through, and it's going to run down the slope, down towards those jutting, runs in and bowls. Denley is advancing down the wicket, gets a thick outside edge, runs through 4th slip, and down to the third. In goes right and bowls, clipped away off his legs. Beautiful shot for 4 by Zach Crawley, the second of those he's played.
Here's Barnes then to Crawley on leg stump. That one, that's whipped away by Crawley, and that will be 4 runs. And just puts his batting first. Full length delivery, it's an edge, thick edge, but through for 4. All the way along the ground, more or less all the way along the ground. Wouldn't have carried.
Barnes looking for another maiden. Comes in and bowls to Crawley, drives in the air, just wide of gully.
Quicker ball to Crawley, edged his pass first slip. It's going to go down for 4, I think, after that. But a push forward from Crawley.
Slope from the pavilion end, bowls onto the legs of Crawley, over pitched and flicked away down to fine leg for bowls, and he's going to concede a couple there. Update for BBC Radio Leicester coming as well. Well, the partnership could do with another breakthrough before lunch, and they've got one as Parkinson bowls Crawley with a long hop. Crawley. Parkinson is in, tosses up, caught at first slip by Ackerman, one-handed low to his right, tossed up, turn, Denley.
Davis to Billings, that's a lovely drive, full on drive, and 4 runs.
Parkinson bowls, he goes back and looks to steer it away off the back foot, does, but it's in the air as it goes past second slip. He goes in and bowls top edge as he repeats the shot, Billings, and it flies down to fine leg in the goes in and bowled him. What a delivery from Parkinson. He has picked up his 3rd wicket of the morning, top of middle stump. Billings not quite sure what he was trying to do with that one. It was a big stride forward from him, but it wasn't a drive, whether he was trying to just work it out. Lights to be switched on, and they are lightening the ground as I look out across it towards the electronic scoreboard to see it reading Kent about to resume their first innings, having chosen to bat first in a little bit of bother. They are 96 for 4, having been 79 for 1. Richard Ray and Matt Cole of BBC Radio's Leicester and Kent, your commentators on the game. Look good for Kent, Matt, at 79 for 1, with Crawley just having gone to his 50. But Callum Parkinson has certainly made a difference.
Yeah, I think he's been great. As you said, his flight has been really good. His rhythm has just generally been good, and pushing through the quicker one as well, which got rid of Crawley. So, yeah, they very much put the brakes on Kent's top 6. I know what Kent supporters will be saying is this batting lineup is great on paper, but that's not the way it's been working all season. And really, for all the woes they've had in terms of bowling injuries, they should have batted better this season. But I don't want that in any way to be mealy-mouthed about what Callum Parkinson has done. He's bowled really, really well, but you know, these guys have got to prove themselves. Zach Crawley needs to prove himself to the England team. Denley hasn't had a great summer, so some work here for Leaning and Robinson to do. Both of them have been very good for Kent in a pretty poor season in the county championship so far, so it should be a good battle, and starting right at the off with Callum Parkinson from the pavilion end.
7 overs, 3 for 23 for Parkinson. Robinson has yet to face a ball. He came out just before lunch, but Leaning took the remaining deliveries. Parkinson is in, tosses it right up, full toss, and it being Robinson's first ball, he just strokes it back down the pitch, bounces a couple of times, fielded by Parkinson. In his follow through, I can see a few other bowlers warming up out there, including Ed Barnes. In goes Parkinson, bowls, and that one is cut away nicely by Robinson. It was a little bit short and wide, and it could go all the way. It will go all the way down towards deep. Well, almost on the point boundary, really, backward point rather than third man. The pursuit was always likely to be in vain, and indeed it was somewhat half-hearted. It was more of a pursuit of a we've got to go and pick up the ball variety from Sam Evans, and it brings up the Kent 100, so a nice start for Ollie Robinson. Kent Academy specialises in producing Ollie Robinsons, doesn't it? Well, a couple of them, but two pretty good players one way or another. Parkinson is in to Robinson, again a touch short, he goes back, plays it off the pitch, it stayed a bit low, and hence the oohs and ahs from behind the stumps, where Harry Swindles is the wicketkeeper, Colin Ackerman is at first slip, Louis Kimber making his first class debut for Leicestershire, and indeed his first class debut for whatever county, is at second. Parkinson is in and bounces and beats the outside edge of Robinson's bat as he plunges forward. First time post lunch he's got that little bit of flight back. Parkinson just pulls up his sleeves, long sleeved shirt he likes to bowl in. Parkinson is in and bowls again, tosses it up, this time he gets to the pitch of it. Robinson defends it back down the pitch, nice cowl, that sounded like Louis Kimber I think, at second slip, not afraid to shout encouragement. He's not the particularly shy or retiring type. In goes Parkinson, tosses it right up onto the leg stump of Robinson, flicked away pretty much on the full, but he doesn't get it past Hill, who's at backward square stroke, short fine leg, and so he gets away with it a little bit. Parkinson wasn't the greatest over that he's bowled so far in this session, but forgivable, given that it's the first one after lunch. Kent 100 for 4.
Yeah, I think that Ollie Robinson would be a bit disappointed not to make more of that rare ball on the leg stump from Callum Parkinson there, but he's on 4, Leaning on 5. Robinson already with a county championship century to his credit this summer, and can feel a little bit, well, Kent have such a wealth of talent in both batting and wicket keeping, but himself a little bit unlucky to have been left out of the T20 side after scoring 40 odd in the first game against Hampshire. Crawley came back from the international scene, and Robinson was eased out, but he's done some decent work this summer with the bat for them. I was saying perhaps he exceeded expectations. Probably what he's done is lived up to his expectations, which a number of the other Kent batsmen haven't done this summer. So still something to prove in these last 4 games, and that's the way they'll feel as well. Chris Wright returns, opening spell of 7 overs. Now comes back after lunch to leaning. Just on the back foot, playing that back to the bowler, and there's no run. Good full length. He got some bounce, some real carry in the first few overs, Chris Wright, and he was threatened all the way through, and certainly he got rid of Jordan Cox in his first over. Caught at slip, but yeah, it looked good.
It's a bit of swing as well. It continues to be distinctly chilly here in Leicester. They could do with it being a little bit more humid, the seamers. I'm sure they'll feel that.
So Wright comes in then to leading. Defence, no run. 3 slips in. Hassan Azad there. Colin Ackerman at 2. And Kimber on debut at 3. There's a point. Mid-on, mid. There was a mid-on, mid-off. There is a mid-on, mid-off. Ben Mike is going out. It might be a wider position, I wonder. Callum Parkinson's coming over to mid-wicket. And I thought there was another fielder just staring through the bars in front of us. And Evans is down at
there's usually a third man. Leg. I think Barnes is down there.
He is indeed, you're right. This is left by leaning outside the off stump, and there's no run. So leaning looking to keep things compact in the early part of his innings. 5 from 33 so far, but actually he's not scoring at much of a rate, but this is what Kent need at the moment, is someone to settle down a bit and just use up some balls, perhaps use up some stamina from the Leicestershire bowlers. But I suppose with Callum Parkinson at one end, they've got the luxury, haven't they, of rotating at the moment, Leicestershire, if they want their seam roll at the other. So on the Bennett end, here is Wright. He drops it into the offside, thinks about a run, sends Robinson back, and a very neat reverse run there from Ollie Robinson, I have to say. I can't do more than 2 or 3 of those without falling over, but he's absolutely on the Strictly Come Dancing scale. And his tiptoes back to the non-striker's end. 2 balls to come. Should actually be popping off for another update. They're coming all over the schedule, the updates this afternoon. So it's a 10 to 2 I've been appointed to.
Right, okay.
Give an update from the cricket. So, but Wright is yet to finish his over, through to the wicket keeper. Gets a little bit low outside off stump, but leaning again, deciding not to play at that, not needing to either. Dot ball.
Averaging pretty much 35 in the first tranche of championship games, Jack Leaning, so solidish, respectable.
Yeah. It's, as I said, it's not been a sparkling performance overall by the Kent batsman. But yeah, 4 games to go in this county championship, Division 3. This one, right to Leaning, cut to point, and there's no run. It'll be interesting to hear what supporters think about this at the end of the season, probably as we go through these games, particularly in Division 2 and 3. Oh, it's a first extra. No,
we had. I think there was a leg by before the interval, but the electronic scoreboard got ahead of itself there. It's put maiden over up, but unfortunately it was a no ball.
I was going to say it was a no. Well, yeah, sorry, I missed the leg by then. Absolutely, yeah, not quite there yet. Has it still got 6 dots?
Yeah, because
it'll be readjusted in a minute. But swing and a miss from Leaning. It's kept low as well. He's ended up more or less. Kneeling down on the ground. It was ugly from Jack Leaning, but I said he did keep low outside off stump. Through to the wicket-keeper, and there is no run. Kent 102 for 4. But yeah, interesting to hear what supporters think of it. I mean, it does, as everyone said at the start of the season, this rearranged championship does give everyone an opportunity at the start to compete with everyone else. But then Divisions 2 and Division 3 at this point, what are they playing for? There's an argument, obviously there are dead games in any county championship format, but I wonder how much excitement you can generate in Divisions 2 and Division 3 at the end.
Parkinson is in, back goes Robinson, playing a slightly dangerous game if there is a certain amount of variable bounce, as there seems to be. He has to come down on that one a little bit late. It doesn't get up that much. He manages to come down and play it out into the onside, picked up by Barnes. Robinson is playing on the front foot this time as he tries to turn that one from Parkinson out into the leg side. I think it came off the pad as it trickled out towards square leg. Lewis Hill came jogging in to field. Nice flight on that delivery again from Parkinson, who is getting through the overs quickly. He is in, and forward goes Robinson on the middle and off. Out into the offside it goes. There's no run. 102 for 4. Looking to rebuild these two as Parkinson is in. You can almost see him striving to put the revs on that one. Covered it though, Robinson, leaning forward again, defending it out into the offside. 3 wickets fell in the space of just 15 runs being added in the period before lunch as Parkinson bowls, and getting to the pitch of that one. Robinson back down the strip it goes to Parkinson. Who is bowling again, and this time Robinson almost on the walk into that one, defending it again out into, well, back down the pitch on the just about the offside, picked up by Parkinson in his follow through, and maiden over for Callum Parkinson, having conceded 4 in his first over after lunch. 9 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 27 now, his figures. Wright will continue. Eventually, getting himself sorted out. He's handed the ball by Ben Mike, who's at a fairly conventional mid-off now, much straighter. That said, he's now moving wider as Wright just shuffles his field around a little bit. 3 slips for Wright, bowling to Jack Leaning. 37 balls for his 5. Lifts the bat very high as Wright comes in and bowls to him, tries to turn it off his legs, thumps into the thigh pad, drops down towards short leg. Parkinson has to come running in, so umpire Watts can lift his left knee. Gives it a bit of a pounding with his fist as he signals the leg by. 103 for 4 brings Robinson down to face Wright for the first time. 536 runs coming into the game for Robinson, which is the highest aggregate of the Kent batsmen starting this game, indeed in any of them. So starting this game, in goes Wright, bowls to him, and he's back on his stumps. He likes to go back, plays it down along the ground with a slightly angled bat down towards third man. Barnes chases it back, puts in the slide and picks up. Robinson picks up 3. Moves on to 7. 106 for 4. Averaging almost 40 then, Ollie Robinson. Leans on his bat, not a tall man. Leaning a good couple of inches taller than him. The difference in height exacerbated by the way Leaning picks up his bat very high at the crease. As Wright is in and bowls to him, and he's forward neatly. Back down the pitch towards Chris Wright, who picks it up in his follow through and immediately underarms the ball to Ben Mike to do the polishing. The family stand, less perhaps occupied in terms of numbers than it was just before lunch, as the kids are all in the sort of playgrounds behind there, I think, and queuing up at the ice cream van or on the bouncy castle or clambering up the wall. There's got a few spectators there watching what's going on as Wright goes in, chipped in the air, just short of mid-on. Did it stop a little bit on Leaning there? Looked to be going straight to Davis for a second at mid-on, unless it wasn't a bump ball, was it? It looked just to be chipped in the air, just short of Will Davis at mid-on. Check the replay on that one. Whether it did just stop a touch on him.
It's my first impression, maybe, that it had stopped, but...
Yeah, no, he just Chipped it up, in goes right and bowls and cut away by Leaning, but didn't quite place it or time it as well as he would like. It ended up going straight towards backward point where Barnes fields on the third bounce. No run. Yeah, no, he just chipped it up in the air, but Davis, who's out there at mid-on, is deepish and couldn't get there. It's a fairly conventional mid-on position. It's an odd, you know, it's almost like a baseball striker at the crease. Jack Leaning picks up his bat almost vertically above him as in goes right, bowls down the leg side, tries to help on it away, misses it by a long way, taken by Swindles. And there is no run. Mixed bag then from Wright in that over. 9 overs, 1 for 25 for him. Parkinson's figures in contrast, 3 for 27 from his 9. Kent 106 for 4 off 33 overs. Innings very much in the balance.
Absolutely. You were mentioning Ollie Robinson averaging just below 40 for Kent this summer, but only Darren Stevens is above him on 41 and a bit. I was looking at the averages overnight and noting that Leicestershire had 3 or 4 players above and just below the 40 mark, whereas you look at Kent as Parkinson bowls for Robinson, defended in the offside, with the likes of Joe Denley averaging 18 for the county championship summer, Daniel Bell-Drummond 20. These are well, you'd have to say those are failures from batsmen of that quality, and it's not been straightforward for Kent at all this summer. Even Zach Crawley, 15 innings averaging 35, he'd be expecting more than that. Again, solid bat behind that one, a little bit of toe end. It was given away by Ollie Robinson inspecting the end of his bat there. 2 dots. Robinson on 7 from 15. Leaning has 5 from a rather more circumspect 42 at the moment. It's up in the air, top edge. This should go to fine leg, and does. And the fielder coming in there. It's
Hill, I think.
Lewis Hill has caught it, and Robinson has gone his first real sign of aggression. He goes for 7, and Kent are 106 for 5, and a rather wonky vuvuzela sounds him out. Almost sums up Kent's innings so far. 106 for 5, Robinson the next to go on 7. And once again we have to say, Kent at one stage 79 for 1, now 106 for 5. And it's Parkinson the destroyer. He has 4 for 27 now against Kent, all 4 wickets to fall.
Yeah, again, trying to be positive. Denley was defending, wasn't he? Crawley was trying to pull. Billings also defending. Robinson made just a bounce a little bit, more than he expected it to. But again, lovely flight from Parkinson. And yes, from 79 for 1 to 106 for 5. Well, out to the crease comes a very familiar figure indeed. Darren Stevens, who I don't think it's been personal, but he seems to have made a heck of a job over the years since leaving Leicestershire of making runs and taking wickets against Leicestershire. I would be interested to know of the 17 counties against which he's played for Kent, the one against which he's made the most runs and taken the most wickets, because I'm pretty sure we'll be quite high towards the top.
Yep. As Parkinson bowls to Leaning, pushes into the onside and there's no run. I'd have to say that Richard, you are not alone in our county colleagues in thinking that. Certainly Adrian Harms at Sussex and the commentary team at Essex have raised some stout objections to Darren Stevens carrying on his first-class career. And supporters the same. So Parkinson round the wicket to Leaning. Forward defence and there's no run. I mean, he's a cult phenomenon now, isn't he? Really, Darren Stevens, and understandably so. I
know a couple of our colleagues. You may have been one of them, Matt. Has started a campaign to get Sevo into to play a one-day game for England.
We all did our best, I think. I wasn't foremost among them by any means, and not the most illustrious name by a long, long way. But yes, 106 for 5, end of the over. Would have been nice, especially when they had the COVID crisis and needed another 11. I mean, for goodness sake. But the applause at the moment, rightfully so, is for Callum Parkinson 10 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 27. And he has ripped the heart out of this Kent batting lineup.
It was earlier this season that he took his first class match best figures, Callum. I'm pretty sure. Confirm that.
Just I'm at the stats as well, looking up Darren Stevens against Leicestershire, but I don't know if that's going to help.
Can you actually do that?
Wow,
okay.
I can. I'm not sure I can do averages, but I think I can. I can
say numbers.
I can pick out some scores.
Well, I'll talk through this Chris Wright over while you do that. He is in and bowling to Stevens, who looks a little bit squared up by that. His first delivery blocks it, but not entirely convincingly, off a thick outside edge along the ground all the way towards backward point, where Barnes is the fielder. There's no run. Parkinson's first class best innings figures, I remember those at that was at New Road a couple of years ago, 8 for 148 I think it was. So he'll do extremely well to beat those, but it's a possibility. In goes Wright and bowls to Stevens, who edges and is caught at third slip, I think, by Louis Kimber, who made it look as easy as the Ackerman catches earlier in the innings. He was neither forward nor back really there on that occasion. Steve-O took the outside edge and it flew lowish, but still comfortable enough to Kimber at third slip, and he made the catch, as I say, look reasonably straightforward. The wickets continue to tumble. Let's just check that one. Yeah, actually it was a nice height between the sort of knees and the waist. Could have been second slips, but Kimber took it to his left, and Stevens doesn't add to the huge quantity of runs he has made against Leicestershire in the first innings. He goes without scoring, and Kent are 106 for 6.
Well, I can tell you that's his third duck against Leicestershire, so there we go. I'm not going to bother doing the rest of the stats now. But yeah, absolutely. Good delivery, nicely taken, good pace as well from Wright. And Kent 106 for 6. Well, they're in trouble here, there's no doubt about that. And it's been a sorry tale for them, but it's been a tale of Callum Parkinson, now Wright coming back. Those two have taken the 6 to 4. And I'm assuming this is Grant Stewart coming out next for Kent. But they need a rearguard action here. They need some runs in the gloom at Grace Row. But they chose to bat first. It was their choice, their privilege. And Grant Stewart, who's played this will be his third county championship match. No mug with the bat, that's for sure. He's bowls and hits a heavy ball. But at the moment, they're going to need something from him. I'm not sure if attack is the way to go for Kent at this point, but they are looking a bit anemic. 106 for 6.
2 bonus points for Leicestershire. I should know what they started the match on, really, because there's been a carry forward of sorts, hasn't there? But
there'll be some decimal points in there as well, yeah. Possibly.
So Wright has 2 for 25 now, and he has the new man to bowl at. In he comes and bowls to Stewart, who is driving on the walk, almost on the run practically, as he bunts it out towards mid-off. Goes straight to Ben Mike, so there's no run. Curious shot from Grant Stewart.
He's another one of the. He was one of the quartet injured for Kent in the first part of the county championship. So
just his third Champion game, isn't it, of the season? As Wright goes in and bowls to him on towards the hip. He just stays on the back foot, turns it out towards square leg. Comfortable single taken because Parkinson has to run to his right from mid-wicket. Does so, but Wright a little bit cross with himself for giving Stewart a bit of not a gimme single, but a more comfortable delivery to get away, to get off the mark. 107 for 6.
Future Italian international with Grant Stewart. He's been drawn into the fold by Gareth Berg.
I knew there was something special about him. I was thinking from a couple of years ago. In goes Wright and bowls back foot force out into the offside, hit hard down into the ground by Leaning. Doesn't go very quickly then because it bounces up Has to move across to his left, though. Hill does so. So a single taken by Leaning. He moves on to 6, 108 for 6. A purple lorry goes up Milligan Road, away to our left, past all those interesting businesses.
They are cheek by jowl there, aren't they? So
yeah, there's lots of sort of little ones that will go. That occasionally their roofs get peppered during T20. There's a few white balls in between them. In goes right and bowls outside off stump, swings away. But a big step forward from Stewart and a very deliberate leave, an almost flamboyant leave, an Italian leave, perhaps, from Grant Stewart. End of the over, 108 for 6. Did you enjoy your lunch?
it was absolutely superb.
Jolly
yes,
good. It's so good because the first part of the season, obviously for various pandemic-related reasons, we weren't able to be fed. We had to bring sandwiches and a bit of a come down. But happily, John Stew and his team have found a way of getting some food to us at the bottom of the stairs.
I think lamb shank today.
You did, yes. You had a
goodness me.
Good.
It was beautiful. Bit of rosemary there. I was going to say custard and peas. I mean gravy and peas. Custard and peas, I probably have accepted that as well, to be honest. No, it was lovely. Thank you very much. Parkinson bowling to Leaning now. He just punches that into the onside, and they'll take a single off the bowling of Callum Parkinson. A few emails coming through on kentcricket@gmail.com. I was talking about sides scribbled down the back of a fag packet, Mike, on kentcricket@gmail.com, saying you could always say back of an envelope. You're exactly right, Mike. I would have got myself into any trouble with modern thinking.
Yeah, that was the one.
He says, don't try claiming you're not old enough to remember. You know I don't do that, Mike, anymore. What a delivery. What a delivery that is from Callum Parkinson. That has ripped away from Grant Stewart. And only the fact, I think, that he was playing down entirely the wrong line has saved him from getting anything on down. What a ball.
Play that.
Yes, that was left armour again, trying to spin the ball away from the right hander. That's more or less on leg stump, and Stewart gets behind it a little bit more confidently, I think it's fair to say. Mike saying vis-a-vis a recent tournament, perhaps it should be on the back of a crisp packet. Thank you, Mike. He's not entirely in favour of that, apparently. Here comes Parkinson bowling to Stewart. Quicker ball, and Stewart tries to make himself room, but there is no room for him to do that. Plays at the offside, there's no run.
It's one of the outlaws. There they go. They're off for their bank holiday jaunt. A couple of them. There's a chapter based on Milligan Road. The Angels.
You're not one of them. You don't have the jacket on the back of the chair. Oh, another great delivery from Parkinson. He's got bat on that eventually, but through into the onside. Ian
Gould is much amused, the umpire.
He's got the ball.
More so than Grant Stewart, I suspect.
Absolutely bamboozled at the moment, I would suggest, Grant Stewart, by this. One ball to come. He'll be very happy to see the end of it. Oh, he's edged it.
Dropped.
It's dropped at slip. And is that Kimber there, just going down to his right? Did it carry, I wonder?
I think
it was
it did.
very low.
I'm sure that carried.
But proper edge from Grant Stewart.
We'll catch the replay. The stream's a little bit behind us here, so next ball.
Yeah, absolutely. But fantastic over against from Callum Parkinson at 4 for 28. He has another maiden, 11 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 28. And Grant Stewart could barely lay a bat on that.
Let's have another look at the replay. See if it did carry. Yeah.
It's low, but could have got it. It would have been a great catch, to be fair. Ackerman's off Parkinson to get rid of Denley was a superb one, and it would have had to match that. But a drop, I suppose you might say.
Fanga thinks it didn't. I think it did. We'll find out afterwards. In goes right and bowls outside off stump. Leaning steps forward, lets it go through. It's been pointed out to us that Louis Kimber made a first-class debut for Loughborough MCCU. Actually played against Leicestershire on at least one occasion. Captained Loughborough MCCU. The question is whether it was a first-class fixture. Take your word for it that it was. Some of them are, some of them aren't these days against the MCCU sides. Right is in, bowls straight. Leaning is forward, defending it out into the offside.
Yeah, that from Philip, who's actually one of the brains behind Cricket Archive. So
well, Philip will. Oh, well, then in that case,
we
fair
trust him in all. Well, I would say in almost everything. Maybe on medical matters, Philip. I don't know. You may extend as far as that. But
county first-class debut, then. Is that fair enough?
Yeah, absolutely. It's not started badly either, is it? I mean,
no, you'll be disappointed about that one,
yeah,
though, if it carried, which Fango maintains it didn't. In goes right and bowls. That one comes back in a little bit, and Leaning is slightly discombobulated. He went back, and I think he was getting in position to force it out on the offside. It found it coming back into him, and he just managed to sort of shovel it in defence back down the pitch on the offside. So a struggle for Kent at the moment from either end.
Absolutely. Philip also with a suggestion, only a small incentive, but if this format is to continue, you could give a bonus point to start the following season for every position. So the champions start on 17, down for nothing. I like that idea. Right
is in, bowls, looking to turn it into the leg side, is Leaning, only picks out Parkinson at mid-wicket. I'm not sure giving the strongest side a start in the second, in the following season is, I understand what he's saying there, but...
And actually they still would be seeded, wouldn't they, presumably, so you would inevitably have a side, the county championship side, 17 starting against a team with one or two, or even naught, I suppose, if it was seeded that way, so, yeah.
Right is in and bowls cut away, and that might just go all the way. Hill's in pursuit. He's going to have to put in the dive. He does put in the dive, but he can't get there. It's the short boundary out there through points. So got up on his toes well there. Jack Leaning and got plenty on it. Just got it wide of Hill, who scrambled in pursuit, put in the dive, couldn't drag it back. Leaning picks up for the first boundary post lunch. He moves into double figures onto 11. Kent 1-1-3 for 6. Right, cross with himself for just giving Leaning enough width there. 52 balls he's faced for his 11.
They've got some stubborn batsmen to come, Kent, but Matt Milne's got a big score as a night watchman earlier in the season.
Right is in down the leg side. Leaning tried to help it on its way, didn't get anything on it. Taken by Swindle's end of the over. 2 for 31 for Chris Wright, 4 for 28 from Parkinson, who will obviously continue from the pavilion end.
He may well continue unchanged the way things are going until the end of the Kent innings. But yeah, for my mind, incentives are needed of some sort to, well, perhaps a nice trophy.
Paul Martin, he missed 2 of the Kalparki wickets because Mrs. Barry made him queue for a bacon sandwich behind the family stand.
There's a lot to be said for a bacon sandwich, so I can understand that. But hard to take your eyes off Callum Parkinson at the moment, bowling around the wicket. Stewart drives up to Davis. I'm not saying there's any more urgency in that call for a single than there would normally have been, but Stewart won't be unhappy. It's that old cricketing adage. What's the best way to play Callum Parkinson this afternoon from the non-striker's end? Be the bowls to Leaning now. Every time he bowls, he's going to get past the bat. You could hear though from the microphone there. He was right behind that one.
Did you see the puff of dust there?
Yeah.
Was that from where the ball pitched?
I'm just wondering if, again, looking at the toss and the decision to bat first, whether Kent are thinking, we want to bowl last on this, if it was going to break up. Quicker ball from Parkinson, driven on the back foot by Leaning out to the offside. Single taken, Evans throws in, and they're on to 115 for 6.
It was, you know, that puff of dust watching the replay. So it's dry, I think we can assume.
Yeah, that would be a... So again, that would be a factor in how you go about it after the toss, wasn't it? 115 for 6. That's Parkinson bowls. A good length that one, but worked away again to the offside by Stewart. Almost tip and run at the moment. 3 singles off the 4 balls. Stewart's on to 3.
Cross with himself, Parkinson. Hasn't got the length right in this over. Been able to play him off the back foot by and large.
just dropping a little bit short of the length he was bowling before, which bamboozled likes of Denley and Billings. Falling delivery, that one. And into the offside by leaning. No run. On 16 for 6, but it's mesmerising watching Parkinson at the moment. Shame you couldn't see him from the bacon sandwich queue, but they should try and keep those sight lines open, shouldn't they? Or perhaps you need to have sort of wing mirrors on. Oh, great delivery. Leaning comes forward, definitely trying to play at that, but through the wicket-keeper, has beaten him outside the off stump. I suppose you might say he's got everything in line, so he knows that if it does spin away, he's fine, but you're trusting a lot there. 12 for Leaning, 3 for Stewart, 116 for 6 Kent.
I wonder if Ackerman will bring himself on, because he's no mean off-spinner himself.
I was going to ask who else, but he's effectively a batting all-rounder, is he? I suppose he's very much a batsman, but he's taken a bunch of wickets.
Well, he's obviously the world record holder in T20, the only man to have ever taken 7 wickets in a 4-over spell, but as you say, he's no mean red ball bowler either. He tends to sort of bowl like a lot of sort of semi-occasional bowlers, a loose delivery per over, but it may be that when Wright is finished this particular spell, he might give himself 1 or 2. Right, continues from the Bennett end outside off stump. Great deal of movement there outside off stump. Stewart nonetheless steps forward and lets it go through.
Mike's been on the emails talking about the conference system, about how to jazz it up a little bit if it continues, saying it's 12 teams with effectively nothing to play for. Or about a plate competition, Division 2, Division 3 winners. Promotion and relegation going up a pot in the seedings if you win the division. Which is not much, but at least there are a couple of small incentives.
Right, bowls, and it's a foolish delivery. Looked to be going down the legs. Right, he's given him. Wright was very determined in his appeal, but he was quite late in his appeal as well. He thought about it for such a long time there, Chris Watts, and it was a full delivery, hit him low down. And I thought for a minute Chris Watts wasn't going to give it. The slips and the wicketkeeper went up, but Wright seemed to be very slow going up for that one. Let's have a look at the replay.
That was exactly my thinking, is that he's appealed last.
Yeah, he did, and my initial reaction was it might have been slipping down. Chris Watts thought about it for a long time and decided it was going to hit leg stump. Grant Stewart goes, so if Parkinson doesn't get you, it seems, Wright will. He's picked up two of the wickets that have fallen of the 3 post-lunch. He's got 3 for 31 now, and Kent are 116 for 7.
Yeah, Stewart goes for 3, and they are in big trouble now. It's not just that it's turning for Callum Parkinson, wheeling away at one end, as you say, Chris Wright from the other. That'll be in the umpire's decision, won't it? It looked like it was pitching. A pitching leg. Was it coming back a little bit?
It was just the fact that Wright didn't go up straight away.
Yeah, absolutely.
Made you think, oh, there must be a reason he didn't go up straight. And when you see it,
it's a decent shout, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah,
I can understand perhaps why he wasn't convinced initially, the bowler, but the wicketkeeper and slips loved it, and most importantly, the umpire, who was absolutely in line with the stumps out there, and did the same thing. So umpire Watts gives him out, and Matt Milnes comes out. So there's some stubborn batsmen at the end of the Kent lineup. There's had to be be honest.
Jack Leanings gave him a long lecture there, didn't he? As he wandered out.
He's saying, you remember that 5 hour 78 you scored in against Yorkshire at Canterbury? Maybe it's not 5 hours. It was a long time. That's all we need from you, Matt. Now.
Right, with his tail up, is in and bowls, and half forward. He's going to pick up 4, I think, there, Mills, because it took a thick outside edge, went down along the ground, and it's going to run over the ropes at third man down the slope. The pursuit again in vain from Ed Barnes, but it was the the pursuit of one who knows that the ball is going to get there first. It is slightly downhill towards the members' seats, or what used to be the members' seats in front of the meet. Leicestershire now change on the top floor of the meet, which formerly was a cafe and will be again one day perhaps, but at the moment, to ensure that the teams don't mix, the Kent side be changing down in the dining room of the pavilion. Leicestershire top floor of the meet, as Wright is in and bowls to Milnes, who leaves outside off stump.
I was imagining when you first started mentioning it, I was imagining it that it was it used to be a butcher's, or that it was but it's meat double E, isn't it?
It is.
Thank you very much. That's
it's an old railway siding shed that we used to be, well, having been at a railway somewhere originally, it was at the Ayleston Road ground, the old Leicestershire ground, which is now the electricity ground, which is back down not so very far away, probably about a mile away. As in goes Wright and bowls and just brings his bat back inside the line. It was a little bit short and moved away, and I think Milnes just curtain railed his bat inside the line of that one. So it's served its time, the meet, one way or another, but it's very popular. The views are from those big picture windows. You feel very close to the action, especially today with the pitch being cut on that side. But as I say, at the moment of the last season and 3 quarters, it's been used as a Leicestershire dressing room. In goes Wright and bowls, and again similar ball, similar shot, similar leave from Milnes. Lets it go through to Swindles behind the stumps. End of another interesting over. Chris Wright 3 wickets, Callum Parkinson 4 wickets, Kent 120 for 7.
Tony Matt's, that's the problem. Matt Milnes, Matt Cole with you in the commentary box with Richard Ray.
And what do you see? And Matt is, of course, Callum's twin brother.
Yeah, absolutely,
So
20 for 7.
Yeah.
I'm trying to give you an out there, Richard, but we'll.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
You're too
but
gracious to mean it. That's it. 120 for 7, leaning 12. Milnes 4. Kent. I don't want to keep harping on, but they were 79 for 1 and 120 for 7. They've been steamrolled by Callum Parkinson. Foremost down the leg side, that one. Keep a little bit low again, just outside the leg stump. Leaning rehearses that shot. He was looking to lift it onto the leg side of the short boundary. I do wonder with Kent now where they might, how much Leaning thinks he has to throw the bat. Milnes can stick around, but with the ball doing certainly plenty for Parkinson, they might think they need to aggress him perhaps. Single taken into the onside of this next ball. Again, Parkinson's just drifting onto leg stump, trying to get it turned onto middle. And single taken for Leaning. Milnes faces 4 from 4 so far. Big change in the field slightly. They're bringing a man from backward square just forward of square, a yard away from the other square leg umpire. Changing personnel on the offside as well. 2 on the drive for Milnes. So Mike is the closer of the 2 than Barnes. Leaves it outside the off stump. Does Milnes. That's got an ooh and an ah from the wicketkeeper and slips. Enjoying that delivery. Kent not enjoying this first innings at the moment. To remind you, they won the toss and elected to bat first here at Grace Road under cloudy skies. Again left by Milnes, just shuffles across his stumps through the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. Ball to come of this Callum Parkinson over. Sorry, 2 balls to come. They've already got that dot ball up. 2 slips in as well as those fields. That's an absolute beauty. That's got turn and bounce. And Milnes has, I mean, he's offered the bat towards it on the middle and leg, but it's into the wicketkeeper's gloves above, middle and off. 121 for 7. Didn't know much about that, Matt Milnes. Just hoping not to get an edge on it at that point. Last ball of the over. Parkinson round the wicket, left, close to the off stump, but Milnes with a lean forward, shoulders, arms. End of the 6 for Parkinson. 13 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 32. At the other end, Wright has 3 for 35. Those 2 in tandem have taken all the Kent wickets to fall so far. They're 121 for 7 here on BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Radio Kent via BBC Sport website and app all around the world, in fact. That's more of the Outlaws, is that right?
Doesn't sound Harley-ish, that does it? Really, sort of, you know. So
you've got a very keen ear.
I don't know. It sounds a bit more mod, that, but I don't think any mods would be taking their lives in their hands by scooting up the Milligan Road. You never know. Brighton it isn't, though.
It's back to the 60s.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, we'll continue from the Bennett end in front of an absorbed Leicestershire faithful on the green seats there in front of the Turner Indoor Centre. In goes Right and bowls, fullish, leans forward leaning. It's difficult to avoid saying it, isn't it, and just plays it out into the offside. I'm not doing it deliberately, honest. There's no run. Ben Mike is the fielder. Yeah, the Tailors acquitted itself fairly admirably in recent matches, hasn't it, for Kent? Really saved in extraordinary circumstances, really. And all looked lost. Was it against Sussex?
Absolutely right, yeah. Lancashire as well.
Lancs too, as it's chipped in the air, just short, leaning again of mid-on, similar to the delivery before lunch, wasn't it, when it was chipped in the air. Davis had to move to his right. Whether it's just sometimes can be a little bit different pace to the different ends from which you're bowling, and again leaning a little bit early on it. Could so easily have gone straight to Davis at mid-on. Davis does indeed take a couple of paces closer now, as Right, hair flopping, is in and bowls. Hurried a little bit there, leaning, but defends it carefully. Back down the pitch, it bounces out down on the onside.
Yeah, Leaning and Logan at Old Trafford. There were a lot of overs to sponge up when there were 7 down there, and Cadry and Podmore were in that regard action against Sussex with that much changed side as well. But it does kind of point out, it begs the question what the top 6 are doing, and unfortunately, as I said, it's they've been gone in brief fashion once again.
Right is in outside off stump. Leaning steps forward, lifts his bat in that parabola over the line of the ball, lets it go through to Swindles. 3 slips understandably. Ackerman looking to try and end this Kent first innings quickly. It could be that 160 or 200 or whatever turns out to be quite a decent score. We're saying Kent are in trouble, and yes, 121 for 7 they are, but there's plenty in the pitch, certainly for the spinners, as Right is in bowls, and again Leaning lets it go through outside off stump on the front foot this time.
Yeah, Matt Milnes will be thinking about bowling on this as well, and seeing what Chris Wright has done. Milnes has got, well, half a yard quicker every season he spent with Kent after moving from Nottinghamshire. Very efficient in the T20 as well. We've seen him, but yeah, it'll be James Logan, I suppose, who's probably will be thinking most about this pitch, seeing what Callum Parkinson has done with his left arm spin. Leaning himself, Jet Denley might bowl as well, but as we've not seen Ackerman, perhaps Kent will follow the same pattern with Logan and Seamers at the other end, maybe.
Right, bowls short, pulled, but not quite timed by Leaning. Even so, he raises his eyes to the heavens. He got quite a good bit of it. Parkinson, slightly startled, fell to his right at mid-wicket and made the stop. End of the over, and maiden over from Chris Wright. 13 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 35 for him. Parkinson will continue.
Of course, we've not talked about what Darren Stevens might do on this for a while, so I'd imagine with any kind of cloud cover, just a bit gloomy, he'll love nipping it around, but as you say, it's all that to come. But the fact that a ball a few overs ago, he's had a puff of dust coming up, and 1 or 2 have definitely kept low from this end as well, could make it a
spin rather than a seam, perhaps.
It's
but
not going to be 500 plays 500. We know that already from what Kent have done. But yeah, enthralling nonetheless could be, as Parkinson, he's getting grip even for as short of a length there, and defended by Milnes, and there's no run. It's tossed back to him by Ben Mike. Jack Leaning is in conversation with the umpire at the near end. That Milnes, though, is at the business end with 2 slips in beside the keeper, or behind the keeper. Plays that outside part of the bat, though. It's definitely gripped again into the offside. He's got enough on that, I would say.
Lovely flight again.
Yeah. So he just seems to be bowling in such a good rhythm. He's hitting his spot. Mike goes in closer on the offside now. Short cover on the back foot there, Milnes. It's not the ball he wanted. Out towards that wide mid-off. Mid-on, that's a single.
If there is a criticism of Callum, and there aren't many, it's just probably that consistency of flight or lack thereof. Sometimes when he does push it through, it doesn't, I don't know, it maybe tries too hard sometimes.
It was a sharp delivery, but Milnes got off the strike and leaning forward.
Again, the dust.
Yeah. It's not quite Karachi here, but it's there's definite puffs of dust coming up on the pitch, which is that's been a rarity this season, that's for sure. But then we haven't been playing during county championship cricket, of course, during midsummer. Answers on a postcard why that might be. Pushed into the offside, no run, stifled by leaning. 22 for 7.
Fango in Melbourne says he's checked 5 times and it definitely didn't carry to Kimber. So okay, all right, I'll take your word for it.
It's like the case for the defence there. It's Parkinson bowling. Final ball to Jack Leaning. A no ball. I was going to say it's a final ball. And I'm teetering here because I need to go and do an update. What shall I do? Do you want to take this final ball,
sure,
Richard?
Don't worry. Don't worry. Left arm spinner bowling a no ball. Parkinson to finish the over then is in, hopefully from his point of view, is in and bowls a nicely flighted delivery. Forward though went Leaning, and there wasn't any great turn on that occasion, so he played it comfortable enough back down the pitch. End of Parkinson's 14th over, 4 for 35 his figures. Jack Leaning has 13. It's been a really hard working innings from the Yorkshireman, or the Bristol-born Yorkshireman, if that's not a contradiction, which it kind of is, but as I say, born in Bristol but very much raised in Yorkshire and played for Yorkshire. 13 off 69 balls for him. Milnes 5 off 11. Wright will continue from the Bennett end. Down the slope past umpire Watts, bowls to Milnes down the leg side. Milnes slightly falls over himself as he tries to flick it away, doesn't get anything on it. Swindles takes it cleanly. The improvement in Swindles' wicket keeping very marked throughout this season. Each time I see him, he seems to be taking the ball more and more cleanly. He's worked very hard, of course, with Leicestershire head coach Paul Nixon, who's the right man to be teaching him, and he's beginning to look at a very useful wicketkeeper indeed. In goes Wright and bowls left outside off stump by Milnes. Swindles takes. Missed 1 or 2 opportunities earlier this season. As I say, there is a clear improvement, which is a very, very good sign for the Foxes going forward, and one of the reasons why Leicestershire have made him their first choice wicketkeeper ahead of Lewis Hill. In goes Wright, bowls outside off stump. He didn't take that one cleanly, that said, because it got to him almost on the second bounce, Swindles, but he got something behind it. That was the main thing, and it only bounced off him to the extent of a couple of inches. Takes off his right gauntlet. Might just have stung the bottom of his fingers, but not shaking his hand or anything like that, so he's okay. 1, 2, 4 for 7. Milnes raises his bat as Wright goes in, bowls to him. He drives pleasantly, and he's got it past Ben Mike at extra cover, and it's going to run away to the electronic scoreboard for 4. Lovely shot from Milnes. It was over-pitched by Wright. It was there to be driven, and the key for Milnes there was that he didn't try and over-hit it. There was no massive follow-through, just made sure he middled it and steered it just wide of Mike. And once you beat the infield, it's very hard to chase down on this very fast outfield. Nice shot from Milnes, moves on to 9. ...165 runs coming into this game with that best that Matt was talking about of 78, averaging 23.5. But he looks a calm and pretty capable lower order batsman. In goes Wright and bowls to him. Nice high left elbows. He leans forward into his defensive press there. Out towards mid-off it goes, and there's no run. Oh. BBC Sport being castigated. Apparently they've used the wrong photograph of they've used a photograph of Matt Parkinson instead of Callum Parkinson. In goes Wright and bowls, turned away towards mid-wicket by Milnes. Should pick up a couple as Callum is in pursuit. Picks it up around 2/3 of the way back towards the mid-wicket boundary, and Milnes picks up a couple. He joins leaning in double figures. He moves on to 11. Kent 130 for 7. 14 these two have now put on for the 8th wicket. It's being referred to as the second phase of the county championship, apparently. This little tranche of 4 games. Good a name for it as any. Parkinson looking for a 5th wicket, looking for a 5-foot. Is in from the pavilion end, bowls to leaning, who goes back to delivery on his legs and turns it down to fine leg for 4. Gavin Griffiths is on the field but just jogs to pick it up over the ropes again. Parkinson just not quite consistent in his line and length. Ed Barnes starting to warm up, so it looks like he rather than Ackerman will replace Wright. Leaning on to 17 with that boundary. Parkinson is jogging in, but never looked like he was ready to bowl that one. Just jogged through the crease. Leicestershire just need to get their focus back here. Real opportunity as Parkinson is in. Leaning is beaten with the ball that bounces and leaves him. Beautiful delivery from Parkinson. He plunged forward, bounced and turned past the outside edge without taking it. Makes Parkinson wait. Leaning, and then Parkinson is in, bowls to him. Just about gets to the pitch of that one, covers any potential turn and bounce, pushes it out into the offside, picked up by Ben Mike. No run. 3-4 for 7. 18 added then by these two. Parkinson getting a bit miffed with Leaning here because Leaning is making him wait every delivery. He's doing a spot of gardening there. He's ready now with that bat raised almost on the vertical. Tosses it right up. Leaning is forward. Ball almost under his eyes as he defends that one out into the offside. No run. Friends of Grace Road. Cakes now available in the Bennett Bar in the Turner Indoor Centre on the other side of the ground. Alas, to me. In goes Parkinson. Bowls and going for the drive and doesn't get anything on it. It's not taken cleanly by Swindles, who's fumbled a couple for the first time today since I talked about how much he's improved as a wicket keeper. But not a convincing shot from, or attempted shot from Leaning. It was a sort of half-hearted drive, didn't get anything on it. Parkinson is in, bowls to him, he goes back, stays a touch low, but he keeps it out down the pitch on the offside end of the over, the 44th over of the innings. Kent slightly limping along. I'd say Milnes has played a couple of rather nice shots since coming in. He's on 11 off 17, leaning, battling away, 17 off 75. 134 for 7. Ed Barnes talking to Colin Ackerman, and he is going to replace Chris Wright.
Double spin then for Leicestershire now. Yeah, Matt Milnes is handy with the bats, and he's batted, and even fairly recently, as low as 11 for Kent. They've got a long tail, but they haven't half needed it for periods of time as well. Actually, it's Ed Barnes going to come on. Yes, indeed, yeah. So just gave us the side step there. He thought Ackerman might be on the far end, but it's going to be Barnes for Leicestershire. None for 21, 4 for 39 Parkinson, 17 leaning, 11 Milnes so far. Zach Crawley top scoring with 50 for Kent. Oh, those heady days for Kent when they were 79 for 1. Looking back on those fondly now. But 134 for 7. As Ray was saying early on, who knows what the par score in this is on this. It appears to be doing, certainly gripping for the spinner, doing something for the seamers as well. Barnes to Milnes, worked off his hip there, down for a single. He's done well, on to 12 now from 17. Leaning's played a very much an anchor role, just trying to, well, it's 4-day cricket. Occupying the crease, wearing the bowlers out, looking for the opportunities. At the moment, staying solid. Kent needs someone to hang around. But it's looking like a fairly thin total at the moment. From 116 for 7. A minor fight back from Kent, you might say. Here's Barnes in bowling to Leaning. Oh, it's gone through to the wicketkeeper. Kept low. Leaning, I just thought from the body language, there was an anxious look back from Leaning, and I don't know whether he was just interested in where the ball was going to end up, or whether he thought he might have got the whiff of a glove to it, but I think it fell short of wicketkeeper anyway. Swindles.
So just sometimes from that Bennett end, the seamers get a bit of sort of loopy extra bounce. It's a sort of bit tennis bally. It's a strange phenomenon.
It's White doing that a few times today. It's just back of a length as well, and defended off his chest by Jack Leaning, and there's no run.
I'm just wondering whether it's one of the relayed pitches, because they've relayed a couple Leicestershire here to try and get a bit more pace into it, and I mean seriously sort of dug out, and it's quite an expensive and long procedure, and I think they're both on that side of the square. I'll have to check with groundsman Andy Ward. Matt Milnes, Nottingham born.
Yeah. That's Barnes to Leaning on the front foot, pushing up to mid-on. No runs. It's fielded there by Chris Wright.
Strangest thing he did during lockdown, quote, doing midnight bowling cartoon clinics with Fred Clarson. Midnight bowling cartoon clinics. Okay.
I'm going to have to ask him about that.
Yeah.
Does that mean cartoonish bowling? Does it mean literal cartoon?
Yeah, or whether somebody was drawing cartoons to illustrate a way to improve one's bowling action.
Barnes to Leading down the leg side, Leading hoping to help it on its way, but it's in the gloves of Harry Swindles. It's neat and tidy down the leg side.
And his guilty pleasure is making a cup of tea in which he can dunk about 30 biscuits.
I think it's fast bowlers, you can work that off in no time, can't you? That's absolutely fine. I don't even think that should be guilty. It's just carb loading, big style. But yeah, I know it was a wrench for Milnes to leave Nottinghamshire when he did, but he's getting regular first team cricket now for Kent and able to develop his career. He's been picked for the Lions as well. Barnes to Leaning. It's a nudge into the onside through mid-wicket. There's a wide open space there. And they come back for 2. Callum Parkinson runs after to do the fielding. So 2 runs. I mean, there's been so few runs today, 137 for 7 for Kent, that over a longer period of time, you might say, well, these batsmen will be looking to exploit the wide open spaces on the leg side to run 2s and 3s, or capitalise on the short boundary. But I don't think we've had really enough breather between wickets to tell whether anyone's trying to farm anything in particular. They're just trying to eke out what they can at the moment. End of the over, 137 for 7.
Yeah, from 79 for 1 to 116 for 7. So 6 wickets fell in the space of just 37 runs being added, is that right? Yes.
Yes, sorry, yeah.
But these two have now added 21 for the 8th wicket. Fairly solidly. Parkinson is in to Milnes, fullish on the leg stump, leans forward, turns the ball out into the leg side, but only as far as mid-wicket, and there's no run.
So, yeah, at least have stopped the flow, and a danger that Kent could have been on out for 120, 130 at that point. Parkinson
Bowls, forward goes Milnes, leaving. It bounces and just turns away a touch, perhaps, taken by Swindles.
Keep forgetting it's a bank holiday. There's all sorts of non-league footballs on today as well, full programme of that, full county championship as well.
Parkinson bowls, back goes Milnes. Again, it doesn't really get up as much as he thought it was going to, but plays it okay. Solidly, back down the pitch to Parkinson.
Lots of bike rallies around, there always are, as you say, on Boxing Day, aren't there? Boxing Day, on bank holidays. Boxing Day
it's
too,
almost cold enough, isn't it? It's felt that way. Parkinson is in, a little bit flat, and again, back goes Milnes, plays it off the pitch, firmly out to Griffiths at mid off. I'm guessing Wright might be off the pitch if Griffiths is out there. I can't see Chris Wright. So he is the man off the pitch as Parkinson goes in. Nice flight, but forward goes Milnes, playing Parkinson as well as anybody. Frankly, there's the odd delivery that nobody can do anything about, but Milnes twiddling the bat in his hands. 23 balls he's faced as Parkinson is in, tosses it right up. Milnes is forward though, playing it firmly out towards mid-on. That is the end of Parkinson's 16th over, another maiden, his 5th. 4 for 39 his figures, but just wonder whether Leicestershire will be starting to get a little bit frustrated with this 8th wicket partnership. Parkinson wanders off towards mid-wicket. Jack Leaning and Matt Milnes have a good chat in mid-pitch.
There's an argument just for giving Ackerman giving himself a couple of overs, even from this end, if there's grip from this end. Just take Parkinson off, swap the ends of the two spinners, perhaps, just to give these two something new to batsmen something new to think about. But I said it's captaincy's a really easy job from here. Ackerman hasn't done a bad one today. 137 for 7, Kent. It's Barnes then to Jack Leaning, 19 from 80 balls now. Again, stonewalls that one. Back at the bowler, and there's no run. But good crowd in today, as we've been saying. Family day at Grace Road. And not everyone on the climbing wall, those people staying to watch the cricket as well. Good hubbub of noise and people taking laps, aren't there? Plenty going laps of the ground around the on the outfield, of course, but in front of the stands, getting some exercise. Barnes to Leaning, clips that off his pads, and that'll be 2. Quick call for 2 from Jack Leaning. Milnes obliges, and he goes on to 21 not out. But yeah, plenty to do on a bank holiday. I was thinking, you were saying it's almost cold enough to be Boxing Day, that you mentioned earlier that you put the heating on in the commentary box, and you have to remind people who perhaps living away from the UK that it is the 30th of August here as well. But those are the vagaries of the obviously the British weather. But yeah, it's been a fairly greyish summer, isn't it, I suppose? We haven't had any long periods of sunshine. To Barnes, is that the effort ball? Or was that someone sneezing beneath us? I think it's probably the the latter. Back at the bowl and no run.
He's a bit of a grunter, Ed Barnes. So it could well have been him.
39 for 7. Just glad that this greyness doesn't mean that we've got no play. It's been, as I said, it's been really good cricket all day so far, and hopefully everyone's been entertained by it, even first timers here watching county cricket. Barnes from the Bennett end, bowling to leaning back raise, pulls on this one. It's only slightly short, but longest boundary in the ground. It's going to be saved from going to the rope by Sam Evans, who slides onto his right thigh, picks up the ball, throws it into the wicketkeeper, and they take 141 for 7. 4 off the over so far, off 4 balls from Ed Barnes. Leaning comparatively accelerating in these last couple of overs, just coming out of his shell a little bit. 23 has now, 12 for Milnes.
Still not at the halfway point of the day.
No, the game has become advanced, certainly, but if the time hasn't, can't be hoping to take this partnership on. 25 as it is, defended back up to mid-on. I think that might be Ed Barnes grunting, actually. It's not a pleasant business bowling, isn't it? I mean, there are very few fast bowlers that make it look effortless, putting your body through all sorts of contortions, and Barnes just unable to hold it in. Or perhaps it impresses the batsman, I'm not sure. You need more of a war cry, I think, than that. 141 for 7, final ball of this over, the 47th of the day, to Leaning. Just drops it into the onside, trying to get the wrist over it, but in fact he was pinned in his crease a little bit by Barnes. End of the over, 141 for 7. They're Leaning 23, Milnes has 12 here on BBC Radio Kent and BBC Radio Leicester, with Richard Ray and Matt Cole with you. As we said before, on a grey day, plenty of breeze around as well. You'd need a coat or a jumper at least out there, I think, wouldn't you, on the most parts of the ground, unless you're in hospitality, I suppose.
Yeah. Players just sanitising their hands.
Oh, yeah.
Floodlights are on, just glinting off the stickers on the bat of Jack Leaning there. In fact, I'm not sure when you were last here whether the floodlights were here. They went up about 4 years ago now, so it could.
Yeah, I don't think so. It has been.
They might be new too. You don't have that. Do you have those extending ones?
Yes,
we
yeah,
still.
so
Yeah, I remember those.
They're a permanent fixture. In fact, it was a game against Leicestershire, which was sort of the tipping point of that, where they had temporary floodlights in a 40-over game, as I remember, and one of the sides batted all the way through their 40 overs, at which point everybody knew, well, certainly the umpires knew, that the wind was blowing too high to put the floodlights up. So it was one of those cricket occasions.
Parkinson is in flight, bounce, turn, too good for Milnes. Doesn't get an edge on it, taken by Swindles. Again, dust raised when the ball meets pitch.
It was one of those games when cricket didn't do itself a lot of good.
Again, tossed up forward. This time is Milnes, getting to the pitch of it, and unconvincingly sounded a bit tinny off a thick inside edge, pushing the ball out to Barnes at mid wicket. Might be worth a short leg in, as Parkinson is in, tossing it right up, and again Milnes sort of looking to drive but not timing it, hitting it down into the ground, back down the pitch to Parkinson. It goes. Yeah, sort of slightly a higher pitched buzz than normal at the ground with so many children in it, but lovely to see them enjoying themselves. And here, as Parkinson is in, a quicker delivery that again bounces and turns. Swindles does well to stop it behind the stumps. Second attempt. Grab when it's still gripping, isn't it, even when he pushes it, his quicker one through, and must be a nightmare for the batsman out there. Discussions going on. Umpire Gould has got something to say to whom, well, it can't be an issue of going on the pitch. He's just, is it? Looks like he's speaking to Colin Ackerman. So whether that's an official warning for Callum Parkinson for running on the pitch, the last thing Leicestershire need is for him to be taken off by requirement, as that one is pushed out into the offside by Milnes behind point towards Hassan Azad, and there's no run, but that looked like an official warning. We'll check. Parkinson is in, Milnes is forward, head right over the ball. On middle stump, back down the pitch it goes. They made an over for Callum Parkinson, his sixth, but looked to be a warning in there for him. And umpire Gould is now having a word with Colin Ackerman. You lose him for the rest of the innings. It could be key. This partnership is building nicely.
Is it 2 warnings you get? Is that right?
You've got to be, yeah. If you get another one, that's it, isn't it? Is that not right?
Or is it on the third or on the second? Someone will tell us.
Yeah.
What was the game?
Somebody who knows about cricket, as we should.
It's one of those things where I don't really understand a lot of things, but I'll elucidate in a second. Barnes too, leaning, coming back at him, getting lift as well through the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. Something I don't really understand why it can't be communicated to spectators. It doesn't have to be a secret, does it?
No, it could go up on the electronic scoreboard or whatever.
If suddenly a bowler isn't allowed to bowl, that's not announced, for instance. So I don't understand why, like a card shouldn't be shown, or just to, I don't know, I'm all in favour of letting the spectators know what's going on, in addition to the commentators. So it's a small quibble. Is Barnes bounding in to leaning, just on the back foot, but punching up to mid-off, single taken, and right goes wide to field it. 142 for 7. Just saying, plenty of activity around the boundary. Children in today on Families Day, and staying as well into the day, which is great to see, despite the fact it's not as warm as it could be out there. And a grey day, which appears to have helped Leicestershire against Kent, but Kent electing to bowl first here. Seen something else. Milnes has edged through, low, pass, well, a 4-slip area, but that will go for 4, all the way along the ground. In some credit to Matt Milnes, but definitely the bowler has found the edge there. Milnes goes on to 16, leaning 24, 146 for 7, and feels a little bit churlish to say that Leicestershire are being frustrated here, but this 30-run partnership, as you were pointing out, they've got the 6 wickets for, 37, and now 30 between these two has just halted the juggernaut a bit.
Yeah, by some margin, the second highest partnership of the innings.
Here's Barnes, see what he can do about it. Back in his crease, Milnes withdraws the bat, like that curtain withdrawal you were mentioning. It is like drawing a curtain across his pads, but definitely withdrawing the bat. Double.
Nice cream van.
Indeed so. So it looks like there's one already near the climbing wall. I mean, that's opportunistic, isn't it? That's perfect placement there. What do we do next, Mummy and Daddy?
Early April, well, that is, yeah. That ice cream van, that's most days it appears. Early April, late September.
Barnes to Milnes, back foot again. It's right back in his crease, Milnes. So cutting it back to backward point, and straight at Ben Mike on the ground, fields it, no run. Oh, we've missed those really. I'm not sure. I don't think we've seen them at Canterbury this summer. That's probably because everyone's in zones and can't get into the right zone, but also the summer hasn't been a roaring one. As Barnes bowls to Milnes, 3 slips in behind him, and that's just straying on middle and leg. Glance by Milnes, that'll be 4 more runs. And talking about opportunistic, I admire Matt Milnes for. He hasn't got an incredible array of shots, but just building a score at the moment. He's on to 20, and Keng on to 150 for 7 then, having been in all sorts of trouble at 116 for 7 when Grant Stewart went. LBW to Chris Wright. He was Wright's second victim after lunch. Darren Stevens being caught by Kimber in the slips off the bowling of the right arm. Fast medium bowler, and Robinson going just after lunch, caught by Lewis Hill, a top edge off the bowling Callum Parkinson for 7.
I was thinking just the same about Milnes. He, doesn't look to be entirely comfortable all the time. He's sort of not flowing, but he's very, very effective as Parkinson goes in and is swept down to fine leg for 4 by a leaning thick bottom edge. He knew where he was placing it though, with fine leg up on the edge of the circle, so to speak, if there was a circle. And he got it fine enough to run away to the boundary for 4. So these two continue to build this 8th wicket partnership. Leaning moves on to 28, 154 for 7, approaching 40 now. Parkinson in again to Leaning, who's forward. Big stride. He's quite a tall man, getting to the pitch, pushing it out into the offside. Mike Fields. There's no run. 3 o'clock. So 46.5 overs or so to go. We are past the halfway as Parkinson is in. Nice flight, and he plunged forward without getting anywhere near the pitch of it on that occasion, Leaning. The ball bounced into the pad, probably going down the leg side. Certainly there was no appeal, just a slight shout of frustration. Parkinson bowls outside off stump, Leaning with that big stride, lifts the bat over the line of the ball. Neither of these batsmen the most stylish in the world, but there's something very effective and solid about them. In goes Parkinson, tosses it right up, Leaning is forward. That is a solid forward defensive shot, and there's no run. Something sort of unassuming but effective about this, I suppose, northern partnership. If you get past the fact that Leaning was born in Bristol, in goes Parkinson, tosses it up, and it's steered out into the gap in the covers. The sweeper on the offside is Sam Evans. He's about 2/3 of the way back on the cover boundary, and a comfortable single taken. Parkinson has the double teapot on there. He's just sort of cross with himself. I think he feels that with what there is in the pitch, he should be taking more wickets, or should be making more breakthroughs, and at the moment he's being stymied by a very solid effort from Jack Leaning on 29 and Matt Milnes on 20. Kent 155 for 7, 39 they've added now for the 8th wicket without being parted.
Yeah, so this could be very important for Kent, for postulating about what any sort of par score would be on here. I guess it's what Kent have to bowl out in this first innings as much as anything, isn't it, in response to Leicestershire's fine bowling effort so far. Full-length delivery. Leading tries to pierce the field by driving into the offside. You just see a disappointed droop of the head as he saw Lewis Hill pounce on that in the covers. Probably didn't make as much of it as he could have done, actually, because it was just over pitching a little bit. A full drive of that, a foot either side of the field there, almost assuredly 4. 155 for 7. Leaning takes guard once more, a couple of taps of his bat on the crease and raises it high. Barnes bowls, hear the noise of the effort as it's just gently driven up to wide mid-on for a single. And that's why bowling is so much harder than batting. You put all that effort into a delivery and the batsman just pushes the ball gently up to mid-on with no jeopardy whatsoever. And all you have to do is that. 6 times every 4 or 5 minutes, 20 or 30 times a day, 156 for 7. I can hear the tiniest violins in the world being played here. Got that bad playing professional cricket. Here's Barnes then bowling to Milnes, right back in his crease again, and he's tried that glance one more, the leg glance. Will it beat the field this time? It won't. Good sliding stop by Sam Evans, and that will be just the 2 for Milnes this time. As I said, it's not that attractive a way to make runs, but Milnes is effectively waiting for the ball at pitch's middle or just slightly leggy, getting the glance on. He's certainly not in a hurry to make his runs. 22 for 35, leaning similarly 30 from 96, 158 for 7. Shine off the ball now. 50, is it exactly 50 overs through? It is 50.3 now. So Kent looking to make runs while they can. Oh, bowled him off stump out of the ground, and Milnes' economical technique has been flattened by literally the off stump flattened by Barnes. Full length delivery, trying to get through the shot, beaten as much for pace as anything. Hits the base of the off stump, and that is the 8th wicket. 158 for 8. As much we admired the partnership between Jack Leaning and Matt Milnes, it has been ended. And finally, somebody else but Chris Wright and Callum Parkinson has a wicket, and it's Ed Barnes.
Yeah, it was unexpected, wasn't it, really? Milnes, as I say, didn't exude confidence out there, but he was playing very, very effectively, getting behind everything. And unfortunately, from his point of view, seemed to misread. It might have just been a bit of swing back in. And it was actually the leg stump that was was knocked out. So it might just have swung back in to him a little bit. Important that for Leicestershire. That was a really good partnership. 42 for the 8th wicket. And as I say, if Kent can get 175, we just don't know how good a score. That might be a decent score. It might be a par score. There's plenty there. And you pointed out that Leicestershire have got a couple of batsmen sort of at 40 plus. Well, they've got 5 batsmen averaging 40 plus, but the 2 at the top of the order, Marcus Harris and Josh Inglis, of course aren't playing here. They're back in Australia now, so, or quarantine or wherever they are, somewhere. But yeah, I guess back down under somewhere. So then then it's Lewis Hill on 42 average, Harry Swindle's 41, Ackerman on 40. So we wouldn't describe it as a, full of runs necessarily. And conditions very much in the bowler's favour.
Next man out is Nathan Gilchrist. He's going through his warm-ups, playing a few strokes into the on the onside, and now takes his guard. Tall bowler formerly of Somerset. Barnes bowls to him, goes down the leg side. They're claiming a strangle. Barnes is very late on that one. If Chris Wright was late claiming the LBW against Grant Stewart, Barnes was almost returned to his mark before he did that one, but somebody heard something. Swindle's perhaps down the leg side, but certainly caught it. Gilchrist then coming to the crease with the departure of Matt Milnes. 158 for 8. I've looked up the laws on running on the pitch. It is a 3rd offence, so 2 warnings. The referee, the umpire even. You get a referee if you want. Here's Barnes over the wicket then to Gilchrist. Defends it offside, and there's no run. End of the over. A successful one for Ed Barnes. He has Matt Milnes for 22, ending a 42 partnership with Jack Leaning, who's on 30. Kent 158 for 8. So yeah, you get plenty of, and that was what my memory of it. You do get plenty of indications from the umpire. The laws are, I wouldn't say overly generous, but certainly the bowler's in no doubt once they've been given a second warning, and the captain of the fielding side the same way. A 3rd one, they'll then be immediately removed from the attack for that innings. But I think, as you say, it looked like the umpires are communicating with each other. Certainly communicate with the captain, Callum Parkinson. So we're thinking that's his first warning. Jack Leaning has got gloves off. Just readjusting his shirt into his belt, making himself comfortable. trousers rather. He's been at the crease a long time actually, 96 balls. Let's see if anyone's been at the crease longer than him actually. Was Crawley there longer for his 50? He was
68 balls.
No, Leaning's by far longest.
Parkinson is in, bowls to him. Forward he goes, defends it out into the offside. Ben Mike Fields. Well, when I say Fields, he walks in, picks it up. Implies a certain activity fielding, doesn't it? That wasn't required there. Parkinson is in, back goes Leaning, and plays it in a manner that suggests it stayed a little bit lower than he thought it was going to. Then Mike bowls, was it a possible loosener? I'd be surprised. Parkinson is in, bowls, puff of dust from the pitch as forward went Leaning. It didn't really turn on that occasion, so he was able to play it, but he wanders forward and suspiciously prods the spot. Parkinson is in, tossing it up, he goes for the sweep. Bottom edge possibly onto pad, which is why the appeal was choked off. No, leg by, but it wasn't straight enough, so it wasn't the most convincing of appeal, and certainly umpire Gould was not convinced.
It came off his boot actually, the angle it went away, but
going down the side perhaps. Change in the field, another close catcher coming in. Azad, who's been at a deepish sort of backward point stroke gully, is going to go in front of the bat on the off side. Pretty much silly mid-off as Parkinson is into the new man Gilchrist, who's forward. He's quite tall, Gilchrist, short-sleeved shirt, no sweater, as he defends that one back down the pitch to Callum Parkinson. Who is in and bowls, and Gilchrist bat tucked behind front pad is forward. It turns past the edge of the bat. Maiden over from Callum Parkinson. The single that was conceded was a leg by. 4 for 44 is pleasingly symmetrical figures. 19 overs, 7 maidens. Kent 159 for 8. If they can get it up to sort of 200, 220, you can't help feeling that would be a pretty reasonable score.
Yeah, I was thinking just the same, that 200 gives them a... Well, I'm
still in very much in the game, aren't you?
3 innings to come, but I think from where they were, certainly that would...
if it had been 140, I think, you know, it could have been, difficult.
Psychologically difficult as well for the bowlers, trying to keep it below that for the first innings lead as well, yeah. Barnes to continue. 1 for 40 from his 10. A few adjustments to the field. Yeah, it's just the man at deep third man is more of a backward point on the boundary now. Is he going to go short and cut away perhaps? No, it's straight back at Barnes, and there's no run. 3 slips in, so that man at deep backward point. Evans, Hill is in the covers there, more or less covering that whole area, no pun intended. Wideish mid-off and mid-on, and at mid-wicket, down here at long leg as well. So if it well spread on the leg side, there's a good deal of room on the leg side, but would Leaning risk it? It's a good drive, that one, past the man at mid-on. That'll go for 4. Nicely struck by Jack Leaning. Full-length delivery from Barnes. That's what got Milnes out, but this one is driven wide of mid-on for 4 runs by Jack Leaning, who goes on to 34, and Kent score on to 163 for 8. And once again, Leaning's played a very responsible innings for Kent. To stick around when they were 116 for 7. Now just playing a couple more attacking shots. Ethan Gilchrist is handy at the other end as well. And Logan coming in at 11. Maybe not attacking wise, but can certainly keep the ball out. back at the bowler by leaning this time. There's no run. Breeze still getting up around the ground, but
yeah, flags are blowing from it's a sort of northish breeze as well. That's why it's so cold, I suppose, isn't it? But they're standing out, the flags, and the running fox atop the weather vane, pointing firmly to the northwestish.
Barnes then to leaning, raising that bat high, and defends it, and always thinking about a single. That really would have been risky. Up to mid-on, who's about 8 feet behind the stumps at that point. Decided against it, quite right too. 163 at 4-8. I think these conditions look like they're more or less the same from the forecast. It's going to be cloudy, probably around 18, 19 degrees for the next 3 days. Though we weren't expecting it, to be fair, to be quite as cool as it is today, I don't think. The cloud a little bit darker. 163 for 8. As Barnes comes in, leaning, strikes him amidships. He thinks about a run. Gilchrist thinks about a run. They almost meet in the middle to have a discussion on it, but Ben Mike swoops in. So they go back to their respective ends.
I suspect they'd rather have leaning down, trying to deal with Parkinson if
they can.
Possible early, anyway. Gilchrist can have a bit of a look.
That's a good point. Does seem to have been very keen to get to the far end, doesn't he, Jack Leaning? And that makes a lot of sense with Parkinson 4 for 44 from his 19. It's been the man that's ripped the heart out of the Kent batting lineup. It's Barnes bowling to Leaning. And he's trying to get you could see his frustration there. He was trying to push it past mid-off and go for the single, but he can't get off the strike and can't get the run. 163 for 8 then, Kent, here at Grace Road, Leicester, against Leicestershire. First game of this Division 3 in the reformatted county championship. And honours to Leicestershire so far. Certainly was at lunch. Kent trying to back themselves back into it, and certainly back themselves just somewhere where Darren Stevens, Matt Milnes, James Logan, Nathan Gilchrist et al. could go and attack the other Leicestershire batting lineup themselves. So this will be interesting though. Close field for Nathan Gilchrist.
Yeah, 2 slips in that man at silly mid-off. Azad thoroughly padded up, understandably, under the helmet. Parkinson is in and bowls to Gilchrist, who's forward, calmly, playing it to Azad. No run. He's also got a short, fine leg. Otherwise, pretty much a ring field for Parkinson, who is in and bowling. Gilchrist forward again, bat nicely next to his front pad. Just looking to see if anybody's out on the boundary anywhere. And there isn't anybody out on the boundary anywhere. They're all saving one other than the really close catchers, as Parkinson is in. Lovely delivery that bounces and leaves Gilchrist. He plunges forward. Swindles takes the ball, takes off the bails. Ben Mike continues to warm up at extra cover, so it may be that he's going to come on and replace Barnes, as Parkinson is in. Gilchrist is forward, getting to the pitch of it. Barnes watches as Mike does all sorts of calisthenics, from which we can conclude he definitely is going to be coming on shortly. Parkinson bowls, Gilchrist forward, 1 bounce into the hands of Azad.
There's a couple of back garden dismissals there, aren't there? 1 hand, 1 bounce by Azad, but no jeopardy this time round.
Could try it on and tell umpire Gould it's one of the rules of the second phase of the championship. In goes Parkinson, bowls, and Gilchrist is forward, getting to the pitch of it and blocking it out into the offside, picked up by Evans, jogging in, and that is the end of another maiden over for Callum Parkinson. The 8th in the 20 that he's now bowled, 4 for 44. Therefore remain his figures. Mike is probably the quickest of the Leicestershire seamers when he gets it right. Can be a little inconsistent. So far this season he's picked up 14 championship wickets, but his average is 45, and his economy rate is 3.77. But he has got a sharp bouncer. Be interesting to see what field is set for him by Colin Ackerman.
I think if the likes of Milnes and Gilchrist, this might be an indication of how things might go for Kent's quicker bowlers.
I'm surprised Ackerman hasn't bowled himself. He's quite reluctant to do so sometimes, and he has had a hand injury that kept him out of the 100 for a while. He had a split finger, top of the taking a catch, but the way he's been catching today, I'm sure that's not an issue.
So Mike from the Bennett end then to bowl to Leaning. There is a bit of tennis ball bounce there. Short ball. Gets off the mark. Oh, Gilchrist is going to struggle to get back. Does he?
Yep.
He doesn't. He's out. Throw coming in from Evans on this side. And they were thinking about two. It was a bouncer hooked away low by Jack Leaning towards the boundary. Sam Evans has got to that well down the leg side. He sent Gilchrist back. Seeing Evans getting close to the ball as Leaning from the far end. Gilchrist took what it felt like an age to turn. He was committed to the second run, came back, could never find his ground and was run out. Decent throw. Keeper whips the bails off. Certainly close enough. And James Logan comes out as last man for Kent with the away side 163 for 9. Yeah,
he was rather sold short by his partner there. Poor Gilchrist. I suspect he probably heard the word two as Leaning went past him, but when Leaning turned and took 3 or 4 steps and realised that Evans was getting to it quickly, sent Gilchrist back. And he's a tall man and he's a little bit sort of uncoordinated still, isn't he? He's quite young still, and tried to gallop back into his crease, couldn't quite make it in time. As you say, it was a decent throw from Evans and neat work by Swindles, because it was, although straight to him, it was quite high and he had to reach up and get down and whip the bails off, but he was looking at the replay, a long way short.
It was Gilchrist's hope, I suppose, would have been that it had gone slightly wide of the keeper and given him more to do. So he made a game effort at getting back. I mean, he looked completely stranded, didn't he? But on his turn, his only hope was that Evans would throw wide and the keeper might make a mess of it, but yeah, efficiently done in the end by Leicestershire. And they'll pack behind James Logan now. 3 slips in behind the second left-hander, as I said, coming in at 10 and 11 for Kent. And these two, as I said, Leaning and Logan shared in a long stand in the end. Logan with 3 and Leaning, I think, 54 against Lancashire at Old Trafford, about out a draw then when they looked almost certain to lose. Here they could just do with chipping away some extra runs here. It is 163 for 9. The scoreboard's gone back a pace. Mike then to Logan. That's calmly enough, pushed into the offside, and they'll take a comfortable single.
Used to hate that as a bowler, when a number 11 comes in and plays a really solid defensive shot. Oh, come on, you got that as well, surely. Everybody can these days.
So that was second ball of the Mike over, wasn't it?
Yeah,
the first one was the wicket. So
is it frozen?
Yeah, I think
always
it has.
Glance at the manual, but that one's showing 8 as well. Definitely 9.
Well, I like the sound of this. Kent fans will be very pleased. Someone's going to get an extra go. Oh, is Stevens allowed to have 2 goes on his former home ground? Is that right? Mike to Leaning, and hesitant at first to take the run, but James Logan was very enthusiastic to get up the other end and did so. So single taken from Leaning. He goes on to 35, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Logan
it's come to a grinding halt, the electronics. It does happen sometimes. What you might see happen is that you see that's showing 165.
Oh, there we go. They're catching up the.
There we go.
It's all on the laptop, isn't it? It's sent through from there.
Yeah.
166 for 9. Sorry, Leaning has 36. I beg your pardon. And Logan has 1. James Logan is facing now. Mike looking to wrap up this Kent innings down the leg side-ish. It'll be coming back in a little bit, but that'll be through to the wicket-keeper, and there's no run. So, there we are. I think perhaps they put the wicket down, hadn't put the run down. Wicket +1, absolutely right. Or was that one?
They working out what to,
yes, say, yeah.
How to do it.
How does that work? To get the syntax right. So 2 balls to come from this over from Ben Mike, who does look lively. Bowling 2, Logan wraps him high up on the pad there. Yeah, it's going to be too high. He's rubbing quite high on his thigh there. It would have been going over. Definitely beat the batsman. Painful too, I'm sure, for James Logan on the front pad. Although you say, Rich, they cover almost the whole leg, don't they? The thigh pads these days. But at Mike's pace, that will definitely jar a little bit. 166 for 9.
Just offering Logan a single here.
Yeah, last ball of the over. He just needs to block this one out. He won't need telling from Jatling. They spent enough time in the county championship with Crease just in that game against Lancashire to know how each other works. Mike then bowling to Logan, does his job, defends it, end of the over, and kept 166 for 9. A successful one though for Leicestershire. Nathan Gilchrist, as Richard Ray so rightly said, sold down the river by his batting partner, run out for none. Leading 36, Logan has won. Leicestershire 1 wicket from wrapping up this Kent innings. They already have 3 bowling bonus points. Kent yet to pick up a batting bonus point.
Interesting to see what Leaning's approach will now be. They could try and eke out another 20, 30 runs, something like that, or will he go for his shots and try and get them that way reasonably quickly? On the basis it will be tricky for Logan against Parkinson. But Leaning on strike as Parkinson is in, and the right-hander goes back and tries to turn it down the leg side. Don't think he got anything on that. It wasn't taken cleanly by Swindles. Ackerman cleans up. Oh, he got a little bit of thigh pad on it, which will be a relief to Harry Swindles. No byes accrued, just a leg by. 167 for 9. Parkinson still looking for that elusive 5th wicket, pick up another 5-fer. He's talking to the experienced right at the moment. How to bowl at the left-handed Logan. Well, not only has he got a responsive pitch to bowl onto the number 11, he's got footholds as well, so this might be a bit tricky for Mr. Logan. James.
He's been given the honour and the confidence of Jack Leaning of facing the next 5 balls.
Yeah, a little bit surprised they took it. But as you say, that super partnership, he's got every trust in.
I mean, it was mostly blocking by James Logan on that occasion, it has to be said, but
this might be tricky. With the ball bouncing and turning in to him. He's got a leg slip and a short leg, as well as a conventional slip. Ackerman, mid-wicket's pretty close in there as well. Ben Mike. Parkinson staying round the wicket, interestingly, is in and bowls. Forward goes Logan, solidly enough, getting to the pitch of it. Back down the pitch it goes. I think I'd be tempted to go over. Parkinson's knows an awful lot better than me, though. He is in and bowls. Quicker, flatter delivery. Stays on the back foot and just calmly turns it out to Ben Mike, who's at that shortish mid-wicket position.
He's got plenty of company there, hasn't he? Intimidating field for James Logan.
Parkinson bowls again, doesn't quite get it right. Outside off stump, a little bit short. Dab down to third man for 4. Simple as for Logan.
Well,
Parkinson knew straight away, though.
Again, it's amazing with all the strokes that the top 6 or so can play. That seems about Matt Milne. Sometimes having a limited palette, perhaps, helps in these situations.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's right. You know, knowing which shots you can play and which to eschew, as Parkinson tosses that one right up, almost goes through underneath the bat of Logan. Does, in fact, and Swindles somehow or another took the bails off. He went for the drive, feeling I've got 4. Fancy another one. Ackerman sends his field out a little bit, trying to give him 1 as Parkinson is in and bowls a little bit short, and back goes Logan. Plays it firmly out past Ben Mike, but only as far as the relatively conventional mid-wicket, who's Ed Barnes, and that, from Parkinson's point of view, probably wasn't his best over to the new batsman. Conceded 4, 21 overs, 8 maidens, 4 for 48 for Callum Parkinson. End of the over, 171 for 9. Leaning and Logan have a brief conflab in mid-pitch. Updates time, looks like, for Matt, who's popping next door to speak to BBC Radio Kent. Ben Mike will continue from the Bennett end to bowl to Jack Leaning. Bounces in, Mike bowls and turned off his legs, or attempted to be turned off his legs by Leaning. I think it came off the pad, turning for the second. This time they will make it comfortably, and no ball and 2 leg byes. The double signal from umpire Watts. So concedes 4 from the delivery. Ben Mike. 2 no balls and 2 leg byes go up on the board. 2 NB plus 2 LB in place of a dot. In goes Mike and bowls, back pad, appeal for leg before, going down the leg side. It was a quickish delivery from Mike. Stayed on the back foot, stayed a touch low perhaps. As I say, looked to me to be not the perfect angle, have to wait for the replay, but looked to be doing a bit too much. From the bowler's point of view, that is. 175 for 9. Yeah. Leg side. Mike is in to Leaning, who's looking to pull. Thick bottom edge down onto his legs. Could have gone down onto the stumps. Didn't. Trickled off his pads down towards Kimber, who's moved across from 3rd slip to 4th slip, really, rather than gully. Dot ball, 175 for 9 remains the score. .2 overs, so 39.4, 331. It will be a slightly late tea, depending on when the innings closes, if it does so before tea. Mike is in, bowls, Leaning, not too much foot movement, slightly short of a length delivery. Stayed on the back foot, tried to work it into the offside, didn't manage to do so. Bounces down and is fielded by Mike in his follow through. If anything, the breeze is picking up, really, looking at the flags on the flagpoles. Chilly northerly breeze and the trees. See the underside of the leaves very clearly. As Mike is in, Leaning is driving for 4. Nice shot, got on top of the bounce. Wasn't anywhere near the pitch of the ball, but he played it really nicely, leant forward. As I say, played through the line of the ball, worked it out through the covers, timed it nicely, picks up 4, moves on to 40. 179 for 9. From 116 for 7. It's something for Kent to work with, that's for sure. It'll be very interesting to see what they get out of the wicket when it comes their turn to bowl, because there's something there. Okay, and the conditions continue to favour the bowlers today and will continue to do so. Mike is in, Leaning is again looking to work it on the offside, can't manage to do so this time. Picks out Ed Barnes in the covers. There's no run. Long over with that no ball to start with. Mike is kicking away at the crease. Not hurrying through the over. Still got a delivery to bowl. How can, well, I suppose with all the wickets falling it takes up time, but going to be 39 overs left after this one. Remember, tea taken with 32 overs left to go normally. And Parkinson, left arm spinner, who is quick through his overs, has bowled 20 of them. Mike is in, bowls, leaning, working it into the onside, but can't get it past mid-on. So it will be Logan who will be on strike to Parkinson. Ackerman has a word with Parkinson. Just wondering whether he might go over the wicket to the left-hander. Will presumably be surrounded. 40 to Jack Leaning off 116 balls. James Logan has 5 off 9. Leaning is staying on the offside, so Parkinson will continue to go around the wicket, the left armour. In he goes past umpire Gould and bowls. Pressing forward, is beaten on the outside edge. Logan, the ball that goes on past the bat. It was a bit of a hopeful plunge from the young left-handed batsman. Parkinson is in, bowls to him, tosses that one up, thick inside edge, not far past Hassan Azad at short leg. Runs out towards mid-wicket, Sam Evans picks up. No run. 179 for 9 remains the score. That's back alongside. Parkinson tosses the ball from hand to hand. He goes and bowled, a little bit short. Logan goes back and works it out towards backward point. It's a funny little movement from him. Having done so, looks a little bit sort of slightly amateur. Looks like a number 11 when he plays a shot like that, doesn't he? But
they're cutting him off with that shot as well, aren't they? He went a bit finer than that in the last over, but
Parkinson is in, he's driving and missing, and it misses everything, I think, and goes between the wicketkeeper and slip. No, he did get an edge, and it went between wicketkeeper and slip for 4. It went quite low. It's gone down to the very finest of third men. 4-4, almost long stop really. Kimber jogs after it. Ackerman it is at slip. Didn't really move, sort of gestured towards it. Moves now to his right. Let's have a look, see on the replay. Yeah, it was in the air. It was in the air. So Ackerman's just standing a little bit too wide, but it was pretty close to the wicketkeeper as well. It was a forgivable miss, really, just about. But it has to go down as a chance. 183 for 9. Logan on to 9. What's his first class best? Yes, Parkinson goes in, bowls to him, and he's dropped at leg slip. This time by, who is it there? Is it Kimber at leg slip? He got his right hand to it, and he's got his hands on his hips at the moment. It was turned off his sort of legs by Jack Logan. James Logan, I've called him Jack again. And Kimber got his right hand to it, couldn't hang on. Did just carry, I think, Fango. In goes Parkinson and bowls, edged, caught behind. No! For once he didn't edge it, and Parkinson can't quite believe it. It was taken cleanly by Swindles. The appeal went up, and he looks in despair at umpire Gould, who walks away towards square leg because it's the end of the over. Kent 183 for 9. James Logan living slightly dangerously in that over, but he has survived.
If I was the umpire and I hadn't been watching there, I wouldn't have been convinced by that. Wicketkeeper had it in his gloves for too long a time before he shouted in excitement. That's what I'm going for anyway, body language. 20 not out is James Logan's highest score.
Yeah, Fango confirms it was a drop.
Was that all right?
Thank you.
Well, as long as you got confirmation.
Absolutely.
So Mike then bowling to Leaning, who's on 40. Cut away over the slips. That'll be 4 runs. Thick edge in the end. He was looking to cut. Might have ended up at backward point with Callum Parkinson, but instead has gone over the head of second slip through to the boundary for 4. At Mike's pace, that's no surprise really, as it's a rising delivery as well. Gone through for the boundary, and Leaning gets away with that one there. 187 for 9.
24, they've added these two now.
Yeah, and I was thinking even before that boundary, this doesn't look like a terrible score on this. It doesn't necessarily mean it's a part score, but they're past being skittled out, I would say, at this point. The ball is 58 overs old now. Mike bowling to Leaning. Flicked off his pads there. Actually, that's a nice little clip. Rolls the wrists over it out towards mid-wicket. Attractive shot. We come back for a comfortable 2, the longest boundary that side. Slips I've noticed are interesting positions, aren't they? First the slip, Hassan Azad is almost next door to, or just a little bit behind wicketkeeper Swindles. Then pushed forward is Colin Ackerman at second slip, at quite an acute angle. Then wider, almost a gully position, is Kimber. Mike coming from the Bennett end, bowls to Leaning, again worked into the onside. Yeah, he'll call for 2 here, and they'll come back for it as well. There's a lot of territory for Lewis Hill covering out there on the onside. Just tosses it up to the man at mid-on, Chris Wright. They have a brief conversation. Did he say, "I'm the one doing all the work out here, mate"? Any chance for breathing? I'm sure he didn't, but that is quite a wide open space. Obviously it's Ben Mike's job to keep the ball on the offside, but Leaning managing to get himself a couple of runs, and 8 off the over so far. Good one for Kent. 191 for 9. Mike just takes a moment to shine the ball. Leaning decides to walk away, tug at both pads, now sets himself. Mike bundles in. Leaning just trying to drive into the offside, but not given enough room to drive past Barnes and the offside and the covers. And a dot ball there. Umpires again looking at the foot marks there. There are some quite visible marks at the far end, particularly at the far end. The seamers have been coming down, not suggesting anything untoward, but umpire Watts just having a check on the state of the pitch.
I don't think Kent will be too worried with the best part of 200 runs on the board if Mike does start to...
That's a good point, actually. They're going to bowl last as well. So Mike bowls now to Leaning. Little nudge into the onside. Quick run taken. Neatly taken as well. Hill was struggling to get there. He's in a position much closer to the pitch. Brought in by... It's a no ball as well.
Another one.
Yeah. With a low total as well. Frustrating for captain and coach, that, isn't it, really? Because when they're on 192 for 9 at this point, another 2 added to that.
Well, that's
just irritating.
What's that? 11-12 off the over so far.
Yeah. Yes, that's a good point. By bat and extra. So still 2 balls to come as Mike bowls to Logan. It's a decent shot, that one. It's just little push into the offside, off the back foot, single taken. Gets Leaning back on strike for the final ball of the over. Yeah, must be right now. Yeah. So Logan goes on to 10. Leaning has 48. As you were saying, Richard, these are handy runs for Kent. These 2 are put on 30. Doesn't seem to have taken them that much time either. Leaning on 48 from 121 balls now. Is looking for a single. And they're certainly saving the one on the offside, and Hill on the onside as well. Mike bowls to him. That's flicked off his hip though. He's done well there, Leaning. He's farmed the single down to fine leg. An expensive over from Ben Mike, and is that the 50? It is for Leaning indeed. 7 fours and 122 balls, really responsible innings, but we're just getting used to those at Kent from Jack Leaning. Always seems to come up with something for Kent when the chips are down. 50 from 122 balls with 7 fours, really important knock, and 116 for 7. They looked all at sea Kent and in real danger of getting skittled out for a low total, which has happened quite often this season to them. But 196 for 9, they fought back at least a little bit. Leaning on strike for this over from Callum Parkinson as well. They'll be looking at least for their first batting bonus point, if nothing else, from this first day.
3 overs for 22 runs from Ben Mike.
I think that'd be interesting when Kent are marshalling their bowlers as well, because Gilchrist is quick but gives away runs himself. It's going to be to keep it tight.
Parkinson is in a vicious bounce and turn that beats Leaning all ends up, and I suspect would have beaten most batsmen all ends up, because that fairly took off.
Really did. But again, Logan might be looking at that from the far end, thinking this could be fun for him.
Parkinson is in, he's forward, he's appealing for leg before, but no, says umpire Gould. Parkinson's appeal unconvincing. It was a decent stride from Leaning, that didn't necessarily save him, but outside the line perhaps.
He was looking all the way, wasn't he? Jack Leaning looked all the way from his front pad, back past his back to his back pad to make sure he was outside the line, but just
Parkinson again ready to go, but again Leaning isn't. He's adjusting his helmet at the moment. Now he's taking his helmet off. A little bit of sweat as he mops his forehead.
But yeah, he'd stretched out the front pad, hadn't he? It was at full stretch with his legs there, and just looking back anxiously to the line he'd taken and hoping it wasn't LBW.
Parkinson is in to him. He sweeps very effectively for 4. Nice shot, over pitched, and he's sort of getting under Parkinson's skin a little bit with both the way he's playing Leaning, but also the way he's composing himself, and that brings up the Kent 200, a batting bonus point that looked quite a long way off. Well, it was a long way off at 116 for 7, but the tail marshalled well by Leaning in the persons of Matt Milnes and now James Logan, wagging nicely, and Leaning picks up another single there as he goes back and turns it down towards deep backwards square. Who is Hill? Single taken. Leaning on to 55. Logan has 10. 201 for 9. This partnership now worth 38. Parkinson is in. Logan is back and beaten all ends up. He started to come forward, then went back, then jabbed very number 11 like at the ball, and it missed everything. Parkinson bowls. Logan is forward, getting to the pitch of it. Puff of dust there, back down the pitch it goes to the left armour from Bolton, who is very frustrated. 4 for 57 now his figures. There were 3 for 23 at lunch. Did pick up one more wicket straight after lunch, that of Ollie Robinson, top edge sweep caught by Lewis Hill for 7. Chris Wright then picked up the next 2 wickets. Darren Stevens and Grant Stewart. Matt Milnes was bowled by Ed Barnes, but only after making a doughty 22. Nathan Gilchrist came and went quite quickly, run out without scoring, but Leaning 55 not out. The innings top scorer now, ahead of Zach Crawley. He's receiving brave and thus far effective support from James Logan, who is 10 not out.
Yeah, to say Milnes before him did a good job as well, didn't he? It's a couple of them are just stuck around. Tail Jack Leaning out. A bit of a break. He gets some new batting gloves, Jack Leaney. He's planning on being there for the long haul, quite right too.
Partnerships were 38 now. Third highest of the innings. Approaching the 42. Made by Milnes and Leaning.
So Chris Wright comes back, and it's the combination of Wright and Parkinson that's done most of the damage for Leicestershire today. 3 for 41. He's bowled in. Is this his third spell? So he bowled 7.
Yes, it
then
is.
7.
Yeah, bowled after lunch as well.
We'll go on
Yeah.
the 7 here if it takes that long. 201 for 9.
Still 4 overs until tea.
Yeah.
Despite Parkinson bowling
You're right,
23
that's
overs.
a good point. It's been entirely spin for most of the day from one end, but they've not been rattling through them, that's for sure. Only wickets falling, I suppose, as well, but that shouldn't take that long. Leaning's frustrated there. He's made himself room and tried to drive it past the man at cover, and has just found him on the ground, so no run.
Polly, the Somerset scorer, was explaining to me when we were down there about how much time is allotted for each sort of incident, if you like, including, of course, the sanitising breaks and things like that. There's still no real excuse.
Here is Wright then bowling to Leaning. It's short, it's pulled away. It's a bit of a swat in the end, almost a one-day shot, that one. Will it go for 4? It is. It's going past the man at mid-off, and it didn't really seem to be there. I mean, I think he was trying to pull it more or less square, and it's ended up wide of mid-on, but improvised shot. He just wanted to force that away from a ball he pretty much was sure wasn't going to end up anywhere near his stumps. So 4 runs, 4 innings, on to 59. Such an important innings, and now top scoring in this match as well.
It's now equal second highest partnership of the innings.
So yeah, on to 42. Yeah, that allotting of time is an interesting one, isn't it? I think, I'm not sure if it's one day or T20 games. Was it 3.8 minutes and over? Is something like that on average that you use to take up or make up time? And as you say, then there's fall of wickets and all sorts of other things, breaks as well. From Wright to Leaning. Let's get on the front foot, but ends up having to defend that into the offside, and there's no run. If it's Griffiths, so it's Kimber 17, isn't it? Beg your pardon. That's offside. Making his first class debut for Leicestershire. He's taken a catch already to get rid of Darren Stevens for none. 205.49. Just these partnerships. 42 for the 8th wicket, now 42 for the 10th as well. As Wright bowls to Leaning. Looks like it might have come back at him a little bit, but Bowler wasn't excited by it. Leaning wasn't bothered by it. Keeper, that's a nasty one for Swindle. It's one of those, it's died at his feet, and I think it's hit him on the end of the finger, isn't it? Yeah. That's, well, let me say it's an occupational hazard for a wicket-keeper, but it can't be that much fun. I've always been far too tall to wicket-keeper, and I'm very glad about that. Because it just looks painful. Painful and tiring.
Yeah.
Always been more attracted by the show pony stuff myself, but there we are. Here's Wright then bowling to Leaning. It's again on the back foot, trying to work it past the man at cover, showing real frustration there, just thumping his back down on the ground there, Leaning, because each time he's tried to make himself a little bit of room and drive that on the back foot into the offside, he's found Kimber along the ground. Third time, 205 for 9. Ball to come, he'll be looking for a single if he can here, Jack Leaning. He's on 59, Logan has 10, who's aided and abetted him from 18 balls. Kent 205 for 9. Have a batting bonus point, 3 of them bowling for Leicestershire. Right to Leaning, Nudge will take a very quick single and will survive. It's a wild throw in the end at the far end by Barnes, and Leaning safely in his ground, I think, anyway. So he gets the single that they wanted, nicks the strike, 206.49, and this Kent innings goes on. 60 for Leaning, 10 for Logan. And even if we got to tea at this point, would there be extra time because they're 9 down? Is it an extra quarter of an hour at tea? Am I right in saying that? I may just be imagining it. Maybe they just would go in. 60 for Leaning, 10 for Logan. 206 for 9 as the 12th men come on. Is that Harry Podmore running the drinks for Kent? Jack Leaning taking a well-earned break. James Logan's out with them. They're getting well acquainted. I think Jack, as you said, schooled in York. Spent a lot of time growing up in Sheffield. Believe that James Logan was brought up in Wakefield, so you know each other from the Yorkshire setup. They're making perfect batting partners at the moment.
Yes, they have a wide area on which to call the Yorkshire club, so they should produce plenty of promising young players. They do, in fairness. Parkinson, desperate to finish this Kent innings, is in and bowls to Leaning. A big stride forward. Big forward defensive from Leaning out into the onside. Parkinson strolls towards the ball at short mid-wicket, picks it up, not hurrying at the moment.
He has much play of that partnership to save the game against Lancashire, of course. 2 Yorkies in, batting against them. Leaning gave us a wry smile when I put that to him.
Parkinson is in, slightly short, goes back, Leaning cuts it out to the sweeper on the offside, who is Evans, and is prepared to take 1. Moves on to 61.
Yeah, there was a moment's hesitation, wasn't there, when he saw the ball go to Evans. But I think Logan, to be fair, was backing up fairly well as well.
Yeah, there was it's just whether he wanted one on the second ball of the over, really, quite. Because Logan has not looked entirely convincing against Parkinson. Well, he's got him away once. In goes Parkinson, bowls to him, and he's got him away a second time. Thick outside edge down to third man for 4. Pretty much what happened last time. That was a little edgier than his previous dab down there, but he's missed a couple. Ackerman, a few sort of gestures. Well, what can you do? Post a third man, maybe?
Yeah, Parkinson's mood has not been raised by that, it's fair to say. Rather irritated gesture, but he's going to come over the wicket now. Partnership
grows apace. It is now clearly the second highest in the innings. He's going over the wicket now to the left-hander, who is forward and working it down to third man for, I suspect, another 4. Hill scampering after it. No, he will drag it back in about a yard inside the ropes. Logan picks up 2. He has now his first-class career best, was previously 11. He's now on 16 of 20 balls.
Is that not the 50 partnership as well? 163 to 230?
Yes, I think it is. And there was a little applause, but a 50 partnership for the last wicket. Frustrating for Leicestershire, and it will lift Kent going into tea. It really will, and they'll feel, I'm sure, that this is potentially a competitive score. Parkinson is in, Logan goes back, just dabs it down into the offside. There's no run. Parkinson's body language, that of a frustrated young man at the moment. 4 for 64. Still pretty good, his figures, at one stage. Certainly they were 4 for 44, but even better than that when he took his 4th wicket. He is in and tosses that one up, and Logan is forward, turning his wrists on it. Comfortable single there, and he wants it off the last ball of the over, but Leaning just lifts his bat, saying, "No, come on. We'll stay where we are, thanks very much. You stay there on 16 not out. I'll take the bowling on 61 not out."
Yeah, there was an excitement, wasn't there, about Logan? He got on the front foot, he played a nice shot into the onside, and he's dancing down, just sees the stony face of Jack Leaning at the far end, all but crossing his arms and looking back at him. But yeah, no single off the last ball of the over.
It's made a big difference, this 50 partnership. Yeah. You feel the whole feel of the game.
There is nothing so frustrating as a bowling team, is there, as a sizable and lengthy 50 partnership. The Major on Twitter, at BBC Kent Sport. Richard M. Ray as well, the 2 Twitter addresses. Ray R-A-E. Here's right bowling to Leaning. He's not got that back foot drive through the offside either. Kimber gets to that one, 2.13 for 9. I'd say that's one of the most deserved batting bonus points you're ever likely to get, says the Major. It's been a Herculean effort to put a score on the board after being 158 for 8. Still going too, he says. Super Kent.
Yeah, apologies, I should say. The 9th wicket fell when the score was 164, so we're on 49.
Right, that's my bad bookkeeping. I do apologise. So, driven by Leaning, that's a lovely shot. He's got that past the man at cover this time. That is 4 runs. So that should be the 50 partnership. And I'm sure the scorers will put that up as well. That's the reason they haven't. 53 runs, 30 for Leaning, 16 for Logan, 51 balls. And 36 minutes. They've been scoring at a run and ball, these two. Punch of gloves between them. And Leaning, weight off his shoulders. The 5th time of asking, he's managed to get that. Actually, that was a front foot drive, wasn't it? But still managed to get it through cover. We've been trying. And been stopped by Kimber every time. But 65 for him, 16 for Logan. I agree with the Major. This is a big, big effort from Kent. And have made a rather sad looking 116 for 7 or 158 for 8, whichever you want to look at it. Look a lot better. Right to Leaning. It's a good full-length delivery from right. Blocked out by Leaning, and there's no run. Ball's now 62 overs old as well. So it'll be a shine off it. And pardon the pun, I think the shine has been taken off it as well from Leicestershire. Looked like they were going to run through Kent. Particularly at 116 for 7, 106 for 6 as well. They took 2 wickets on 106. I mean 79 for 1. Those wickets either side of lunch. That's Leaning. Again getting forward, defends it. Kimber fields at cover. There's no run. Started to think, if Leicestershire going to bowl Ken out for 130. Obviously it's a different position, but psychologically it's, as you were saying, Richard, it's nothing to bowl at for Kent's bowlers then, is it? The shoulders get a bit tighter, you know, as even if batsmen are edging boundaries at that point, if you put only up 120, 130 in your first innings, it's very tough psychologically. But 217 for 9, right bowls to Leaning, he's forward again, just pushing it up to mid-on, there's no run.
4 o'clock, and you haven't got an update?
I'm doing 1/2 now, but thank you very much. I thought there was something almost Pavlovian I was feeling at this time, but yes, because normally on a bank holiday, apparently it's bank holiday afternoons. I'm told it's at the half hours, but thank you very much. Yes, that would be an unhealthy scramble. You don't want to see a man of my very limited poise scrambling out of a commentary box across a balcony. Here's. Or perhaps you do, I don't know, just for comic effect. Short ball from right, and Leaning wanted to take it on. He tried his best, but he's rehearsing the shot beautifully, but it still ended up with a wicket-keeper. And that's the end of the over. Can't get a single or the boundary he was hoping from the hook. 217 for 9. Actually good tactic by Wright as well, wasn't it? Final ball of the over. Might as well dig it in short if they're looking to get 6 balls at James Logan.
So this will be the last over before tea, whatever happens, even if the wicket falls.
So
I think 33. Because it's so late, you know, it's I suppose we could go to 10 past, couldn't we, if I suspect.
But you're right, I don't think they would extend tea on the first day, do they? I don't think so.
I don't think so, but we'll see. Umpire Gould and Leaning briefly in conversation. Parkinson's going to go back around the wicket to the left-handed James Logan. 2 slips and a leg slip as Parkinson is in. There's an appeal for leg before. No, says umpire Gould. It was going down the leg side. I quite like it when umpire Gould is turning things down, because he usually, a bit like umpire Nick Cook, gestures as to why it wasn't given out, and you can, boy is that helpful. If you're in the commentary box and you're not behind the bowler's arm, in goes Parkinson, bowls and leans forward. Logan turns his wrists on his defensive push out to Ben Mike. It goes at mid-wicket. No run. Floodlights needed at the moment, that's for sure. as Parkinson is in. Forward goes Logan, getting to the pitch of it. Back down the pitch it goes to the needled Parkinson. 2-7 for 9. 53 then the partnership. Parkinson tosses that one up again. He's turning his wrists on his defensive shot. Logan out towards backward square it goes, picked up by Sam Evans. James Logan is rather enjoying himself now, to be quite honest. Little bob of the knees.
Yep.
Sorry, as Parkinson is in, tosses it right up. He waits for it, clips it firmly, but only as far again as Evans at backward square. Crowd beginning to thin out a little bit now as the children head home for their tea, leaving only the cricketing faithful, so to speak. Field retreats to try and give Logan one as Parkinson tosses it right up. Logan waits for it, plays it out into the gap in the offside, but Leaning says no, and I have a feeling we are going to stay out there.
Oh,
we are going to.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are going to, because only one wicket has to fall, so that would take it to 10 past, so we might get a couple more overs before that 10 past. I don't know if they're listening in the manual scoreboard, but the total's completely awry. It's showing 9.
9 for 9.
9 for 9. If you're listening in the manual scoreboard.
I was going to say at 9 for 9, I probably would be on to whoever books the hotels at the BBC to make sure that cancel a couple of days. But yeah, we carry on. 2:17 for 9. And it's Chris Wright to continue. Leaning will face.
Just the one slip. Ackerman now.
As Wright comes in to bowl to Leaning. Short ball. He'll pull that away. It'll be 2, I think they'll come back for. Yeah, there's a sprint out there for Lewis Hill, some excitement for him. In the end, he doesn't need to sprint, they come back for a comfortable 2, they're taking no more, so he steeples the ball back to the wicketkeeper. Swindles, and Kent carry on at 2:19 for 9. Still these greyish conditions. Maybe slightly lighter than it was when we got here first thing this morning, but breezy out there. Feeling autumnal on August the 30th. Here comes Wright then from the Bennett end, bowling to Leaning, defended to the onside. And fielded by Ackerman on the onside. No, sorry, beg your pardon, it's Davis, isn't it? That's the one slip in at the moment.
Ackerman should be having a go at the left-hander, you know.
I'm really surprised he hasn't brought himself on at all today. I mean, it's still a high total, obviously, but just thinking... he's doing some warm-ups now, some toe touching, but it may just be to keep himself supple at slip. And this one a little bit out Leaning, but given the benefit of the doubt, he's kept it down well. They come through for 2. Hassan Azad is definitely watching the runners as he tries to throw the ball in, because he picks it up and manages to underarm it over his own head before picking the ball up. So again, it was a comfortable 2 for Kent. 2-2-1 for 9. 3 balls gone of this over. Leaning's on 69, Logan on 16. And these two having shared, as I was saying before, a very important partnership to save the game against Lancashire, equally to keep Kent in this first day. As you were saying, Richard, again psychologically, I don't know how much it means in the dressing room, but going at the end of this innings, Leicester are probably going to feel a little bit deflated because of where they were, and Kent have fought back into this one. But Leaning, facing right now, feeling outside the off stump, good ball through the wicketkeeper, no run. First one that's beaten the bat authentically for a few overs. Just looking at what Leaning scored so far. 27 not out against Sussex away from home was his biggest score of the season. He's chipped in with 350s as well. Logan on 16, be very happy with his day's work.
Scoreboard now showing 0 for 9. It's yeah, it's completely out of kilter.
Talking about psychological advantage, they're trying to psych Kent out. He's right then, leaning, high back lift, and pushes. They'll take a quick single, needs to be quick, gets there, underarm throw from, is that Ben Mike at the far end? Yeah, just misses the stumps. That would have been interesting, he wasn't that far away either. If he hit the stumps, Leaning knew he was chancing his arm to get off strike there. And single ball to face then for Logan at the end of this 65th over. You're on BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Radio Kent via the BBC Sport website and app with Richard Ray and Matt Cole. Double Nelson on the board now. And the partnership stretching. 6 to
58.
58, thank you very much. Get the cogs moving. Obviously need tea myself at this point. Here's right then to Logan. He's dabbed at that, has gone for 4. He's got very lucky, to be honest. He's just dangled about outside the off stump. Chris Wright goes away with metaphorical steam coming out of his ears because he's dabbed outside the off stump. It's actually dropped short of second slip, gone past the left hand and off for 4. 2-2-6 for 9. This is hugely frustrating for Leicestershire. And Colin Ackerman, the captain, must be thinking, how on earth am I going to break this partnership now? It's stretching on. 70 for Leaning, 20 for Logan.
Yeah, 62. The initiative, the balance of power, just feels like it's shifted during the partnership, really. 175 all out. And suddenly 2-2-6 for 9, and looking like a pretty reasonable score on the pitch, to be quite honest. Parkinson trying to end it as the clock ticks over to 4 is in. Forward goes Leaning into the wide open spaces on the leg side. Leaning disinclined to take a single off the first ball of the over, so Ed Barnes jogs in. Could almost have got 2. They'd really gone hard there. As it is, they don't bother. Leaning remains 70, not out. Again, decides to make Parkinson wait. In he goes, very straight-ish run, thick inside edge out into the leg side as he stretches forward in defence. Swindles, jogs after the ball towards square leg. Again, it was a comfortable one to be taken. Again, Leaning disinclined to do so, maybe playing for tea now. Why not?
Well, it's been a vigil, isn't it? 147 balls.
Impressive stuff. Parkinson is in, bowls. Tuomi goes back and plays firmly out into the offside, out to Evans, who's sweeping, and this time, the third ball of the over. Leaning, stretching his right hamstring a little bit, does take the run. 2-2-7 for 9.
I think it's fair to say, from what I remember the scorecard, that he's batted, in terms of balls, certainly twice as long as any other batsman on so far today.
Parkinson in to Logan, who is looking comfortable out there now. Stretches forward to that one, strokes it competently, calmly and confidently out to mid-off. Picked up by Chris Wright, no run. Parkinson is in, tosses it up. Oh, almost yorks himself there, Logan, and sort of walks into it, jams down on it in time. Plays it out into the leg side. Swindles flicks the ball back at the stumps because Logan, whose head is in the clouds, seemed to have gone for a little walk there. He missed the stumps. Parkinson is in. Logan is edging to short leg. There isn't a short leg, just a leg slip. Thick inside edge. You could hear the wood from here. It would have been the simplest of catches to Hassan Azad had he been there. Parkinson, arms folded in mid-pitch, cannot believe that Azad wasn't there, or there wasn't a short leg. So that should surely be T, shouldn't it? Umpire Gould is...
Can it go beyond 4?
Well, it surely can't, can it? There are 30 overs remaining to be bowled. We've had half an hour post the official tea interval.
Well, if we're confused, the umpires seem to be having a conversation about it as well. They're just carrying on.
Well, we're going to keep going. Forget tea, folks. We're not going to have it.
It's overrated anyway.
Well, hang on. Now the umpires are now coming together.
Umpires Watson Gould. So you think we're confused in the commentary box? The umpires don't seem to know either, which would suggest there's no conversation between them and the players. They're shrugging.
We are going to go on. I saw umpire Gould holding up one finger, but why we should just get one more over at 4:13 is beyond me.
Ackerman's finally going to come on. The Major has had his tea, but he said, I nearly spilt it when I heard my tweet being read out. Good on you, says. My pleasure. It was a good tweet, praising a very good stand as well. And Trebon saying, thoroughly enjoying proper cricket back on the radio. He says, leaning on leaning, aren't we? He says, hopefully you can move like this until the new ball, he said. So Colin Ackerman will bowl. Captain brings himself on for the first time. Little dab sweep by Leaning. It's a lone cry in the darkness almost from Ackerman. He was the one appealing for that.
I think it was outside the line.
Leaning, I mean, he's rehearsing that again, was almost into that shot before in the delivery stride, wasn't he? He'd already decided what he was going to do, that just a little paddle round the corner. Ackerman then with his off-spin, quicker delivery, that one. Almost slingy, but driven on the back foot at the offside. Mike Fields, no run. So is this the last over? Answers on a postcard, please. Who knows?
I'm very much hoping so from every point of view.
Ackerman to Leaning. Just angles the bat a little bit. That could have had a single. He's decided against it. 3 balls to come from Ackerman. He may well have thought Leaning here. His bowling is going to be slightly less potent, that he might be able to farm a single near the end of the over. But will he live to rue that, I wonder? Here's Ackerman. Again, quick and flat delivery. Leaning defends it. 4th ball of the over gone. I don't mean to project. It does feel a little bit peremptory, this over. But that might be, because at this point there's not a lot of intensity in the field, is there? You could understand why. It's kind of taking the wind out of Leicestershire sails, this partnership. 227 for 9. But maybe it's just me wishing for tea now. Here's Ackerman again. Quicker and flat sweep from Leaning. Evans, Hill rather, backward a square to Evans. They relay it quite slowly, almost asking Leaning if he'd like a second run there, but he's taking just the one ball to face for Logan. It may be tea afterwards, it may not. I don't know if you can stand the excitement at home. He's been crowded though. He's got a silly mid-off, more or less. 2 slips in. Everyone's closing in now as Ackerman comes round the wicket. Spears it in, edges past the second slip. They don't take the run. End of the over. And that's exactly what they wanted with that field. It absolutely fizzed in by Ackerman. It gripped a little bit. Logan has offered the bat to it.
We're still going.
We're still going. So is it an extra quarter of an hour? It can't be an extra half hour at tea, surely, can it?
But even if it's an extra half hour, tea would normally be at 22.
Yeah, I was going to say an extra half hour,
which takes it to 4:10.
Or is it an extra half hour from 32 to go? In which case
we could be here, until.
But I mean, very much the cricket's very absorbing, ladies and gentlemen. But there we go. We're still going. Umpires seem undecided why it was. And who are we to gainsay them?
Parkinson will plough on from the pavilion end. In he goes to Jack Leaning, who goes back and defends off middle and leg down the pitch on the onside.
So Philip, who knows these kind of things, is kind of going along with a half hour. 8 more overs at 9 wickets, he thinks.
Yeah, but
so from 32 overs, so we can go as far as.
Parkinson is in, tucked off his legs by Leaning, thinking about a second. Initially thought about a second, realised that mid-wicket Barnes was going to get there fairly quickly. So
that could be 8 from 32.
Well, it has to. That's the only possible explanation, isn't it? Really, if it was 8 from 22.
So it is 22, kind of half an hour. Thank you, Philip.
Okay.
It makes the most sense of anything we've seen so far.
It makes the only sense, really.
So Kevin's saying 8 overs or half an hour. That makes sense. Thank you, Kevin. Yeah.
Parkinson is in. Logan goes back, looks to turn a delivery off his legs down into the leg side, doesn't get anything on it, comes off the pads and is picked up at short leg now by Azad. There is a short leg now, chasing the ball around a little bit in terms of the close catches, Leicestershire. Parkinson is in, back goes Logan, appeals for leg before Parkinson as he looked to turn it on the leg side again. Surely did a bit too much, certainly umpire Gould thinks so. Parkinson gets a negative and then he's gesturing away at, I don't know, one of the Kent players down below us. They're the Kent dressing room in the Turner restaurant. In goes Parkinson, bowls on off stump this time, but Logan plenty of time just to go back and play it back down the pitch on the on side. And there's no run.
It may well have been that the umpires were coming together to make sure the time they were setting. It's 8 overs or the half an hour, whichever is the longer.
Parkinson tosses that one up, tries to turn his wrists on it defensively, thumps into the pad, bounces out towards mid-wicket, and again Parkinson, hands on hips, has to face the fact that it has been another wicketless over. 27 overs, 9 maidens, 4 for 66. Still pretty good figures for him, but he'll feel definitely should have had a 5 for by now.
Yeah, 65 the partnership between these two. 75 was the highest partnership of the innings.
Yeah, approaching it.
So Ackerman over the wicket then to Jack leaning. A slip. That short leg in as well. Over the wicket to leaning. Aggresses that one. It's rather squirted off the outside of the bat. They're not going for the single down to backward point. Thrown in by Parkinson. He's got another dejected figure. He was bowling angry that last over, but that doesn't mean he's bowling any less potently. Just frustrated at this point. Quicker from Ackerman again. He does spear, doesn't he? I suppose that, well, it certainly worked in T20 cricket for Ackerman, and it almost got rid of Logan at the end of his previous over. He bowls now. Leaning, goes to slog sweep. It's along the ground. They will take the single off the third ball of the over. Field comes in immediately. They're swapping over for the left-hander as well. Leaning's rehearsing that shot. He rather fancied a boundary from that one, but he moves on to 74. Logan on to 20. All these very important runs for Kent at the end, and stretching this Kent first innings out. And Logan has 2 slips, and that man short on the offside as well. It's Ackerman, again, it's a flat, quick delivery coming in at his off stump, trying to turn away. We'll get a little bit of grip and turn away from the left-hander. Defended, no run. 2 balls to come of the over. Ackerman to Logan, slightly more flight given that time, and dead batted into the onside this time by James Logan. Swindell's behind the stumps, just fidgeting, his helmet back on straight, gloves secure. Ackerman bowls to Logan. Didn't know where that was going at all, James Logan. He's looked in completely the wrong direction. It's gone down the leg side. He's actually affected a leg glance while thinking he'd edged it, or I think popped it up into the offside, and looked, well, a good 180, if not 270 is Logan, but frustration for Leicestershire, but Logan won't care a jot after that. He'll forget it quickly, I'm sure. 74 for Leaning, 20 for Logan, and this partnership goes on and on. 66 now between these two. Came together when Nathan Gilchrist was run out for none at 164.49. Kent losing 5 wickets after tea. One stage 116 for 7. Now 2:30 for 9 here on BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio Kent.
suspect when the last wicket falls there'll be something of an ironic cheer from the Leicestershire faithful. Parkinson is in. Little paddle sweep from Leaning, and he is now prepared to take a single off the first ball of the over. Why not? He's thinking. That said, he's moved on to 75, and he wouldn't be human if thoughts of three figures weren't beginning to creep into his head. Logan, 20 not out, has acquitted himself admirably for his first-class best score. He has a short leg, a leg slip, and a slip around him again as Parkinson stays round the wicket. Bowls to him. He is forward, getting to the pitch bit, defending it out to right at mid-off. There's no run, a huge expanse of green space between right at mid-off and Hill at backward point as Parkinson is in, and Logan is trying to turn it into the leg side. It thumps into the pad. Doesn't get anything on it. He wanders down the pitch and does a spot of gardening now, getting to know the place. 42 balls he's faced now for his 20. Parkinson is in, drops it horribly short, and it's worked into those green open spaces by Logan. Off the back foot, right has to run around to deep-ish extra cover to pick up. Logan takes one, moves on to 21. Just trying to see if he's got a bat sponsor. Yes, he has. So
he might be getting...
I was going to say, he might be fighting for his services soon. Parkinson is in a vicious delivery that bounces and beats Leaning and bounces over the top of the stumps, and Swindles sort of blocks it really. But when he fizzes it in, it does stuff, and it's a brutal delivery, isn't it? Underwood on this wicket. In goes Parkinson, a little paddle sweep round the corner, going to be run out. Yes, unfortunate for Logan. Leaning paddled it around the corner towards Lewis Hill, who was on the 45, short fine leg. Hill scrambled to his right, got the throw away. It called Logan through for the run. Logan put in the dive, he couldn't get there, and he is sent on his way, leaving Leaning 75 not out. Kent all out for 232. The last two men both run out, but what a partnership that has been. It's changed the whole feel of the day.
Yes, really superb there, and at Leaning you could see how disappointed he is, and Logan in the end having to sprint through and dive. I don't think there's any feeling from Leaning that it's Logan's fault there, is it? I think he's just having to play the circumstances, and in the end just one shot too many. Logan run out for 21, and Jack Leaning comes through raising his bat, but you can see how frustrated he is not to take it further for Ken. But what an important partnership that is, as the last wicket goes down here on BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Radio Kent. 75 not out for Leaning. Kent 2-3-2 in the end, and that final partnership
68.
Thank you very much.
Well, it is now tea, I'm happy to report, so we can all go and do what we need to do during the tea interval, make some tea or otherwise. 232 all out. There are 26 overs remaining to be bowled. We'll be back with you on BBC Radio's Kent and Leicester in around about 15 minutes time for the final session on what has been a fascinating first day of this LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Kent.
Excuse me, I'm not sure. I know exactly what you mean.
Bowls, and that one is cut away nicely by Robinson. It was a little bit short and wide, and it could go all the way.
Rather more circumspect, 42 at the moment. It's up in the air, top edge. This should go to fine leg, and does. And the fielder coming.
Possibility. In goes right and bowls to Stevens, who edges and is caught at third slip, I think, by Louis Kimber, who made it look as is in and bowls, cut away, and that might just go all the way. Hill's in pursuit, he's going to have to put in the dive, he does put in. Right, bowls, and it's a foolish delivery, looked to be going down the leg. Right, he's given him, right, was very... Is in and bowls, and at half forward he's going to pick up 4, I think, there, Mills, because it raises his batters. Right, goes in, bowls to him, he drives pleasantly, and he's got it past Ben Mike at extra cover, and it's going to run away to the electronic score. To Leaning, who goes back to delivery on his legs and turns it down to fine leg for 4. Gavin Griffin.
Something else. Mills is edged through, low, past, well, a 4-slip area, but that will go for 4, all the way along behind him. And that's just straying on Midland leg. Glance by Milnes, that'll be 4 more runs. And talking about opportunistic.
Effective as Parkinson goes in and is swept down to fine leg for 4 by Leaning. Thick bottom edge. He knew where he was placing it though.
Kent looking to make runs while they can. Oh, bowled him! Off stump out of the ground. And Milnes' economical technique. Would Leaning risk it? It's a good drive, that one, past the man at mid-on. That'll go for 4. Nicely struck by Jack. A bit of tennis ball bounce there. Short ball. Gets off the mark. Oh, Gilchrist is going to struggle to get back. Does he? Yep. He doesn't. He's out.
Again, doesn't quite get it right. Outside off stump, a little bit short. Dab down to third man for 4. Simple as. Is in, Leaning is driving for 4. Nice shot, got on top of the bounce. Wasn't anywhere near the pitch of the ball, but he played it really. He's in, he's driving and missing, and it misses everything, I think, and goes between the wicketkeeper and slip. No, he did get an edge.
40, cut away over the slips. That'll be 4 runs. Thick edge in the end. He was looking to cut. Might have ended up at backward point with Mike Bowles to him. That's flicked off his hip though. He's done well there, Leaning. He's farmed the single down to fine leg. An expensive over.
He's in to him. He sweeps very effectively for 4. Nice shot, over pitched, and he's sort of getting under.
Right then, bowling to Leaning. It's short. It's pulled away. It's a bit of a swat in the end. Almost a one-day shot. That one. Will it go for 4?
To him, and he's got him away a second time. Thick outside edge down to third man for 4. Pretty much what happened.
So driven by Leaning. That's a lovely shot. He's got that past the man at cover this time. That is 4 runs. Then to Logan. He's dabbed at that. It's gone for 4. He's got very lucky, to be honest. He's just dangled.
Sweep round the corner. Going to be run out. Yes. Unfortunate for Logan. Leaning paddled it around the corner towards Lewis Hill, who was on the 45, short fine leg. Hill scrambled to his right, got the throw away. It called Logan. something wrong. Good afternoon and welcome back to the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Third and final session on this first day of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Kent. Ball-by-ball commentary brought to you by BBC Radio's Kent and Leicester. Matt Cole and Richard Ray, your commentators for the game. Entertaining first two sessions, a long second session. Certainly there are only 26 overs left to be bowled this afternoon, although we are starting at 22.5 the final session. Kent bowled out in the first two sessions for 232, which we think, given the behaviour of the pitch, is a competitive score. You never can tell, though. It certainly didn't look as though it was going to be that competitive, if so it proves to be, when Kent subsided shortly after lunch, in fact, to 116 for 7. But the tail, in the persons of Matt Milnes and James Logan in particular, batted really well in company with Jack Leaning, who finished 75 not out, to drag Kent up to that score of 232. Leicestershire openers are out there: Hassan, Azad and Sam Evans. Very different in the red ball game to the white ball game, where the opening was done by Rishi Patel, who's unfortunately injured at the moment. And well, he had various opening partners. Lewis Hill at one stage. So Azad and Evans, slightly different. Matt Milnes.
Yeah, Matt Milnes from the Bennett end bowls now to Azad and tucked into the onside. It's done well actually, off middle stump. Gilchrist throws into the wicketkeeper and they're already off the mark, Leicestershire. On Van on off the first ball. Conditions, I think it's fair to say, are lighter than they've been. We've had the floodlights on for quite a while.
First sort of signs of a break in the blanket of cloud that's been overhead. Away to the west there is a little bit of sunlight. Hurrah.
Pleasant for the spectators that have stayed with us. Fewer in number certainly than we started the day with on Family Day, when there's a big old crowd and lovely buzz around the ground. Milnes then, from this Bennett end to a bowl to Evans, just outside off stump, left by Evans. It's fairly quick, Matt Milnes. As I said, he seems to be getting slightly quicker each season and just slightly better. His results are improving as well. But Kent with that 2-3-2 on the board. Keen to get on the wickets early, as Leicestershire did. And a wicket in the very first over. Jordan Cox going for none. From Chris Wright, they want to replicate that. Here is Milnes now bowling to Evans, shoulders arms through to wicketkeeper Billings. Haven't said that much this season. Cox is the first slip, second slip is Zach Crawley. Jack Leaning chirping at third. Conversation with Billings. This moment point, extra cover, mid on, mid off.
Are you retaining the services of Adam Milne for the T20 for the finals day?
If he's not being used by Mumbai Indians, that's the understanding I was
okay.
He may well be at the IPL, and from all the indications, Case Ahmad won't be with them for the leg spinner for them. So again with the IPL, because it's been delayed, hasn't it, for this summer. And dropping the off the side there was Evans, as that was backing up like a steam train there and had to turn at the far end. Did well as well. Got back into his ground quickly in the end. There was no alarms for him. But so that will be an issue, and for, I suppose, which counties can hold on to which players. I'm not sure, for instance, if Rashid Khan will be with Sussex, whether he'll go to the IPL. Milnes bowls to Evans, just off the pad for a single, straying onto the leg stump. Kevin might have kept it tighter than this in the first over. A few relay throws going on. It's all got a bit Harlem Globetrotters now as they run little patterns and throw it in between each other. Denley ends up with it at mid-on. Field being organised now. Ollie Robinson, rare sight of him. I was thinking, what on earth is that at point? It looks a bit like Heino Kuhn, but it's Ollie Robinson, of course, who usually has the gloves. But Sam Billings, England's reserve wicket-keeper, of course, taking the gloves as his right as skipper as well. It's Milnes over the wicket then to Azad. Oh, Yorker length! Hit him on the toe, did it? It might have done, but it's going to be... No, it didn't. It came off his bat, and that's why that appeal's failed. Sam Billings stand just staring in disbelief at the umpire. Strangely, it makes no difference. It's going to be 4 runs. Good ball, though.
Yeah, a little bit of late sort of in-swing, but I think it pitched outside leg as well and just sort of helped on its way by Azad. It was a little bit late on it, but quite a thick inside-ish edge, really. A sort of... Not an ironic cheer, but a sort of nervous cheer, I think, from the Leicestershire faithful, such as they are, for Darren Stevens.
Oh, indeed so, yeah. Sorry, Liam from the Kent office has got in touch to put me right, as he so often does. There's a lot of opportunities for him. He says in the knockouts of the Blast, you're only allowed to select players that have played for you in the group stages, so there won't be any mercenaries flown in for finals day, which feels about right, doesn't it? I've noticed 1 or 2 counties particularly in the top division of the county championship are accumulating players for the final run-in, which feels a little bit, I don't know, feels a bit wrong to me, but there we go.
Stevens is in from the pavilion end, bowls to Evans, who drives him for 4. It was a fullish delivery, gave it every chance to swing. Over the ropes it goes, played very straight by Evans, back past the veteran, stuck out his right foot, couldn't quite get anything on it. Evans picks up 4, joins Azad on 5, Leicestershire 10 without loss. Yes, we see the old fox, Mohammed Abbas, re-signed by Hampshire for the final stages. In goes Stevens, bowls very wide outside off stump and taken almost in front of first slip by Billings there. Stevens goes forward and scrapes at the crease and examines his shoes as though they were to blame in some way. 10 without loss, but Abbas obviously played for Hampshire for most of the first tranche of the game, so it's slightly more legitimate, one feels. Stevens is in, bowls full, reached for it a bit, Evans there, but he got plenty on it and he squeezed it out through point, and I think it's going to go all the way. It does go all the way, but Stevens will think, well, if he's prepared to reach as far as that one, what will he do when it's a little bit closer to him and still swinging? But Evans, 2 boundaries off Stevens' first 3 deliveries.
Well, it's all looking very straightforward, isn't it? They're going to be eating up these runs in no time.
But started pretty quickly in the Kent first innings as Stevens bowls. That's a better line on off stump. Evans is carefully forward. Out towards point it goes, and there's no run. Messrs Crawley and Denley were scoring at one stage 5 and over, weren't they, for a while. And that partnership of 76 for the Kent second wicket. Very nearly overtaken by Leaning and Logan in the last wicket. Stevens is in outside off stump, swings away, allowed to do so by Evans. 14 then without loss, Leicestershire, after 1.5 overs, replying to Kent's first innings score of 232. 3 slips for Stevens, given to him by Billings. Otherwise a fairly conventional field. That said, cover has now gone in just 3 strips back really on the catch as Stevens is in, bowls on off stump. Evans waits for it and defends it firmly off stump out into the offside. End of the over. 14 without loss. Leicestershire 5 to Hassan Azad, who didn't face in that over. 10 to Sam Evans.
Philip on the emails, kentcricket@gmail.com. He says, I see Dan Lawrence is playing for Essex today, so I'd assume he and Billings might be subbed out after 2 days of the game. Possibly. Also pointing out that Sam North East is playing for Notts today, so he's played for 3 counties in the Championship this season. So, trying to find himself a home, having moved to Yorkshire on a short-term deal now with Notts. We wish him well. Milnes from the Bennett end, bowling to Azad, the left-hander. Just getting inside the line of that one, playing it to a square leg. It's Gilchrist who fields there. Cox, Crawley and Leaning are the slips. Robinson at point. Joe Denley at mid-off. Darren Stevens at mid-on.
Jake on Twitter, got to capitalise when we have teams in that position. Feels they let Kent off the hook a little bit.
Well, it must be hugely frustrating. Oh, he's just stabbed it past his stumps. As he was trying to leave that, trying to take the bat away from it, but it's hit the bat as he's withdrawn it, and just bouncing outside the off stump, but gets away with that one. 5 for Azad, 9 for Evans so far, 14 for Leicestershire, and Pride against 232.
Those 9 runs take Evans past 500 for the season in his 15th innings, averaging 35, 3 centuries to his name, so a bit of a breakthrough season for him.
Azad facing Milnes now, outside the off stump, keeping a bit low, but always, well, pitching outside often. Following that trajectory as well through to Sam Billings.
Azad just the 1 century so far, big one, unbeaten down at the Oval against Surrey early on this season. 317 runs, also in 14 innings at 26. So his big breakthrough season was two years ago now, 2019.
Milnes to Azad, left outside the off stump once again. No run, of course. Sam Billings, only he and the bowler without at least a sleeveless jumper on. Showing his number 7 shirt, Matt Milnes number 8.
That's the forecast for tomorrow. Let's have a look, see.
Is it wall-to-wall sunshine, 25 degrees?
It's pretty good actually, 18 degrees sunny, sun and cloud, so
we'll do with that.
A lot of cloud.
It's Milnes to Azad, just guides that past third man, or third slip, and that'll be 4 runs. Straying a little wide there, Milnes, and I mean, he seems to be scoring fairly quickly here. Doesn't feel like quite the jeopardy we had with Leicestershire's opening bowlers, but as you were saying, Richard, that there was a swift partnership between Denley and Crawley early on for Kent as well. It'll be fascinating to see what happens when the spinner comes on and how long Sam Billings might leave that as well. James Logan. In the next few overs as Milnes bowls to Azad, gets inside the line of that one, just again steers it backward of square. Stewart fields, end of the over. 5 off it, Azad 10, Evans has 9. Evans just moseying past Billings. I thought Billings had a word to say to him, but no, he was talking to Darren Stevens, who, as the protocols go these days, has to hand his jumper and cap to the 12th man. It was Harry Podmore. You think Podmore's probably getting through as much exercise doing that as he is bowling almost, but to run on every over, perhaps not. Stevens then will come over the wicket, the left-handed Azad, who's marking out his guard to Stevens, so presumably the first ball he's faced of his. So
it is, yeah. Seems to be swinging it into him and then just pushing the odd ball across him. Still got the 3 slips, of course. As he's in from the pavilion end, bowls to Azad, who is leaning forward and beaten on the outside edge with one of those deliveries just pushed across him by the canny 45-year-old now, isn't he, Stevens? He's got another contract for next year?
Yes, yeah. 1 more year. Play till he's 50, says the campaign at the moment. Led by former Kent captain David Fulton.
He is in and bowls to Azad, the in swinger. Azad, big stride forward, defends out towards mid-wicket.
I think
No run.
not least born by Mr. Fulton, and I'd say this out of no disrespect from the fact that he gets to tell the story of how he signed Darren Stevenson. It was his genius that brought Stevens to Kent initially. So there we go. I mean, if I'd persuaded the Kent board to take him on, I'd probably want to tell that story a time or two.
Stevens is in outside off stump. He's settled into his rhythm now. Azad stepped forward and then let the ball go through, but there's nice bounce and shape to it. For some reason it gets a toot on the vuvuzela. Quite a reasonably strong note as well, so it might not have been Stench blowing it on that occasion. Who knows? Almost trumpet-like. Stevens is in and bowls, and the in-swinger is left from outside off stump, taken by Billings, diving away to his right. Wasn't so very far away, as you can gather from that, from Azad's off stump. He has what hair he has left is now pretty much uniformly grey, isn't it, Steve-O, which adds to the venerable appearance as he goes in and bowls again. It's the in-swinger from outside off stump again. Azad leaves. That one isn't quite as close to off stump, but no, it wasn't as close to off stump. Good leave from Azad.
And the wonderful thing about watching Darren Stevens is you can watch bowlers who look a bit like Darren Stevens and running at the speed of Darren Stevens. Probably on any village green in the country. I mean, none of them could do what Darren Stevens could do.
You sometimes wonder, don't you? I remember.
You think it's all psychology?
No, but absolutely no. But in terms of the sort of accuracy and the movement, there are bowlers in club and village cricket who've been getting on a bit, but who never bowl a loose ball in their lives. You know, they just nag away, and at no great pace, but very effectively. In goes Stevens. That one is a little bit short as it comes back in towards Azad. And Azad can stand up tall, play it firmly back down the wicket to Darren Stevens, but a maiden, which is par for the course from Stevens in his second over. None for 8 for him. The cloud is breaking up nicely away to the west, and now we might even just get a few rays of sunshine before the close, which is now only 22 overs away.
Does it feel like it's getting slightly warmer, or am I just...
No, it is. The wind has just dropped a bit from the north. Fox is still, and the flags are still out there, but it isn't quite as strong.
It's now pleasantly mild now. Sam Billings in conversation with Matt Milnes, as we know certainly from the pictures and the sounds from that Blast quarter-final. Billings is not one to let the grass grow under his feet. He wants to keep active, always keep pushing. You can hear him shouting the instructions to his fielders as the third man goes back. 3 slips in still. Milnes to bowl over the wicket to Evans on middle stump. Defended up to Darren Stevens at mid-on. Got approval from the slips and from the captain. That was the ball they wanted him to bowl. Just looked like he had to adjust his position late there, Evans, actually. He was trying to get inside the ball, wasn't he, to play it on the leg side, but actually just had to slightly straighten up to make sure he was solidly behind it. Did it well. But Evans 9. Azad 10. Leicestershire 19 for none. Kent looking for their first breakthrough. Milnes to Evans. Yorker length. Evans blocks it out. Oh, mate, did I hear someone say that? There we go. It was a great ball. The slips loved it. But as I said, not making its breakthrough, and at the moment Leicestershire will be feeling pretty good, I'd imagine, about their reply. 4.2 overs gone, 19 on the board, run rate just under 4.5 thereby. Milnes to Evans, drops it back gently with soft hands there, deflected out to point, and Robinson fields and tosses it back into the slips. They might have made a right old Horlicks of that. Someone's dropped it, kicked it around. It's making its way back to Milnes anyway, who takes it short-sleeved 8 on his back. Shining the ball on his whites now. Firmly gripping in the right hand. Pounding in from the Bennett end to Evans. Bit of a jolt as he defends that one. Quick ball. But plays it out to the offside again. Robinson and Denley exchange. It's all a bit hard, Globetrotters, sort of almost basketball passes. Nothing behind the back, but then relay it up to Matt Milnes. Keep themselves on their toes. Yeah, still that breeze, not quite as lively as it was before, just maybe heating up a degree or two towards the end of the day. Milnes to Evans, pushing forward this time, keeping it tight. Milnes, that's what his captain would have wanted. Gilchrist fields at mid-wicket. And there is no run. Kent's bowlers, certainly Milnes and Gilchrist, very, very lithe in the field, very quick as well, which is just adds to the potency of their signings, I suppose. They do their due diligence. Milnes' last ball of the over. Evans has seen him off so far. Bowls now. Evans defends that stoutly on the off stump. Maiden over. Milnes 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 11. Stevens none for 8, and 2 balls coming off his first over, in fact, accounting for those. Leicestershire 19 for none here on BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Radio Kent. Applying to Kent's 232. 50 for Crawley, 75 odd out for Leaning, 4 for 68 from Callum Parkinson at one stage. Looks set to rip through the majority of the Kent batting until 2 late partnerships, one of 42 and the final one of 68, taking Kent to that total.
Stevens turns, scampers up the slope and bowls to Azad, slightly short of his ideal length, Stevens, so Azad can go back and defend solidly enough. Just thinking at Canterbury is probably, in my time commentating, which this is the 8th year now, it was that first match I did for Leicestershire was at Canterbury. In goes Stevens and is driven by Azad pleasantly through the offside for 4. Again, it was quite a big reach. It was a foolish delivery, didn't quite do what Darren Stevens was hoping it was going to do. Azad got to the pitch of it, head over it, and I say, although he was reaching a little bit, got plenty on it, picks up 4, moves on to 14, Leicestershire 23 without loss. But in that time, I would think Canterbury has changed as much as anywhere, to be quite honest, the amount of sort of building that has gone on. Stevens is in, bowls wide again, this time Azad. He dragged his length back a little bit and he wouldn't have got to the pitch of it, so let it go through.
I just think they've kept something of the character of the ground.
Yeah, certainly when you look sort of back at the old stands. Is it not being used, one of those stands at the moment? I noticed that the top tier of the Woolly stand was in goes Stevens, bowls outside off stump, swings back in, but a safe-ish lead by Azad, although Stevens wants him to think it was much closer than it was.
And they can't use the aim stand at the moment where the old scoreboard is, which is a hospitality area, because that's where the opposition teams are going, because they're at different ends on the code. So yeah, a little bit restricted for the quarter-final there at Canterbury, but they still made quite a lot of noise.
Yes, enjoyed themselves hugely. Stevens goes in, bowls very wide, and that might be signalled wide, and is signalled wide. Nice take by Billings in front of first slip. Stevens just smiles and has a word with umpire Gould. Old foes and just thinking, no, not old at any stage, old teammates. They wouldn't have been, would they? Gould and Stevens, but many games against each other. Stevens goes in onto the legs of Azad, played out to mid wicket. Milnes fields, makes a little bit of a meal of it at mid wicket.
course, yeah, he's younger than he's older than a lot of the umpires, isn't he? He's certainly on the list.
I don't think he's
a few
older than umpire Gould.
No.
But yeah, some of them absolutely. Yeah. Gould, 1957. In goes Stevens and bowls down the leg side, flicks the pad. There's a acrobatic tumbling take by Billings. Stevens both hands on hips at the end of that over. Curious mix from him. It wasn't too consistent, and he just makes a few gestures with his right hand about where and how he's gripping the ball. He's not quite getting it right at the moment. 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 13 for Steve-O. Leicestershire 24 without loss after 6.
Yeah, not quite happening for the Kent bowlers at the moment. I think Chris Wright looked far more potent this morning than either of the Kent ones so far. But then Parkinson's introduction was a major change in the way the game was going at that point, taking, well, his 4 wickets in a row actually, wasn't it? 3 fairly quickly before lunch.
That scoreboard is of course the one thing that Canterbury and Grace Road still have in common.
Still got the manual scoreboards, yeah. And it's a Milnes to Evans, who pushes this off his pads, and that'll be a single behind square. Evans on to 10, is added 14, 25 for none. Yeah, I'd like to think they would keep that as a feature of the ground. I would hope that Leicestershire feel the same way about their manual scoreboard as well. But
it was refurbished over the winter, just to emphasise the point that they do wish to keep it. It's not actually that old a building or a addition. I found out. Sort of dates from the 70s, I think. No, you know, it's not a sort of 1930s things, which the cupola clock, which is unique to the ground.
So Milnes to Azad. It was like the effort ball from Milnes, just a little bit back of the length, and Azad tries to turn it into the onside, but just bobbles up a little bit. Absolutely safe. No fielder next to him.
Yeah, the cupola clock makes you think it might be date from an earlier period.
Yeah. So is it a reproduction clock, or just the design? Is it
just the cupola, I think. Yeah. There's a splendid picture of Tunbridge Wells.
Oh, that's wonderful.
In that book for you.
So can I see my house from there? I can't, no. But
that one?
Yeah, if only. Through to the wicket keeper. I think it's fair to say, anyone that knows anything about Tunbridge Wells, if I could see my house from that picture, I probably wouldn't still need to work.
Pictures of Maidstone, Folkestone, Tunbridge, Dartford, Hesketh Park. Has that been there?
No, I haven't. I must admit.
Grounds at which Kent have played their cricket.
The old Blackheath ground maybe as well, but Folkestone, the moat at Maidstone. Fantastic work there. Milnes outside the off stump. I'm not sure Azad's actually feeling for that. He's keeping his bat next to his body and letting it go through to Billings, so no run.
Yeah, he can be a little bit deceptive, Azad, sometimes. It looks as though he's playing, but like Cosgrove used to do, just sort of deliberately plays inside the line. That's Azad. How's Son of Lime getting on? Is he growing nicely?
Yeah, looking good actually. Yeah, in full leaf, of course, at the moment. Milnes to Azad on the off stump, no run. It's helped or defended out towards Ollie Robinson, who's got quite a beard now, I think. Ollie Robinson, yeah, with the sunglasses on his fading Kent cap. Pugnacious character. At point with Sam Billings behind the stumps. Of course, we'll ask the question afterwards just how long Sam can be with Kent and whether he'll have to go after 2 days, because the test starts on Thursday. I assume you won't be travelling overnight for the first day. Is Milnes to Azad. Just angled out backward a point. That'll work fine for him. Single. Hasn't looked overly troubled by this over from Matt Milnes, and that is the end of the over. He'll take the strike as well. Azad 15 from 25, Evans 10 from 17. Run rate now below 4, 26 for none. Of course, run rate's not important, but we were just mentioning how quickly Kent scored at the top of their innings. What on earth is happening out there? Appears to be above the floodlight. There seems to be another brighter floodlight breaking through the cloud. Could it be? Thought you might get ironic applause almost from the crowd, but end of the over, 26 for none. 7 overs gone, 19 remaining in the day, and assuredly it'll be 6 o'clock before we bowl 19. So it will be the 19 to use up.
Azad taking guard outside his crease here as Stevens is in and bowls to him. A little bit of bounce from the in-swinger, thumps into the pad above the leg pad, just above it, bounces out into the leg side. Matt Milnes, who's at mid-wicket, shortish mid-wicket, kind of on the catch as Stevens is in, bowls, and Milnes again in the game as it's played along the ground to him. And he raises his hand, having thrown it in and made Sam Billings leap across in front of the slips to take the catch. Lifts his left hand in apology to his captain and indeed his slips, whose life briefly flashed before their eyes. 26 without loss. Stevens is in, bowls to Azad, outside off stump. Azad leaves and then, as is his wont, sort of steps forward and then steps back in. He's got a lot of sort of little idiosyncratic movements, Hassan Azad. Looks around him, sees a long leg, square leg, shortish mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, and point as Stevens is in, bowls to him outside off stump. And didn't really swing back in. I don't think it was meant to, but just got his direction a little bit wrong with that one. Darren Stevens. 26 without loss. Leicestershire 15 Azad, 10 to Evans, 206 still behind, courtesy of that splendid last wicket stand of 68 from Kent. Jack leading the way as Stevens is in. Azad fends the in-swinger out towards mid-off, where Grant Stewart is the fielder. He at least not in need of a sweater, nor Joe Denley at mid-on. Stewart has a short-sleeved shirt on. Denley always to be found in the long sleeves. Stewart bluish, newish Kent cap as Stevens is in, floats it up outside off stump, but puff of dust from the footholds as it lands in them goes straight on through to Billings and allowed to do so. And again, just feels Stevens, although it was a maiden over, he's not really making the batsman play enough. Cross with himself. Been a while though. It's been.
It really has.
He hasn't played. He did get in the white balls. He was sort of in at the start, wasn't he? But
yeah, in the
missed out on the quarter-final.
Yeah. In fact, I mean, they said it was a very difficult choice, and that they very much expect him to be used on finals day. But yeah, I mean, it's just another chapter in the canon of Stevens, isn't it? He hadn't even been considered for 4 years, and has basically bowled and batted himself back into contention, which is it's just another one of those Stevens things, isn't it? 26 for none. But yes, perhaps unfortunate to be left out of the quarter-final lineup. Milnes bowls to Evans, just outside the off stump through the wicketkeeper, and left by the batsman. But they did explain they chose Alex Blake as a middle order batsman, changed the balance of the side slightly. You'd had Stevens bowling, but instead they went with their 4 frontline bowlers and 2 spinners, and worked out okay. And Blake didn't score a mountain of runs, but they wanted to have a left-hander in their top order to change things up. And Alex Blake, as well, is an astonishing fielder, took 2 great catches on that occasion. So Milnes to Evans, the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. I suppose what you'd say at the end of that is they did win. So, so if they left out Stevens, then that's a shame for many people that wanted to see him in the quarter-final, but could well be involved in final stay at Edgbaston on the 18th.
Stewart warming up down here at long leg.
I was going to say, I wondered how long it would be, because it just doesn't feel like this is working for Kent at the moment. They're not being thrashed around, but Milnes bowling to Evans. Edges gone! Third slip. And Leaning takes it. What am I saying? Commentator's curse into the midriff. And Evans edges Milnes 26 for 1. And Milnes has 1 for 13. Regulation edge. It's almost knocked Leaning over in the end. It's right in the bread basket though. Got both hands to it. And there is the breakthrough for Kent. 26 for 1. Evans goes for 10.
A great shot from Sam Evans. He rehearses before leaving the pitch, but he'll probably feel next time that he was trying to be positive. I think he went after it a little bit when he could arguably have he could have left it at the bottom line, but didn't.
I think I've done Jatlini a disservice there actually. He's clutched it back to his stomach there, hasn't he? But it's actually gone low to his right. It's a good catch.
Yeah, good grab, yeah. It was travelling.
Down to his right, yeah. But,
travelling.
Milnes takes the wicket. And apologies to Leicestershire for talking one of their batsmen out there, but
we know what you were about there.
I stand by it.
It was an admirable piece of work. I applaud it, but
yes, I stand by getting a Leicestershire batsman out. I know where the favour lies.
One for you there, Mr. Cole. One for you.
But yeah, I honestly thought it probably was time for a change, but then there we go.
But you'd have taken Stevens off. You would have left Milnes on. I'm sure.
Absolutely.
So there you go.
I mean, that's why Stuart was warming up now to come on at this end.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Richard. It's very kind. A generous host, indeed.
The game moves on. It's gone dark again.
Yeah.
That the sort of little broken up cloud is slipping away.
Milnes then to Ackerman over the off stump, or close to the off stump. Oh, everyone liked that. There the slips, wicket keeper, and a crowd of 4 on the Kent bench. I wonder if there was another cheer coming. It's just coming from below us with Matt Walker and Michael Yardy there, and I think Harry Podmore and Marcus O'Riordan who are running the drinks. But they enjoyed that delivery as well. 26 for 1. But trying to get behind their man to make a second breakthrough if they can. Not with that one. That's straying onto leg and middle, and Ackerman does the sensible thing. They run a very quick 2. Billings thinks about shying at the far end, but Azad is well in his ground. So 2 taken by Ackerman. Just a little bit loose from Milnes on that occasion, but Ackerman turned it into a bad ball pretty smartly too.
There was no backing up as well. Billings might have wanted to throw then.
Yeah. It's a good call that, isn't it? Because if he had, it would have disappeared to the boundary. Oh, great ball from Milnes. That's the best ball of this innings by a country mile. It's come back at Ackerman, and Billings has taken it down the leg side. That has moved. And end of the over. Good one to finish with. Wasn't the wicket-taking ball. 28 for 1 though. First man to go. Sam Evans caught leading bowl. Milnes for 10. 28 for 1 now here on BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Radio Kent. This in reply to Kent's 232 all-out. Jack Leading. Top scoring was 75 not out, and 4 for 68 from Callum Parkinson.
It will be Grant Stewart now, taking the place of Darren Stevens at the pavilion end. Stevens 4 overs, none for 13. He can sometimes look innocuous, can't he, at that pace, but there was a little bit of swing for him, and he'll be a little bit disappointed, I suspect, that he didn't make the batsman play a little bit more often.
Yeah, he's used to bowling long spells, Stevens, just getting himself bedded in and bowling 7, 8, 9, 10 overs even out of spell. His pace, he can do that. But yeah, replaced by Stewart after 4 overs.
Number 9 on his back as he runs in and bowls on the leg stump, or going down leg side in the end to Azad, who gestured at the ball as it went down behind him towards Billings, taken away to his right. Milnes being taken out of the covers now, and he's going to go into, at the moment, a conventional mid-wicket. For Stevens, he was at a fairly short mid-wicket. Stevens swinging it back into Azad. Stewart will presumably be doing the same, but not at a slightly brisker pace as he bowls to Azad, who does turn it out towards Milnes, who doesn't pick up the ball cleanly as he fields. 28 for 1. Yeah, the chatter and the buzz that was around the ground has pretty much entirely dissipated now. That said, there's still plenty who've hung around for the final hour, and it is about an hour now. 16.4 overs remain to be bowled, so it will be half past. As Stewart is in slightly short, Azad can wait for it and just turn his wrist on it. Out to Milnes it goes again. Dot ball.
Yeah, I'd imagine even if they take a wicket or two in the meantime, that they bring the spinner on before the end, just to give James Logan probably a dart from this end.
Well, given the turn that Parkinson got early, sort of from the start, really. Pretty much throughout, but certainly with the newer, harder ball, it's got to be worth a couple if the seamers don't do the business. As in goes Stewart, and that one holds its own outside off stump. It was slightly short of a length, fizzed through to Billings. I think he tucked his bat inside the line. Azad.
Stewart's best ball so far, certainly, just getting his direction right. That's the captain, Sam Billings.
Stentorian tones of Billings. It's a fairly bellowed around the ground, like a buffalo approaching a waterhole. He sort of looks so angelic as well, doesn't he? He looks as though he'd just whisper. In goes Stewart, bowls onto the legs of Azad, takes his bottom hand off the bat as he just pushes it calmly out towards backwards square leg and jogs a single, moves on to 16. 29 for 1.
He spent a lot of his time, well, he spent an awful lot of time in quarantine apart from anything else, over going between different franchises, having COVID himself as well. And he's been, he plays a lot of the FIFA video game. He's been on Twitch, the streaming service, basically, so you can watch him play. Well, not at the moment because he's actually playing cricket, but I
so you can watch him play a video game?
Yes, yeah. I don't know if you're aware of Twitch, where people stream themselves playing games and talking about them as well. Some people just chatting.
Stewart is in, outside off stump, allowed to go through by Ackerman. End of the over. 29 for 1.
Sometimes talking too long and talking over people. But yes, but I don't know, having not seen that, I don't know if he's quite as... I mean, he strikes me as one of those people who will probably be competitive if you were playing Tiddlywinks. I just wonder what he's like when he's playing FIFA on his own. It's,
you can play it on your... I suppose you play against the computer, do you? Or your
yes, or
games console or whatever.
But against opponents from...
Oh, of course, yes, I suppose you can...
Online, so yeah. There are all sorts of tournaments for those, well, for many of those video games, but yeah, so...
E-games, is that...
Indeed, yeah, esports, yeah.
Esports.
I don't think he's thinking of as a YouTuber. That's his career, but I think he might have just been bored. Milnes to Azad. He defends that, getting onto the front foot, and there's no run. He's obviously not one just to sit around and do nothing. 29 for 1. But I think if you're a gamer out there, it feels a little bit unfair if professional sports people start doing it, because they've got that hand-to-eye thing already. Perhaps there's something else to it which I've not, which I'm ignorant of. Probably. Milnes anyway from the Bennett end. Real live sport here. Left by Azad outside the off stump through to Billings, and there is no run. But, there has been one. I've said this before. A lot of criticism of Kent, but they're quite a, inverted commas, nice team on the field. There's not an awful lot of chatter. I think Sam Billings is one of those that would like them to be a bit more vocal generally. feels that they need perhaps that general chivying up. Milnes to Azad, defends that high up, down towards gully, and there's no run. Run's just drying up a little bit here, as you'd expect after the fall of a wicket. Stewart's over going for just one. Nothing off this Milnes over so far. I'm interested in the psychology of appealing. I've been thinking about that this season, having seen the likes of Lancashire and Yorkshire had two of the best appealing sides I've seen. I think Yorkshire are absolutely superb at convincing you of almost anything when they appeal. It's Milnes to Azad. Ooh, feels outside the off stump and through to the wicketkeeper. Maybe just had the bat tucked next to the pad, but felt like he was playing at that to me. Dot ball. But I don't know how much it influences the umpires or not, but human psychology would suggest, a bit like a home crowd, that if something sounds appealing, your mind is almost eager to confirm that. But 29 for 1. Milnes, fifth ball of his sixth over. Azad's behind that one, and there's no run. But there is a constant chatter going on there, and you can probably hear it, because Sam Billings is the loudest voice on that field. But he's constantly conversing with the slips. He's adjusting his field. Nathan Gilchrist is in the wrong position now. He's been sent back by Sergeant Major Billings to the leg side boundary, just backward a square. Any hint they're going to dig this in? Milnes doesn't bowl a lot of short stuff, but bowling to Azad now. Good length delivery on off stump, end of the over. Applause over his head from Captain Sam Billings for his bowler. Maiden for Milnes, 1 for 15, 6 overs, 2 maidens. This just a sort of mini period of pressure, I would say, from Kent. I've got to go and do an update.
It's good stuff from Milnes. Looks slightly weary as he walks back to his fielding position there, the young man. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 15 for him. Stewart just the 1 over will continue. Dark-haired Australian of clearly Italian extraction is in and bowls to Ackerman, who is solid on the off stump, defending it back down the pitch on the offside. Stewart himself picks up in his follow through, hands it to Joe Denley to do the polishing in as much as it's necessary. 29 for 1. Stewart turns, runs in, bowls on towards the middle and leg stumps of Ackerman, who waits for it, turns it out to Milnes at mid-wicket on that occasion. Kalgoorlie born Grant Stewart. Keeper until he was 16, but now pretty useful all-rounder is in. Bowls, back foot, defensive push from Ackerman, drops it out towards point on that occasion. No run. Four slips now for Stewart against Ackerman. No, what an important wicket it is. The class batsman of the Leicestershire lineup. In goes Stewart, defended by Ackerman. Very straight delivery, pretty straight bat. Slightly turned his wrists on it as he blocked it out to Stevens at mid on. Big gap between Denley at mid off and the man at point, who I think is Gilchrist. Obviously the cable knit sweaters don't have numbers on their backs. Stewart is in. Again, solid in defence on the back foot. Ackerman. There was a couple of steps forward as he almost plays the shot on the back foot, sort of walks into it rather. No run. 29 for 1. Runs have dried up for Leicestershire rather. Started pretty quickly. I think there was 19 off the first 3 overs, so just 10 off the next 7 as Stewart is in. Drops a little bit short, turned by Ackerman off the back foot, but only as far as Milnes at mid-wicket. End of the over. Another maiden. Consecutive maidens bowled by Kent then. Stevens is now going to take over from Milnes at the Bennett end. See if he gets a little bit more movement there. Darren Stevens. First Cricket Club, Swallows Green Cricket Club, Hinckley, Leicestershire. So Leicestershire very formative in the making of Stevens as a cricketer. In fact, he cites as his biggest influence on his development as a cricketer his former teammate turned coach Neil Burns. Darren Stevens gone darkish again. As Azad retakes his guard with Stevens to face instead of Milnes. 3 slips for Stevens. He's ready to go. Azad isn't. Steps into his position now. Mid-wicket, not quite as close as he was, as Stevens is into Azad. Length delivery. Middle and off. Just pushed out into the offside towards Denley by Azad. No run. 13 overs left after this one, so we'll be around a half past, maybe even 25 to. Stevens is in and bowls. Azad gets a delivery on his legs this time, which he turns into the leg side. Square leg runs away to his right to field, and there's no run. Saying having been 19 off the first 3 overs, Leicestershire just 10 off the next 10.
Yeah, it's a strange how, well, I suppose it's the wicket falling, isn't it? It's changed their attitude a little bit, but certainly turning the screw now.
Kent, as you say, putting Leicestershire under pressure as Stevens bowls, and Azad is half forward, pushing out into the offside. No run. Essentially, well, I wouldn't say bursting into song, because that's, you can never call that rasping chant tuneful.
Giving it a try though.
Oh yeah. In goes Stevens bowls. Fuller this time. Azad back down the wicket to him. Stevens fields in his follow through, then throws it back over Azad's head to Billings.
Just been checking. Sorry about the silence there, Richard. I've just been checking with Kent as to Sam Billings' status in this match and whether he might get the hook. So I'll have news of that as soon as I can.
Stevens is in. Good length ball, swinging back in towards Azad, who plays it out towards Denley at mid-off, again in defence. No run. Runs have absolutely dried up.
So, sorry, news on Sam Billings is that he should be here for the duration of this game.
Stevens is in to Azad, and they're going to pick up a run at long last. Leicestershire, as he just turns it calmly out towards mid-wicket. Should be 2. There are 2. Azad moves on to 18. Leicestershire 31 for 1. Battle eye to stop play at the game in which Sussex are involved.
Yeah, I was just reporting on BBC Radio Kent and Sussex about that, and Josh Carson, they've had an even better fight back than Kent, has made 80 something. They're 254 for 9, and they were 138 for 7 at one point. So, yeah, good work.
Also at Lord's, Bad Light has stopped things. Middlesex, Derbyshire.
So 13 overs remaining in the day. Stewart to bowl to Ackerman. 4 slips in behind him, left through to the wicket keeper. You just wonder with the atmospheric conditions as well. It's a bit gloomier, and suddenly it feels more difficult to bat out there. Just 31 for 1.
The light's bad now, isn't it?
I wonder how close it is to. Mind you, it was pretty gloomy this morning, wasn't it? I wonder.
It was, but yeah, the fielders are now all casting 5 shadows, aren't they, or whatever. Ooh.
And there is that imperceptible. Oh, I thought that was something banging beneath us, was it? No. Was it across the ground?
Don't know where that came from. That was a heck of a bang over there behind the electronic scoreboard somewhere. Everybody's looking over there a little bit concerned, but
everyone's all right.
Yeah. On we go.
We do indeed. Stewart bowling to Ackerman. And doing the onside by Ackerman. Forward a square. Matt Milnes, he's finally got on the white frock hat, so I can recognise his presence.
The electronic scoreboard's very bright as well, isn't it, at the moment, which is always a...
So there is that wonderful moment, as Dick Davis, our Essex colleague, said, when the floodlights were judged to have taken over from the natural light. When, asked Dick, is that? And how do you judge? It's an inexact art, but it's up to the umpires, isn't it? That's it's their eyes that decide it. Lovely delivery. Is that the outside edge? It is. And Ackerman holds his pose, but umpire Gould has put the finger up. That was a lovely delivery by Grant Stewart, hugging the off stump, and he's played. It's got the thinnest edge through to Sam Billings. He was off to celebrate. He wasn't waiting for the umpire's finger, but Ackerman goes for 2. Never really looked comfortable, and Leicestershire are 32 for 2 here in the gloom at Grace Road. Yeah, just shaping away. And Colin Ackerman, I think he knew he was gone, looked up ruefully at the umpire, and that is the end of him. So 32 for 2 from 26 for no wicket. They've lost 2 for 6 now. Stewart has his first wicket.
Yeah, well, looking a bit different from the time when Stewart was dismissed. Leg before wicket, 2 right. That full delivery, that made the Kent score 116 for 7. How the game has swung. You would say it's, if anything, probably slightly in Kent's favour at the moment now from that position. 232 all out. They're still 201 ahead, and they've plucked out 2 of Leicestershire's key batsmen.
They'll be very keen to keep going now, Kent, won't they?
Very.
They'll be telling the umpires just how bright it is, putting their sunglasses on. Stevens and Stewart, a bit of a conference at this end, but just as the new batsman comes out, Lewis Hill, just to clarify that there is no plan for Sam Billings to leave this game early, that he's effectively in as what will be a concussion substitute for Johnny Bairstow, should it happen, and that obviously will only be happening during game times. It would have to be a like-for-like substitute, so 31 for 2. And the way this game is progressing, he might not have to worry about Thursday anyway. We'll see what happens. But wicket, third ball then for Stewart. Hill, I like it when a batsman does this. Don't get straight into it, just spend a bit of time loosening up, getting yourself set. 4 slips in behind him though. Stewart pounding up from the pavilion end, bat right behind it. Hear what Sam Billings thought of that. It's hard to tell, but you can hear him shouting across the ground as Hill defends that, I thought, very solidly. It's 18 for none. Sorry, 31 for 2. Azad has 18. Hill has none.
Lewis Hill, 16 innings in the 10 matches which Leicestershire have played, 639 runs, 1 century, 5 half-centuries.
Stewart bounces him, goes well over his head. He's not the tallest man, Stewart. Oh, no ball. No ball on height.
Ball on height.
Well, actually, that's fair enough. He was not going to reach that. And there are those that argue that it should be a wide, not a no ball, but the umpire interpreting the rules correctly.
Yeah, it was. It was
He's not hitting that,
impossible to reach, wasn't it, really?
You need a step ladder.
High and down the leg side.
Stewart obviously wanting to welcome him. Bowls once again to Hill. Oh, bowled him! And Stewart has struck twice in an over, and Leicestershire 33 for 3. I'm wondering about a hint of inside edge on that one. The leg stump has been flattened, but in any case, it is certainly a dismissal. Hill goes for none, and Stewart a second breakthrough in an over. Good captaincy from Sam Bennings bringing him on, obviously. But yeah, absolutely. Inside edge, leg stump flattened. Hill looks anywhere but at the umpire. Frustrated, but no frustration from Stewart. Absolutely delighted. And they huddle together, the Kent players. 3 breakthroughs now. 33 for 3 Leicestershire in reply to Kent's 232 all out. Got their tails up on the evening of the first day.
The game moves on dramatically. Still theoretically 12 overs to be bowled, but we're getting some really heavy stuff over the ground at the moment. Just wondering whether Kent will have to turn to spin if they want to stay out there before too long.
Not sure, perhaps they wouldn't mind entirely, but Stewart is one of those bowlers that he's deceptive, isn't he? Is he?
Oh, he's lively.
He is quick.
He's lively. And yeah, he was done for a little bit of pace, I think, there. He was so late on it, Hill. Difficult. What was it, his third ball he faced, I think? And 1, 2, 3, yeah.
Big moment for Louis Kimber, this one.
Yes.
Coming out in difficult circumstances, 33 for 3.
Yeah, this is probably not what he might have anticipated. Gloomy. Bowler who haven't taken 2 wickets.
When
bowling
you
quickly.
dream of your county debut, just, yeah, surely the sun's shining, it's a cracking day and you're cover driving for 4. But Stewart bowls to Kimber now, and well, he's confidently behind that one on leg and middle end of the over, but understandably there's a lot of chatter from Kent. 33 for 3. That Leicestershire score in reply to Kent's 232, which was buoyed, if you're just joining us, by a late 68 partnership for the last wicket between Leaning, who finished on 75, and Logan on 21. There was a 42 partnership with Matt Milnes as well. It was Leicestershire frustrating, so frustrating for them. 116 for 7 they had Kent at one point. They bowled really, really well. Just let them get away at the end, and Kent, as if to emphasise that, taking 3 quick wickets. What is it now? 3 for 7 from 26 for none.
Stevens trying to make it 4. Is bustling in and bowling to Azad, edged, and no. Yes, gone. Azad stayed in his crease and waited for the decision, and as is his wont, umpire Watts took a long time to confirm it, didn't he? I don't know whether it was such an obvious edge. Certainly the wicketkeeper and the slips all went up, and Stevens was past Azad and celebrating with his teammates by the time umpire Watts realised Azad wanted the decision. But that is another huge blow, and goodness me, Leicestershire, having been 26 without loss, are suddenly 33 for 4.
Yeah, I wondered actually if Azad started to walk away and then stopped and looked at the umpire just for a moment to make absolutely sure, but umpire Watts responded by putting the finger up, and Azad goes for 18, 33 for 4, and yeah, so that's, well, it's 4 wickets for 7 now, and Leicestershire in trouble at the end of this day. And well, you might say when they came out, skies were slightly brighter. They've been all day, but now things are probably gloomy. They've been all day, and the wickets falling are tumbling here. Already 14 in the day, 33 for 4 Leicestershire. They're in trouble now, make no bones about it. But Kimber there on his debut, could it be one to remember for him? And who's next?
Harry Swindles.
Harry Swindles, the wicket keeper. And Stevens has his first, 1 for 15 for him. Stewart has 2 for 3 from his 3 so far. fourth slip. Ollie Robinson is there with Logan at point. It's a long walk from Swindles. Took a little bit of time, but he may not have been entirely ready. It's quite possible.
Yeah. I was thinking 15 minutes ago, may not even have had his whites on. Might have been sitting in the dressing room, his feet up. Hoping Evans and Azad were going to see Leicestershire through to the clothes. Not anticipating that at number 6 he'd be required to bat with, theoretically still, 11.5 overs left to be bowled today. Kent all over Leicestershire at the moment. Stevens is in, 2 Swindles outside off stump, and Swindles half a step forward, allows it to go through. And, not too close to off stump, but nagging away. Stevens loving this. You can almost see the bounce in his step now, in his stride. First spell wasn't too much to write home about, but now he's absolutely on his game. Comes in and bowls 2 Swindles outside off stump. Little outswinger again. Swindles allows to go through 2 Billings. The light from the floodlights glinting off Darren Stevens' head at the moment. Trees stir again. Wind has got up under the dark cloud, which is building, ever building. Stevens is in. Swindles is driving and missing a very loose shot indeed at the outswinger. Had to reach for it. Was nowhere near the pitch of the ball. Lucky not to get the edge. A sort of flicky, wristy drive at the ball. It can only really have been induced by nerves, a combination of nerves and adrenaline. Got away with it. Might not do so again. Slips licking their lips, metaphorically, perhaps even literally, as Stevens is ready to go. Swindles was ready, but whether one of the fielders wasn't quite. Come on, Steve-O, is the cry from one of his teammates as he is in and bowls 2 Swindles, who is chopping it away through the offside for 4. It just dragged down from Darren Stevens, and it was short and it was a little bit wide, and that those wrists, those quick hands of Swindles came into their own there. Got quickly down on top of the ball, cracked it away through the gap in the covers. 4-4. Somebody in the crowd has picked it up and thrown it back because it's been kicked back to umpire Watts. Gives it a little sanitising wipe. You would have thought it can't do the shine too much good, but clearly it's not too much of a problem. In goes Stevens and bowls outside off stump, another out swinger, and he raises his eyes to the heavens in annoyance. He's cross. Look how cross he is with himself there, Stevens, having taken a wicket with his first ball. Maybe thought there was another one, maybe because there was going to be one of those he was going to bring back. It just was going to go straight on or come back in a little bit at Swindles, but not this over. Maybe just miscalculated. Still, did take a wicket in it. Azad, big wicket for Leicestershire. Caught behind for 18, 37 for 4 then. Is the score at the end of the over.
Conversation between umpire Watts and Sam Billings. Don't know what that's to do with, obviously. They've just been passing the time of day. 37 for 4 Leicestershire then. Swindles. It's Kimber facing Stewart, and he defends it into the offside. So I was following the scoreboard, hadn't quite ticked over to the new over, but heavy ball again in the block hull. Kimber sees it off. His second ball faced. In quite a situation here for Leicestershire.
197 runs in 6 innings in the Royal London Cup for Louis Kimber with a best of 85. This is a different challenge.
Yeah. And Stewart and Stevens in tandem, 37 for 4. Rising delivery, but deals with that well. Quite impressed by that. Nice and solid up towards his waistline. He's tallish, isn't he? Good 6 foot.
Yes, he's a big chap.
Yeah.
A big
As well.
unit.
So, shining the ball on his shirt is Grant Stewart. Turns from this pavilion end. Bowls, short sleeve shirt. Oh, wraps him on the pad. It's a big contact and it's skewed off towards Gully. Everyone, including me, was too concerned with what was happening actually at the crease, and they've come through for a big old leg by. And they don't get much bigger than that. That's flown halfway to the boundary. That was travelling from Stewart, it's fair to say. But, no finger up from the umpire.
Yeah, it was going down the leg side, I think.
Yep, that's fair.
Looking at the replay, in swinger, but he's working up a decent head of steam.
Yeah, he's bowling quickly, isn't he?
In every respect. Grant Stewart here.
2 for 3 so far. Did he say don't be shy, Stewie? Is that
Maybe implicated bouncer, does that mean?
maybe so? Here he comes. Full length delivery, that one though. Swindles behind it. No run. Good point, I haven't thought that's it. It's not a very good code if it is one then, is it? I guess.
No, it's
just a bit clever.
I don't think. Yeah, no, I don't think it's code. It's just a sort of maybe I mean, these days, Swindles has put together a fair few decent innings, but he has looked to be occasionally vulnerable against a short ball, and they may have looked at the videos and said, yeah,
it's true.
Worth it.
I suppose getting the batsman's head as well by doing that. It's a short ball, and Billings picks that off down the leg side, and he ducked underneath that. Swindles looked hurried by it as well.
Yeah, he has done.
And that's interesting. I suppose as much as communicating that to the bowler, it does. It's a little bit of gamesmanship as well, isn't it? It's in the batsman's head as well. As you said, there's so much. I mean, they just analyse every ball of every player, don't they? They play against, so they'll know where they think he's susceptible. Final ball of this Grant Stewart's 4th over to Swindles. Full. That looked quite close to me. He shouldered arms, but through to the wicket-keeper Sam Billings, who holds his pose. Maiden from Stewart. 4 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 3. And you were saying just a few overs ago, or just 3 or 4 overs ago, Richard, how things just have changed completely from the how Evans and Azad started. It looks like a completely different surface out there almost, but conditions are changed.
Yeah, if they'd only been chasing 160, something like that, Leicestershire, they'll think, well, 38-4 is a horrible start. But if we can finish the first innings roughly at parity, then, who knows what will happen in the second innings. But at the moment, Kent, that lead deficit of 194 looks plenty. 10 overs to go. Just has lightened a touch, perhaps. Stevens is ready. Kimber just stands calmly, doesn't take his guard. Now he takes his guard. Stevens is in from the Bennett end, bowls to Louis Kimber, who is forward. It doesn't look to be a big stride, but he's such a big chap, Kimber, that doesn't need to be a big stride, really. It's a solid forward defensive out into the offside. It sort of exudes a calmness, Kimber, in the way he's played innings in white ball cricket as well, as Stevens is in. Bowls to him, he's driving for 4, but not entirely convincingly. It's a thick outside edge sort of drive, and it was all a little bit airy. It's shot away towards wide third man, but Stevens, seeing Kimber sort of chase that outswinger, won't be entirely dismayed. 4 each to Swindles and Kimber, 42 for 4.
Yeah, looking at the replay of that, you're saying he's just nibbling away outside off stump, isn't it?
You're waiting for the one to come back, aren't you, or the one to go straight on and the leg before appeal as he bowls outside off stump. That isn't it. Kimber lets it go through to Billings.
Stevens won't mind that too much, as you say, but you mean, I did get that feeling of substance from Kimber already, whatever he does in this match, but he's quite unfussy at the crease, isn't he?
He is. I saw a discussion on social media about one of the sayings in cricket as Stevens is in, bowls to Kimber, back foot, doesn't time it, just outside off stump, down into the ground it goes, fielded at mid-off and there's no run. That when we say the bowler won't mind that being hit for 4, that's a nonsense. Of course they mind it, and of course you do mind it. You mind it like heck if you are hit for 4, but there are degrees, aren't there? And if it is airy and goes in the air, yeah, you don't want to be hit for 4, and of course you mind it, but there can also be a slight element of encouragement about it. But yes, of course you mind. Stevens is in and bowls, thick inside edge, I think, from Kimber. He's going to have to hurry there. If that throw hits, he could be gone. It doesn't hit, and it is well backed up. Good work out there. Is it Gilchrist?
Yes, Gilchrist
picking up and coming in and throwing.
And Milnes with the backing up duties, had to dive to get that one. But yeah, got applause from Stevens Gilchrist for that, because he let the ball go really quickly, didn't he? Almost falling to his right. And nice stuff, but they were backing up on that occasion. He didn't know where it had gone, Kimber, and Gilchrist throwing at the stumps.
Stevens is in to Swindles, who leaves the outswinger, lets it go through to Billings. End of the over. Again, Stevens cross with himself. 43 for 4 at the end of the over, 5 runs from it. Yeah, Kimber, although he was slow setting off, big strides as well. Doesn't take him long to get down the other end, but he did really have to hurry, and it would have taken a decision from umpire Watts had that throw from Gilchrist hit.
I take your point that bowlers do mind when they're snicked for 4. I mean, if you spent an afternoon of any kind of cricket going at 4 and 6 and over, and they're all edges, and you end up with no wickets, then that doesn't please you, does it? Thinking, I'm sure, as a bowler, thinking, well, you know, I beat the bat a number of times, didn't I? I had them in all sorts of trouble. Going for 50 off my 10. But certainly encouragement from the edge. 4 slips still in for Kent. They're very much on the attack, as you'd expect. 43 for 4. Stewart has 2 for 3 from his 4 overs so far. And bowls now to Kimber, who is up on his toes. Nice shot, that one. Out through the offside. It's a long chase for Logan. This should be a very comfortable 3, and it is indeed. Longest part of the ground. Again, it's a back foot steer by Kimber, but got well behind it as well. He goes on to 8. Swindles has 4.
Robert Coe, this tweet was 23 minutes ago, which might explain it. Train booked from Cambridge to Leicester tomorrow to see the Foxes have hopefully another good day, v Kent. Well, another good day. Has it been a good day?
Well, they've got 9 overs to improve it, I would say.
He says that spending the day with his dad will be the best bit. No more wickets today, please.
Is Stewart to Swindles, and wraps him on the pad. Shout from Stewart. There might have been a bit of bat on that, but umpire certainly saying no. Umpire Gould just coming down the pitch, having a look at a couple of footmarks. I thought Stewart was just going to march away then. I would have been very tempted, the bowler, not to make eye contact, but umpire Gould
down the leg side again, possibly.
Just leg?
Yeah.
Yeah. It didn't look like it was straightening, did it? That's fair. 46 for 4. But yeah, well, I hope you enjoy your day tomorrow. But it's as much as sport's about as much as who you go with and the time you have with them, isn't it? As what happens on the field. Stewart bowls to Swindles outside the off stump, and there's no run as he leaves that one. I mean, that's easy to say when you're winning, obviously, or I suppose. But I've had many pleasant times and hilarious times watching my teams lose over the years. 46 for 4. I just chose wrong, I suppose. That's probably what it is. All in the wrong part of the world. Here's Stewart then, shining the ball on his shirt. He's got a red smudge down the right centre of his Spitfire's white shirt as he bowls to Swindles. It's going to go for byes down the leg side. It was a wayward delivery for Stewart, who's bouncers seem to entirely go down the leg side. It will be byes. Billings took off, didn't he, to his left to try and get that, and got a hand to it, but it'll be a bye nonetheless. And theoretically, that goes against the wicket-keeper.
He's hurt his left hand a little bit. Oh, his gloves are going back on. He took off both gauntlets to examine it there. That could have had implications.
Good point. Is there a reserve for the reserve?
Who would it be? Bracey, I suppose, perhaps.
I suppose, yeah. Simpson, maybe. 47 before. It's never too late to bring up a great wicketkeeper. Into the offside, and there's no run. I say it's never too late. I think that's not the way England think, is it? Though it has to be said.
Remember when Bob Taylor was on the ground? I think it was at Headingley.
Oh, really?
When he was working in hospitality or something. I can't remember who it was who hurt their hand, but Taylor was called upon. I remember it well.
Could still do a job.
Seem to remember he did as well.
Kimber to face Stewart then. Angled into the offside by Kimber. Another decent full-length delivery from Stewart. End of the over it is. Stewart has 2 for 6 off his 5. Stevens 1 for 24 from the other end. From his 7. All sorts of pads and helmets coming on. I may not be psychic, but I'm imagining that James Logan might be in the attack. In fact, he's taken his jumper off, so you definitely don't have to be psychic. Marcus O'Riordan looks like he's got half the team's kit out there, doesn't it? And Harry Podmore. So, who's going at short leg? This is Ollie Robinson. There you go. You're not keeping today, Ollie. You get to go in at short leg. How about that? There you go.
Interesting that he's going to be bowling from the Bennett end there. So
yes, because Parkinson bowled most of his his overs.
Seemed to get more turn from this end, but
I guess in 8 they might try him at both, mightn't they?
Yeah. 3 overs then for Darren Stevens. Rather a shorter spell than his first burst of 4, but a more successful one in that he picked up a wicket in his first over. A big one too, Hassan Azad's.
We always like to say, before anyone who hasn't seen James Logan bowl before, he has a very individual, not the bowling stride, but what comes before that. So it's worth a watch. It's a thing of beauty. It's 47 for 4.
Short leg and slip, the only close catches at the moment. Extra covers in fairly tight, about 3 strips back for the accidentally lofted drive or misdirected drive. Logan is in, bowls, and he's hit on the pad and he's gone. Swindles goes. It was a stride forward, but he's not a tall man. Hit him just about on the knee roll, I think, and it looked pretty straight. And Logan has struck with his very first ball. Let's see if it did just straighten enough or whether he just played down the wrong line. It was a nice flight. There was a nice bit of bounce. Don't think it kind of did too much, but did enough. Beat the forward press from Swindles, who goes leg before wicket for 4, and Leicestershire in deep, deep trouble now at 46 for 5.
I think you're right. It's not done much, has it? It's just done enough. It's a very confident shout from Logan. Umpire Watts has been a little bit slow putting the finger up, hasn't he? But he wasn't in much doubt about that. And Logan strikes at his first ball. As we were saying, Richard, that's a perfect end for Logan to come on for his spell.
It's legitimate to make the point that Parkinson seemed to get more turn from this end, and I don't think that one sort of turned too much per se. It was just a really nicely flighted delivery from James Logan. What a start. What a day it's been for him.
Really has, yeah.
Both with bat and now ball. Whether the Leicestershire tail can wag in the same way that the Kent tail wagged remains to be seen, but Ben Mike is out there now. with the debutant, Louis Kimber.
Oh, they're chatting 2 in 2. That's what they're going to be talking about, isn't it?
In goes Logan, bowls, and Mike is forward, getting to the pitch of it. Out into the offside it goes, and there's no run.
Not everyone's going to agree with that decision. Fair enough.
I don't think it looked too bad, to be honest. I'd have been shouting, that's for sure. Logan is in and bowls. Mike is forward. It's not too eccentric in terms of... I take your point. There's a few sort of arms being extended at various stages and shot out from...
Goes up on his toes like he's about to...
out goes the right arm. In he goes and bowls a flat-ish delivery that's played calmly out into the offside from outside off stump from Ben Mike, and he picks up 1. Milnes is out there underneath an entirely superfluous sun hat.
Yeah, he didn't have it on before, which it's a surprise. But as you say, I'm not sure what he's sheltering himself from. Some extra UV from the floodlights, maybe.
48 for 5, still 184 behind. 15 wickets have fallen today.
Yeah, the game has cantered along.
But the pitch hasn't been a minefield. You would never say it's been impossible or anything like it. Logan goes in and bowls a leave from Kimber. A good leave in that his stumps are undisturbed, but not by much.
No, you're right. So Reardon's on at the moment. Not sure which Kent player is off the field, but a quick check.
Logan is in, bowls. Kimber is forward. Didn't get to the pitch of it. Didn't bounce too much though, so he was able to deal with it. Just drop it out into the offside. End of a successful start for James Logan. 1 over, 1 wicket, 1 run for him. Those bowling figures are looking pretty good up there at the moment for Kent. Stewart 2 for 6 at t'other end.
Yeah, going well. Logan, who came in as an emergency replacement for Kent in the T20 originally, as Case Ahmed was in extra quarantine to get there for the first, couldn't get their first 2 games of the Blast. Logan had a couple of games with Kent seconds, trying to find himself a contract, and a year in the wilderness after leaving Yorkshire. Signed a contract on the afternoon of the game, a short-term contract on the afternoon of the game they played against Hampshire, and starred in that. Took a wicket, bowled very tightly, fielded well, played very well on the second one as well, and performances beyond that. He's now got himself a proper contract with Kent. Congratulations to him. Stewart then to Ben Mike, who's on 1 so far. Solid ball pushed back at Stewart. Joe Denley is warming his shoulders up.
I can only think that's, well, there are only 6 overs to go after this one, but you'd think this would be Stewart's last purely because of the light. That said, for the first time today, blue sky.
There is a small
tiny piece.
I guess they may finish off with spin. Denny's going to turn it away from the right-hander as well. Leg spinner. He could just be, again, he could be warming his shoulders up because he's been in the field for a few overs. Bouncer down the leg side. Mike didn't pick that up until late. And just goes off for a wander over to square leg. And I wonder if that may be the light even from Mike. Just reacted, it felt a little bit late. I mean, it's not hit him, it's gone down the leg side, but
it's actually slightly better than it's been.
I suppose that's true.
At the moment, with that little patch of
You're
blue.
right, actually,
In fact,
creeping into the right-hand side of the ground now as we look from the pavilion end.
Yeah.
It's Stewart then to Mike. Leaves that through to the wicket-keeper, no run. Yeah, it's a good-looking bounce to that one. Again, as I said, Stewart is just that little bit deceptive, and yeah, it's just a good bouncer, actually, looking at the replay, to be fair. It's gone over his shoulder. Next one, a full delivery and dot ball. Mike has 1, Kimber has 8. And I'm starting to wonder who I should be talking to the post-day interviews there. Thought Jack Leaning was odds on, but now James Logan is batting and bowling his way to the frame, maybe, who knows. Here's Stewart to Mike. Yeah, he's pushed that past Denley. The cover drive, they're going to come back for 2. Nicely done by Mike, actually, and there's a wide open expanse. Oh, that is Joe Denley's territory, isn't it? The entire of that huge playing surface on the offside, because the man at point and Denley has the rest of it, so Mike targeting that, doing well. 50 up for Leicestershire, but for 5. And just need to dig in. No more loss tonight for Leicestershire. Come back in the morning, try and do what Ken did with the late order. Stewart, 2 for 8 so far. Posts Milnes out on the leg side boundary. Is he going to dig one in here to Mike? No, he's not. That is a push out into the onside. It's a long chase for Milnes, who was just jogging after it. He knew it was going to be 2 there, didn't he? And what's this coming in the right hand side of the box? It is actual sunshine in real life. IRL, everybody.
Briefly, but
Yeah, well,
welcome nonetheless.
cheers things up a bit. There's a ball to go then of what could well be Grant Stewart's last over today. Towards the end of his 6th over, then 4 off this one, his most expensive over so far as well. Bowls to Mike, through to the wicketkeeper just outside the off stump, and it's done. 6 over spell for Grant Stewart's about right anyway. I think he puts a lot of effort in there, so I say that he may well be coming for a 7th. That's 52 for 5. That's up to Sam Bennings, not me. Kimber has 8, Mike has 5, and presumably James Logan will continue from the far end. He does. Stewart grabs his cap off Marcus O'Riordan, jogging on.
Yeah, just his cap, not taking
Good point.
a sweater yet.
That last ball was a decent one, wasn't it? Just outside the off stump, so.
Maze, we've had all. We're going to get the whole whack of 90 overs, really.
Yeah.
20 past 6. Logan is in and bowling to Mike. Gets a foolish delivery, which he drives out into the offside. Steers, really, rather than drives out through the vacant point area. Milnes is sweeping on that short offside boundary when the bowling is from the Bennett end.
Yeah, I think we've done well. This little bit of sunshine at the end of the day has helped that, hasn't it? Just get through the 96, and did look at one stage like he might be off a bad light at some point.
Kimber on to 9, brings Mike down on strike as Logan is in. Bowls to the Leicestershire all-rounder who is forward, holds the pose for a little while. As the shadows being cast by the players are now those from the sun. Logan, fair-haired, just stops and then walks into his run and bowls, foolish again, driven by Mike, on driven, out towards mid-on.
Yeah, a bit of flight there from him.
Giving it a chance, but say I think his best chance of getting real turn is from this end. And he steps and bowls, that tosses that one up nicely, and it's driven in the air, not very far short of mid-off. Leaning makes the stop, but had he been 2 or 3 yards further forward, he would have been in line for the catch.
Yeah, it just felt like, as you say, it was popping up, wasn't it, from that shot?
Leaning himself played a couple of those, didn't he, that just fell short. In goes Logan, bowls, and Mike is forward. In defence, out into the offside, no run. Just seemed to stop on him a bit from that end, and perhaps that did the same to Mike, although he did go through with the shot, almost paid the price. Strengthening the close cordon, Billings, he's decided to bring Gilchrist in too. He's going to need a helmet there, isn't he?
I think he will.
silly point, unless he goes behind.
I think it's Crawley there.
Square.
He's going to go to slip now. So yeah.
Oh, it's Zach Crawley. I
Yeah.
beg his pardon. Yeah. He's at second slip, so he
all
doesn't
over.
need a helmet there. In goes Logan Bowles, tosses it right up again, reaching for it a little bit is Ben Mike. He was looking initially to steer it through the covers, and there's one or two hands on hips out there when the ball ended up in Leaning's hands at mid-off. Got away with it though. Mike, he remains on 5. He's faced 14 balls. Leicestershire 53 for 5, still 179 behind Kent, who, lest we forget, 20 minutes after lunch, were 116 for 7 in their first innings.
That's the wonderful ebb and flow of the 4-day game, isn't it?
Absolutely.
It's, just played out. It's when you think you're done for, etc. You're never completely sure in this game. And Denny will come on from the pavilion end here. Leg spin from him. Doesn't really have one that goes the other way. It's one that goes straight on. 53 for 5. Kimber is on 9. So both these bowlers will be turning the ball away from the right-handers. Short leg in and slip as well. Stevens at slip. It's Robinson at short leg. There's a man on the drive at cover as Denley bowls now on the back foot. Gives himself room there. Kimber. Sorry about the extraneous noise. I need oiling, I think. 53.
I will bring some 3-in-1 in
I don't-
tomorrow.
Okay.
No,
Sounds like my
all
back at a good
season
time.
it's been like, when Fletcher was on that, it was like squeak like nobody's business, or much lighter.
This is Denley then just tossing the ball from one hand to another. Change of feel for Mike, maybe. Still a short leg in. Casey plays against a spin. Oh, he stops suddenly. Is there anybody at the... No. Just thought better of it, wanted to compose himself. Denley's second ball of his first over then. Mike pushes forward. Well, they appear to love that. It seemed to be a fairly orthodox leg spin delivery to me, and Mike's dealt with it well, but trying to get in the head of the batsman. They would love another one before the close. Be greedy here. 54 for 5. Drive by Mike. Good shot, that one. Cover drive. Thumped to the boundary for 4 runs. 58 for 5. Leicestershire then Mike's on to 9. It's a whistle. It's a whistle and the vuvuzela come from the same place.
They do, yes, indeed. You might be surprised to learn that stumps everywhere else.
We're going to keep going into tomorrow if we have to. Toss back to Denley by Leaning, who's at deepish mid-off at the moment. Denley, oh, got that one to turn, and it's an appeal. I don't think it's ever going to be given, but he didn't even look back at the umpire, just a shout and a point from Denley. Good ball though, got some grip.
Yes. Hit him almost in the stomach, didn't it, as he plunged forward now?
That's the area he's looking for. Quicker to Mike there, defends it. It's almost a question. It's not quite as simple as that. I'm just hitting that spot again and again, isn't it? But it's definitely not as simple as that in terms of margins of error. But Mike 9, Kimber 10, 58 for 5. Defends that one. There we go. That's Sam Bennings once again. 10 for Kimber, 9 for Mike. Talking about that, we don't need a microphone from Sam Bennings, do we really? We would, an effects microphone, we would pick him up anyway. 58 for 5, marshalling his troops well though, after being bowled out for 232. Now Leicestershire 58 for 5 here, 4 overs remaining at the end of a very eventful first day, 15 wickets falling.
Yeah, to come for Leicestershire, Callum Parkinson would come in next. Then Ed Barnes. Chris Wright in at 10. And Will Davis at 11. So this really, the last partnership which history suggests Leicestershire could build into a really substantial one. But you never know. Say Barnes made a unbeaten 80 at Taunton against Somerset as Logan goes in bowls outside the off stump and Kimber leaves. As I say, he's looked very calm out there, Louis Kimber, on his Leicestershire red ball debut. 10 off 17 for him. Extra cover has come that little bit closer now, so he's there for the catch as Logan goes in. Kimber goes back, steers it firmly, but only as far as backward point where Stewart fields. A patch of blue is now drifting away to the south, so getting dark again here at the Uptonsteel County ground. Logan is in, tosses it up, fullish though, and Kimber, again that sort of half stride, which for an ordinary adult would be close to a full stride in terms of length, means he gets to the pitch of the ball, pushes it out to shortish extra who's Crawley. In goes Logan, bowls a flatter, quicker delivery. Kimber goes back, plays it off the pitch, drops it down towards sort of the gully area. Stevens, who's in there at slip, moves out to field. No run, of course. 58 for 5. 4 dot balls in the over so far. Logan is in. Back goes Kimber. That is a little bit short. He's got that one away out towards the sweeper. Milnes on the offside boundary. Picks up 1. Kimber moves on to 11. 59 for 5. Ben Mike just checks his guard with umpire Watts, who answers immediately in the affirmative. Yep, that's what you want. 2 men, short extra and short cover as forward goes Mike to that one from Logan. Puff of dust as he defends it down into the offside end of pretty decent over from James Logan. Did pick up that wicket with his very first ball. 1 for 3 from his 3 overs. Leicestershire 59 for 5, still 173 behind.
That's a proper histrionics from James Logan during that over. They were hands to the heavens, one hand to the heaven, looking upwards, couldn't quite believe it. Exactly.
It's quite theatrical, isn't it?
What light on yonder outfield breaks or whatever, I don't know. But 59 for 5.
Yes, there's something Shakespearean about it.
All part of the business of cricket. Denley then bowling to Kimber. Oh, that's a good delivery. That has nipped past the outside edge. Bale's come off as Billings does that in one movement. That's his best so far.
Yep.
Denley pitched absolutely perfectly and beating the outside edge. Kimber had no chance with that. Denley once more much shorter, and Kimber rightfully just nudges that out the onside for a single. Jack Leaning is warming up. He's not got very much time if he's coming on. Jack Leaning, is he? I always wonder. It's not quite like British cricket, is it? He's trying to catch the eye of Sam Billings. I can't believe it works like that. I'm sure Billings knows exactly what he wants from the next over. Denley outside the off stump through to Billings. No run.
2 more. Here, lads.
That's all.
That's
all.
Settle
Darren,
for that. 2 more before the close.
Yeah, it's all Darren Stevens wants. Doesn't want much. Oh, that's a good delivery again. Mike is pushing forward. Ends up falling forward because that's the spot again from Joe Denley, just on middle of the leg and turning past the off stump. Oh, does Billings want to attack him a little bit here, Mike? Having seen that, 2 balls to go of the over. Yeah, he's bringing Crawley in at slip, into second slip, short leg as well. Gilchrist off the point. Just stifled by Ben Mike as he comes forward.
Went a long way, that one, that previous one. Watching the replay.
Denley over the wicket then. Final ball of his second over into Ben Mike. Crowd around him. Just drops that into the onside. Tip and run. Gets through for the single. End of the over. 61 for 5. It gets gloomy here again, or gloomier again, as some dark clouds come over. The floodlights much in evidence. 61 for 5, Leicestershire. Mike has 10, Kimber has 12. And they're just having to stick around. It's not even a rebuilding job at the moment. But they have stopped the flow of wickets at 1 point. Ken took 4 for 7. At 33 for 4, then Logan, his first ball of the match, had Swindles at LBW for 4, the last wicket to fall. And Logan will continue from the Bennett end.
Still with those 2 short covers, slip and a short leg, as he goes in and bowls to Ben Mike, who plays it firmly down into the ground to the wider of the 2 men, Zach Crawley. Not a comment on his personal appearance. Certainly the taller of the 2 men, that's for sure. Both have hands on their knees as in goes Logan. Bowls outside off stump. Might just have turned away a little bit, allowed to go through.
Maybe just getting a bit of grip there. I've missed a couple of emails. I do apologise from Kevin and Mike and Kester and Philip. More than a couple. We'll see if I get through in the last over. It'll be a race.
Logan steps quite delicately to the crease, drops a little bit short, but there's a bit of bounce, and Mike indicates as much, having dropped it down into the offside. He almost had to jump up to do so, to make sure he got on top of that bounce. Logan is in, bowls, brings Mike forward this time. Then there's that very theatrical reaction. Sort of turns with his eyes to the heavens and his right arm raised in the sky. James Logan, as if it was only by the merest quirk of fate that the batsman wasn't beaten to the wide. Crawley's being brought out of that short cover position into second slip now. Short leg is in there. That's the only change. Makes a bit more sense if he's just got 1 or 2 to grip now. James Logan, 2 balls left for him, and this is 4th over. Stewart comes in from point. No, he's going to make the batsman wait here.
Yeah,
so we are going to get pads and helmets and all sorts.
Couple of quick emails then. Kester, I've adjusted my sound up, but just for the last over, there we go. I've never been told I've been too quiet before, not as a person anyway, but I appreciate that, thank you very much. Might not have the mics entirely balanced. Philip says, Billings as keeper, first time for Kent in first class as keeper since September 2018. Thank you very much for that. So almost 3 years. If Billings gets called up for England, can Kent play a spinner as a replacement? Or is it already decided? As I understand it, it would have to be like for like. I think the same happened when Nathan Gilchrist went out with COVID. But here is Logan, finally back in action.
Bowls and just turned too short leg by Mike along the ground. Stopped rather untidily, but stopped nonetheless.
I don't think you can take advantage in inverted commas those situations. I think it has to be a like for like replacement as far as I know.
Bowls, forward goes Mike, out to Stewart at that shortish cover position, and that is maiden over from James Logan. His last 4 overs of the day, that is. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 3. And that will be, he'll be a rather satisfied young man when he returns to the pavilion after this final over of the day.
Indeed. Mike saying, I think from earlier when I put the cursor on one of the Leicestershire batsmen, that that'll be the Sam Evans dismissal, presumably. Makes a change, usually put the curse on us, says Mike. It had to happen eventually, Mike, didn't it? That would happen the other way. Trebon thought there was too much talk about E-games and not enough about the game, if I'm paraphrasing. Your point, well taken. James Johnny Logan contract extension, says Trebon. Will Kent be saying, what's another year to James Logan? Oh, after he... Oh, no, I can't. On the back foot, it's turned out in the offside. I know where you're going with this. With the Johnny Logan songs. Thank you very much. You're criticising me, Trebon, for talking about E-games, and then you come up with a pun-laden... I mean, it's good, to be fair. You've done well. You've worked on that well. Will they be saying what's another year to James Logan after he asked to hold me now and extend his contract? Perhaps he will have to give a little bit more. Thank you, Trebon. We'll leave it there. Here's Denley, the crowd around Ben Mike. He hits past one of them. Fielders under the lids at short leg, silly mid-off, 2 slips in as well, 5 to come from Denley. Bowls to Mike here on the leg side, flicks that away. Milnes is after it, won't stop it, going for 4 down to fine leg then, and they move on to 66 for 5, the Leicestershire. 14 for Mike now, 13 for Kimber. But thank you for all your emails today, and sorry I'm getting to those a little bit late. All sorts of updates to do, cricket to watch, you know how it is. Milnes is going to stay roughly where he was actually, and the close field is much the same as well. Fielders on the offside, all saving the drive, encouraging the batsman to hit out on the offside. He's not going to do that, Mike, in the, you wouldn't think, in the final few balls of the day. I believe that's, yeah, 2 to come now. Denley then, Kent hoping for one last wicket to Mike. Ooh, it's beaten him on the outside edge. Billings whips the bails off. Leicestershire hearts in mouths, adrenaline for Kent. But no wicket. 1 to come then of what's been a very, very entertaining first day here on BBC Leicester, BBC Radio Kent. Denley to Mike, and he blocks that one out, and that is 96 overs bowled, 15 wickets in total today. Kent bowled out for 232, but at one stage 116 for 7. Leicestershire had them and will rue the fact they couldn't press that advantage any further. A couple of decent partnerships towards the end, particularly the final wicket one between Jack Leaning, who finished 75 not out, and James Logan on 21. The 68 partnership for the final wicket took them to 232. Leicestershire made a decent start in reply as well, 26 for none, when Milnes had Evans caught in the slips, but then a run of wickets. Kent took 4 for 7 eventually, with Ackerman going to Stuart Hill as well. Azad for 18 to Stevens, caught behind by Billings, and then Logan brought in for his spin at the Bennett end and striking with his first ball. Tas Swindle's gone for 4. Ben Mike is 14, Kimber is 13 overnight. Logan has 1 for 3, we can see on the scoreboard. Stewart 2 wickets to his credit, 1 each for Milnes and for Stevens. But a really eventful day. It didn't look like at 116 for 7 Kent would ever be calling this their day, the first day of this game between Leicestershire and Kent at Grace Road, but I think that's the way it's ended up. Some real digging in to do, Leicestershire, when they start tomorrow morning. And the gloomy skies on finals day here at Grace Road. And Richard, it's been a tricky one for Leicestershire at the end of the day, and just after lunch, as I was saying, they would have thought they were going to have the best of this first day between these two sides. Yeah,
as it turned out, Kent very much on top, leading by 166 still, and just 5 more Leicestershire first innings wickets needed. Such are the vagaries of first-class cricket, and could be a similar story tomorrow if Leicestershire can dig in or bowl well when it comes their turn to bowl in Kent's second innings, which does look likely at the moment.